Plenty of doubles action going on. Of course, the special Ks will be out on Kia Arena. Tanasi Kokonakis and Nick Kyrgios. That'll be a bit later on. We will have that for you. We've got matches happening all over the courts. We start today on Cain Arena, where we've got Madison Keys, the 9th seed, taking on Krueger. We'll have Novak Djokovic featuring Jannik Sinner today. Elena Rybakina will be in action. We might have been checking with Amanda Anisimova. And then the night session on Margaret Court Arena, we'll be keeping a close eye on Naomi Osaka to see what she's going to be walking out in. Maybe not down the long catwalk that she had here on Rod Laver Arena. And Amanda Anisimova will be out there as well. Casper Ruud playing too. We've got plenty to look forward to. We'll be all over it. You won't miss a second of the action. Please get in touch with us. As always, ask the booth form on ausopen.com/listen or email aoradio@tennis.com.au. aoradio@tennis.com.au. I'm Peter Mercado. Courtney Walsh is in here. He's got his drink bottle back. He's happy. Hello.
Good morning, Pete. And when you referred to the special Ks, I thought we have got the special Ks coming up. Madison Keys, the defending champion, and Krueger, a very, very, very talented young woman from Texas who I've watched a little bit of and think she's got the game to go a little bit further. So special Ks indeed.
Very, very good. We've got special Ks everywhere as the umpire's briefing is happening at the moment. Andre Reluca is our chair umpire. Let's work out. You're going to pick AO. Right, the young coin tosser. Let's call the coin toss here. Oh, no, it's no elevation at all. It's more a drop.
Say, don't worry about the point, turn around and smile.
Just a little bit of practice here for that young hotshotter out there, just to fire up. There we go. Smile on the face. There we are. We're all into it from there. Right, so you're listening. 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park. Maybe. The Australian Open official app and ausopen.com. Sirius XM, courtesy of ESPN in the United States. iHeartRadio, Vision Australia Radio. We are on Iris everywhere across Australia. TuneIn Radio. It's where you can find us too. SEN in Melbourne. And everywhere else that you might be for legal streams. Not the illegal ones. I don't think we're on illegal streams. And also filming on YouTube. Hello to everyone who's watching us. The video is here. We'll take our creds off as well because I forgot about that. Or I'll just turn it around like that. There we go. So now you don't know who we are. What have you made of the whirlwind that's been the first 4 days?
It's a whirlwind that's been, I think, about 9 days, Pete. When you bring in 10 days when you bring in qualifying last week and opening week, and what a spectacular that was. I think it's been a really interesting, intriguing tournament. You know that clearly it's been very, very well attended. You can feel the buzz about town just rushing down this morning, Pete, through the city, and great vibes, plenty of people on the trams coming to the tennis, which is good. Not as warm out there today. It's a little bit cooler. I noticed you've got the jeans on.
Well, I've had them on all week, but yes.
I was going to say, was that the advice from the fashion consultant that we've got upstairs, jeans today for you?
No, I'll get the pins out a little bit later on. I almost guarantee that'll be happening at some stage.
Well, I think we go from about 20 Celsius today as the predicted top to 42 in a couple of days. So Melbourne being Melbourne, that's not uncommon. But no, really, I think the tennis has been great. I think from a local perspective, we always like to see our local flavour go through, and Alex Diminor had a good win last night, a testing win. That burst of rain was
it was something. I know.
Something indeed.
Well, we saw her coming across, and Fiona Darmody gave us the heads up because she lives not far from here and said it's heading your way, and we're like, yep, it is, and it did, and it sort of threw us off. Luckily, it was only about 4 courts or 5 courts that were going at that stage, so they could get everything mopped up pretty quickly, and good that they actually did that and got those matches through, because some were sort of nearing their conclusion. So I think Cam Norrie was caught up in that. He was in a 4-set tiebreak with Emilio Nava, and he was a mini break up. So I think they only played about 4 points, finished the match, and he could get off rather than have to go through the whole process of coming back today.
You can imagine some of my my compatriots or colleagues, more to the point, in the press room, the written press room, were delighted from the UK when that rain hit with Cam on the verge of victory.
They would have been overjoyed.
Just delayed their exit to some of Melbourne's finer late night restaurants and by a couple of hours.
People have time to get out and do that? Really?
I don't know, Pete. I was on the last tram home, I think they do try to get out and enjoy a a little bit of life, and so you should.
Yeah.
It's all part of the experience.
It sure is. Well, we've got plenty to talk about on ARA, plenty of storylines. What have been the highlights for you listening around the world? The Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com or email aoradio@tennis.com.au. We have our competition that's running at the moment as well, a $50 voucher, that's 50 Australian dollars to the AO shop, which of course you can use online, and probably the best way to do it actually between you and I is to just jump on AustralianOpenShop.com, because you can get the range, you lock it in, done. If you come in here and you've got, haven't got a bag or anything, you have to carry it around all day because you want to get first, you can get it all online. Now, what we want is your response to this question. So we've talked about actors who would, play tennis players. We've done that. That's been done to death, Courtney. We're not doing that again. We're turning it the other way. Which tennis players would play famous movie characters? You're going to tell us what the character is and give us a little bit of a description of why. It can be any genre, any era. If it's a more obscure type film, you might need to give us a little bit more context of that. Yes, it can be adaptations of things. It's something that has appeared in celluloid or potentially on a streaming service. It doesn't really matter. For example, who would make a great Marvel character? And that's been the sort of trend of where, this has been going. But get creative. The more creative the response, the more likely that our team of experts is going to look over and judge it favourably. So just think about that. You've got a bit of time because you can enter wherever you are around the world. The voucher is, you can be used at anywhere. Ask the booth form on ozopen.com. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au. Make sure you give us your name, of course, and where you're listening from. Entries close 5 p.m. Sunday afternoon, Melbourne time. So what is it now? Synchronised watches. It's 11:15
on the Thursday morning. So just check your local guides. And Melbourne time, the winner announced will be on the evening serve on Sunday evening with Matt Edwards and the team. Check out all the great Australian Open merch online, AustralianOpenShop.com. Now, I know that the vote goes to those higher up, the Craig Tyleys, for example. I think they're pouring over this.
That's the level that we're looking at. Yes.
Yeah. The senior executives, perhaps Wayne McEwen, the tournament referee, will be casting an eye over some of the entries to see who's coming in. But I had a look at a couple, and I quite liked. Jack Nicholson has come up as John McEnroe in a couple of ones, which I thought that works. Johnny Mac is played by Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
Or John McEnroe playing Jack Nicholson.
The other way around.
In The Shining, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh, I like that.
And Novak Djokovic as Keanu Reeves in The Matrix.
Oh, that could work too. Oh, gosh, the whole thing where he falls back and everything like that. And we're away in this match on John Cain Arena.
15 love.
And it's Ashlyn Krueger who is serving first. The All-American battle. Hello to everyone listening across the US at ungodly hours. You're staying up, you're staying with us. We'll go around the courts with Josh Herriotts in a moment as well. Bit of a call of the card on what's happening around today. We've got Aussie interest on Cain Arena. We've got some interesting matches actually coming up as we work our way through this second round.
15 all.
And a double faults here for Krueger means it's 15 all.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Krueger can bring here. Certainly there'll be a more conventional game than, style of game than what Madison Keys faced in her opening match against Alexandra.
The serve here from Krueger onto the backhand of Keys. I'm giving you thinking time here, Courtney. Backhand to backhand we go. Forehand cross from Krueger. Point up that line heavy from Keys. Gets a shorter reply in the ad court. Plays a cross-court backhand. Backhand to backhand they go. Now Keys switches to the Krueger forehand. That's up the middle of the court. Off forehand. She stepped in, Keys, but put it into the net. It's 30-15, and I can keep filling until Courtney gets the name.
15.
Olenikova, a young Ukrainian player who dazzled and bewildered and bewitched the defending champion here for 4 games initially, and also through a very tight first set a couple of days ago on Rod Laver Arena. I had the joy of calling that one, though I forgot to.
As forehand to forehand we go, it happens during this tournament. Keys will step in mid-court, put that ball away. Nice forehand winner and goes to 30 all.
And what she was able to do was throw off the rhythm of Keys. She chipped a lot. She hit a lot of high moon balls, high topspinning shots that went right up into the air, took the pace off. Krueger is a more conventional player, and Madison Keys likes the ball in their hitting zone, and so far we've seen that. Some powerful shots already, Pete.
Absolutely. As Krueger, the serve, onto the backhand of Keys. He can't handle that pace. The ball goes wide, and it's 40-30.
40-30.
What are you expecting yourself? Do you think that...
From this?
From Krueger, who, as you said, made a second round. I think she's the third round at the US Open a couple of years ago. quite athletic, a lot of talent.
I think it'll be a test for Keys, but still straights. As the serve here from Krueger into the net. Big moment on a big stadium court, and it's not that she's unfamiliar with that, but the regularity of playing on there will be a factor as well. That's wild. Return from Keys. Krueger's on the board first.
Well-directed second serve there, right into the right hip of Madison Keys. She likes her hitting room, and if you can get it in the zone for Keys, well, quite often it'll come back as a winner. But that one handcuffed her, Pete.
It did.
By that I mean she wasn't able to free her arms and get that forehand swing in, and as a result it bunted wide. It's an interesting one for Madison, not just because she comes back here as the defending champion, and it was such a magnificent win, wasn't it, last year, Pete? But she's now in the stage, and dare we say it, as someone who is just about to turn 31, just 30 years of age, but she's a veteran of the tour.
Yep.
And there will be players like Krueger who will have been looking up at Madison Keys thinking, that's who I want to be one day. And now she's playing.
When you play your legacy,
inspiring.
There was that moment at Wimbledon where Coco Gauff played Venus Williams, the opening round. Gauff had come through qualifying. The serve takes the net here, falls over from Keys. And she steamrolled her way through qualifying. We go, oh, here we go. This will be good. And out they roll onto court, and Coco went big. And I think I said I was commentating the match. It was on the number 1 court at the time. There's got a forehand rally going on here between these players as Keys will go to the Krueger backhand. And down, heavy ball from Keys with the forehand. Now back out the middle of the court. Just content to rally in the middle of the court, forehand to forehand. A bit more angle from Keys. Now Krueger stepping in. Big angled forehand winner. Was too short from Madison. It's love 15. So, stepped on number 1 court. We thought, oh, okay, well, we'll see how this goes. Young player. She just went bang. And I said at the time that Venus was playing her legacy, which was the case. I mean, someone who'd looked up to both Venus and Serena as the figureheads of the sport, and they come through, you want to be them, now you got to beat them. And that's what happened.
We almost had that match up here again this week with Venus, I thought, played exceptionally well at 45 as a wildcard entrant, and only a couple of games away from forcing booking a second-round clash with Coco Gauff. It would have been great to see here in Melbourne as well.
You wish you're playing that well, Courtney, at 45?
I wish I was 45, Pete.
Oh, 15 all. You tend to... And don't worry, you tend to age a bit during these 15 days. It's the serve here onto the backhand. Krueger sits up off forehand from Keys. Big looping backhand. Krueger too big. And the fact it's 30-15. We'll get to your messages shortly as well. You've got the laptop up and running, which is fantastic. All operational today.
A little bit of a hitch yesterday for the first 20 minutes, but back on deck, which is a great thing.
You are all
The Boffins were working overnight, I believe, feverishly.
Hard work happens when no one's watching. As Keys serves, down the tee and misses. Second serve. And stepping in right on the baseline is Krueger for this ball. Waits for a looping backhand and puts it in there. There's plenty of work on that ball from Keys. It sat up. Couldn't drag it down, Krueger, 40-15.
You can just see Krueger's dress just riffing a little bit in the wind. Clearly a little bit of a breeze. It was quite a strong breeze, a wind, a real wind last night. But, that might just alter the ball trajectory a little bit through this match. So, need to be on the feet, need to be on those toes to try and adjust at the last minute just in case.
Second serve here as the serve onto the forehand of Krueger. Up the line goes Keys. That's got too much pace on it. Krueger scrambling back to try and pick it up. Couldn't. We're at 1 game all in the opening set. Just such easy power, Pete. She was able to lean into that. It was a very deep return from Krueger, but still within the hitting range, and she just used that pace, redirected it, with magnificent timing down the line. Great start. Should we get to a couple of messages? Hey, let's roll into some because there's plenty going on and they're flowing in. All right. They've heard Courtney's on, and immediately the laptop went bang. And here we have Shake It Off Candy. No, that's from last night. Maybe if you could actually roll back to the top, Courtney, to the ones from a couple from this morning. This morning have come in. We almost Midnight Madness, but we had about 15 minutes of it. As the serve here onto the forehand of Keys up the middle of the court, dug out by Krueger. No, that backhand goes too long. It's the heaviness of the shot from Keys at the moment.
Love 15.
Oh, I love this one from Felicity in Brisbane. Tennis player as a movie star question. Andrei Rublev as Prince Charming or Gilderoy Lockhart.
Oh, okay.
He had the red locks flowing magnificently yesterday in a 4-set victory. Nice and long, quite the prince.
He will chop them one day, and there'll be a whole host legion of fans who will go into mourning.
Absolute despair is 15 all here in the third game, and it's an amazing head of hair, Pete. You and I appreciate a good head of hair, don't we?
It's triggering. As the serve here from Krueger onto the forehand of Keys. Forehand to forehand they go. Now up the line goes Keys. Heavy ball. Krueger again just scrambling. That backhand floats wide from her. It's 15-30.
A little bit of pressure in this game. Nice depth from the Keys forehand there. Drew the error. She's having a quick chat to the umpire. Just checking something, Madison. Yes, no, was appreciate the right word for a good... envy, sorry. We both envy a very strong head of hair.
We do, considering we're follically challenged. As the serve here onto the backhand. Okay, now everyone can see it on YouTube. That doesn't help. Backhand cross-court from Keys. Krueger trying to go short angle backhand. Put into the net. Break points here for Keys at 15-40.
Yeah, some experience early on in this match from Keys. She's perhaps just sensing that Krueger is taking her time to settle in. And it's a bigger court. She was playing on the outside court, as you touched on. It's a very, very, very decent sized court, John Cain Arena, the third biggest by attendance here. As
the backhand goes into the net from Krueger, heavy ball on the return from Keys, getting it done. 2-1 on serve here in the opening sets. We got another message that we can talk about.
We have indeed. We have a message from Kristen from Connecticut in the United States. Tennis player to portray a movie role. Arena Sabalenka playing Ilsa, which was originally played by Ingrid Bergman in Casablanca. Arena is strong, independent, and will make sacrifices to do the right thing.
Oh, I like that. Good thought process.
Well done, and I hope all is well in Connecticut, Chris. And I suspect it's probably a little risk at the moment. I've got a friend living not too far down the road, halfway between Manhattan and Providence.
Oh, gosh, yeah, I know. I love getting those emails that come in going, it's below freezing, it's raining, it's this, it's snowing.
Well, I understand that there might be a rare Arctic storm drifting down towards Texas. They'll be unusually cold. It's in the 50s at the moment. This is from
50 Fahrenheit.
50 Fahrenheit. So from Gabrielle from Fort Worth in Texas, Twin City from Dallas, and 50 Fahrenheit would be about 10 or so, 15 degrees.
You're going to have to tell me because I can't do the currency conversion.
10 or so degrees Celsius at the moment, but which is very cold for Texas, even in the middle of winter, and waiting for an ice storm this weekend. So stay safe over there. We know that can cause some issues. But a great suggestion, and this is one that's dear to my heart because he's an Aussie icon, and I think he's either on site today or might have been on site yesterday. Has a stadium named after him in this country. First name is Ken, and he is the oldest man to win a Grand Slam title, 1972 in Australia. Kenny Rosewall, and she's thrown up, and I love this, Gabrielle, I love it. M. Ken Rosewall is M from the Bonfields. The original M. The original M. And he's a gentleman. He is a proper gentleman, Ken.
I actually think Ken Rosewall might be the oldest person at Melbourne Park today. He's 91.
What a legend he is. I think he had a word to a colleague of mine yesterday, Linda Pearce, for one of her feature articles, and he's in good form. And
excellence. As we see here, we're at 2-1, 15 all, and going back cross court. Keys to that forehand goes long, and it's 15-30. Good to see he's in good form. Yeah, he was in Brisbane for the Brisbane International as well.
You have a court, the Peter Mercado court named after you, don't you?
No, not yet. No.
Surely coming.
Oh, well. Maybe in my mind, I get a little mini court at home. As the serve here, onto the forehand, Krueger, that goes long. Not sure how I feel about having something named after me.
The Peter Mercado microphone.
Could be, but that's just mine because I own it.
Peter Mercado AO booth.
AO booth, that's right. It's a tourist attraction, folks. As you can see, the salubrious surrounds. There's the serve here, actually in a really good spot. Forehand to forehand we go as Krueger goes deep into the juice court corner. Now, at the middle of the court with a backhand, forcing Keys a little bit onto the back foot. She's in the ag court playing a big backhand up the line. She turned defense into attack beautifully. She's on song. It's 40-30.
Just magnificent timing again off the backhand. She moved to that really well. Been impressed with how she's, after that slow start in their opening round, she really responded well and anyone gets a chance to see her tiebreaker in that open round win, from 2 set points down, bang, 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 4 winners, and she's carried that form into this match so far. Reveling from the timing, the pace of the shot that Krueger is offering as she holds to move ahead 3-1.
3-1 now. Let's go to Josh Herrick. Let's go to Josh. Let's get a call of the card on how things are going out there, because there's plenty of matches happening around the place. Josh, morning to you. What are you looking at, and what are the fans looking at this morning?
And a very good morning to you, Pete and Courtney. Well, I can tell you on 1573 Arena, Oksana Selekmetova has broken Paula Badosa twice. She leads 3 games to love on 1573 Arena, so it's been a hot start for her. And then over on Kia Arena, of course, that is the match between the Australian Rinky Hijikata and Valentine Vachero. And there was a break of serve in favour of Vachero, and he leads 2 games to love. We're at 40 all. Hijikata trying to break back on Kia Arena.
Thank you, Josh. Karen Hutchinov on ANZ Arena. Luciano Darderi on court 6 as well. Plenty of doubles around the place too. It is all happening today. Jakub Mensik on court 13.
What a talent he is, Pete. And that's actually that's one I'm thinking at some stage. It's Mensik versus Jodar on court 13. I suspect that if they meet in a couple of years' time, Pete, that one might be on Rod Laver Arena instead. They're 2 emerging talents.
And it might be in the second week of the event too. Indeed. 15 all here, 1-3. Krueger serving. A looped moonball from Keys. He's in the ad court now, playing an off forehand. Krueger's there with a backhand. Still looking to go cross court. She's forced now to the juice court to play a forehand. She's pushed way back, and her backhand goes long again. Does Krueger. It's 15-30.
Just looking a little disconsolate at the moment, Krueger. We talk about the fact that she's playing into Madison's hands by trying to go with her stroke for stroke, pound for pound, trying to hit with the same pace as Madison. Madison's eating up that pace. She's using it. She's so experienced, such a great player. The winners are flying well, and the errors are starting to come from Krueger. So she needs to try and tighten her game from the baseline here, try and find some rhythm. Settle into the match, Pete, like you've settled into the broadcast booth this morning.
Absolutely. There's a serve here onto the backhand of Keys at the middle of the court. Forehand at the middle of the court there from Krueger. They go backhand to backhand, trying to go more angle. Krueger missing again. It's 15-40. That's been the thing, that the evolution of Madison Keys, because we've got a big sample size now. It used to be that sort of just raw power.
15 years of a sample size, Pete, back to when she was about 14.
With no control, but she's worked so hard on the control, and she's still bossing the points and still has that power. But you see, well within the lines, just ups the ante when she needs to, and that's what we're seeing here is the serve onto the forehand of Keys. Back in the middle of the court from Krueger. She's back in the court again, Keys. She's going to slice the forehand up the middle of the court. Krueger waits, goes with the cross-court forehand. Forehand to forehand they go, and now a shorter ball from Krueger. Coming in is Keys. There you go. There's an example. Cross-court backhand winner. It was deep. It wasn't near the line. He got the job done, and it's 4-1 the first set.
Controlled aggression. Controlled aggression without overhitting, knowing your comfortable pace of shot, your comfortable sort of ground strokes will be more than enough to help you set up the point for when the moment is right to go for the kill. And that's why I think that first round match, where it was such a shock for her, it was such a different approach that you would normally get. Someone chipping forehands and chipping them consistently, rolling these deep, high moon balls well back, making her think. And it took her about 4 games to adjust. But once she started adjusting that controlled aggression, she realised, hey, I don't need to panic here. I've got the power to work this woman over without going for too much. I just need to find the angles, etc. And I think it really, it was a nervous sort of start, but I think it really will hold her in good stead for this tournament, because she realised pretty much what I've got is good enough without actually having to go for too much. And we're seeing this in this match so far.
Tell you what, Valentine Vachero, just going back to that for a second on Kerry, was that one of the stories of the year last year?
Just an amazing story in Shanghai from, what was it, around 226 or so in the world?
So for our international, for everyone who's listening going, who are you talking about here? Why is this such a big moment last year? Well, Valentine Vachero spent a lot of time playing on the secondary tour, so on the Challengers and on the ITF. He had a ranking of about, 222, I think you said? He didn't even get into qualifying to one of the biggest tournaments on the ATP calendar in Shanghai, the Shanghai Masters there. Actually sponsored by Rolex, who sponsor here. Hello, Rolex.
Hello. I notice you're wearing one, Peter, a glittering.
Sadly, no. I don't want to watch. I want the clocks in the corner. But the didn't even get a chance. So someone pulled out, and he was the next one to get in. He was offered the spot. He took it. He got through qualifying. And then he went through, had this remarkable run, ended up winning the tournament. But that's not all, as we see Keys just miss-hitting a forehand here. Go to 15 all.
15 all.
He played in the final his cousin, Artur Rigdiknesh. And that was a touching moment too. You can go back through the archives and have a look at it. It was one of the moments of the year. Someone who's come from so far back, hadn't played really at that top level before. And of course from Monte Carlo, Monaco.
So much to enjoy about that story. From the scenes on court, I suppose the emotional embraces from both men afterwards. It was a triumph. Yes, there was a loser on the court, but it was a triumph for the family. And it was some touching moments, but also
15.
for those who love their nostalgia, Pete, to be able to trawl back through and see some of the family photos, whether on holidays or when they're on the court as kids going up against each other, to then be playing in the, one of the world's premier tournaments outside the slams, the Shanghai Masters. I think you've probably been there. I've been there and covered that tournament. It's a massive site. It's a gigantic city and well received around the world.
Great volley from Madison Keys. Krueger scrambling in the ad court, trying to go for the cross-court pass and missing. It's 40-15, aiming for 5-1 in double quick time, 19 minutes here. But that was the rest of that story. So he comes back because, it's put Monegasque tennis on the map.
Of course, really. Of course.
And so he's wandered back. He got the hero's welcome because it was just such an amazing story. Went to play the Paris Masters at the end of the season. The serve here onto the backhand to Krueger goes long. They played each other again. I think it was round 2 they played each other, or round 1. The names appeared next to one another. I think Vachereau won again. I think it was calling that match. As the serve here, they've got another bit to the story in a sec. This comes off the tape from Krueger. Gives Keys time to lean into a big forehand, and that's just a chopped forehand. Really nothing ball from Krueger. He's running out of ideas. It's 5-1. So this tournament, I've wandered my eye across to the doubles draw, and I see Valentin Vachereau and Artur Rigdiknesh. They're playing doubles together here.
Partnered up together. I love to see that. And I think given, they'll put it the firepower and the service capabilities and also then good hands at the net, they'll be relatively hard to beat if they can play, they can produce what they showed in Shanghai. I gave Rinky Hijikata, the young Australian, some chance because I think Rinky, after a difficult year last year, he made the Wimbledon final. He's an Australian from Sydney, of Japanese heritage. He managed to make a Wimbledon doubles final, Pete, with a bit of a torn abdomen, and that really abdominal muscle, and that really hindered him through the rest of the season. He went back to secondary level, at which we can see players do. Had a good win in South Australia at Playford at the end of the year, and I think his form through the summer so far is indicative that he's almost back to his best. I think he's a top 60 player, so I thought he might give the
we'll see.
Man from Monaco a big shake.
We'll see how that plays out. But they did lose in the opening round, actually, to Kravitz and Quetz, who were a seeded team and a very, very good team. So, anyway, they had a good time out there, I'm sure.
Exceptional doubles combination, that pair. Yes. And experienced. Wow, they've been around for a while.
Not having a good time is Ashlyn Krueger at the moment. It's 15 or 1-5. Cross-court forehand from Krueger. Forehand to forehand they go. That's off the baseline from Keys. Krueger can't believe it. Keys hitting all the right spots at all the right times. It's 15-30.
Yeah, it's a near flawless performance from her, I've got to say. She's been incredibly impressive so far. Dropped the first game. It was a nice service game from Krueger, and we thought, we could be on here. But so far, it's been one-way traffic.
Serve here onto the forehand of Keys, up the line, clips the tape. Cross-court forehand from Krueger, forehand up the line by Keys. Onto the backhand of Krueger, that's cross-court up the line from Keys, short angle. They're going cross-court forehand up the line from Keys. Krueger scrambling, she just gets it over. Keys scrambling to get there, can't get it back over the net, wanted to drop it short. Great rally, the best of the match, it's 30 all.
That was exceptional tennis. The angles were so acute. Madison Keys somehow making that backhand down the line when she was under great pressure, and then Krueger's response, the whip forehand cross-court, even better. Again, Keys dashes across, whips it up the line. Krueger defends magnificently. What a rally. That's the point, absolutely one of the points of the tournament for mine.
As we see here, Krueger serve onto the forehand of Keys. Cross court dug out there by Krueger on the baseline. Now she's hitting a backhand. Hit heavily by Keys. It sits up for Keys. Cross court forehand. Krueger's there. Forehand to forehand they go now. Drop shot by Keys. Oh, that's sensational. Gave it absolutely no flight. Just guided it over and she's got set points.
And that is a demonstration of what you were talking about, the evolution of Madison Keys as a tennis player. She could have clubbed that one. She's been clubbing them exceptionally well in this match, but she now has that great capability to just throw in the surprise, the angle, the touch, and that was just perfectly executed. A lovely drop shot.
There's the serve here onto the backhand of Keys. Krueger through the middle of the court goes long, and that's an emphatic set from Madison Keys. It's a statement right there of intent. 6 games to 1, getting it done. Wow.
My word, if I was Sinyakova and Amanda Anisimova who were following... wrong match. The Aussie, yes.
Shelton and Sweeney.
Shelton and Sweeney. I'd be getting myself ready for the potential of coming on, because if Madison Keys keeps up this form, this level, she'll be exceptionally hard to beat in this match, as we've seen so far, but she could well be hard to beat for the tournament. Got a couple of messages, Pete.
We'll go through them and we'll get to Josh in a sec as well for a call of the board.
Make sure you can get in touch with us via Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com. Email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au.
You got it.
Give us your name. Tell us where you're writing from. Tell us how cold it is, because we're getting a few from the US that are telling us that.
You're going to be dreaming about those lines, and now that you're going to be saying them.
Also, people, remember the competition. I'm going to let you explain it because I got a little tongue-tied before.
There we go. Actors would play tennis players? No, we're doing which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why? Any genre, any era. If the film's obscure, give us a bit of context. We want that. Like who would be a great Marvel character, for example. So send it in via those channels that Courtney has just mentioned. $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop. Or get on the Australian Open shop and have a look. It is fantastic. Everything, it's just flying out the door. 5 p.m. Sunday afternoon, so it's 11:36 on Thursday. Adjust your watches. So it's Melbourne time, of course. And then the winner will be announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards. So we have one coming through.
We do, and just by the way, that Oz Open shop, I managed to pick up a very nice T-shirt last year for about $50, and I think it's well worth it.
You've wandered great quality, and you've wandered in with a drink bottle, which I think is probably wandered in from those parts. That's your 4th for the tournament, isn't it? Because you just keep leaving them everywhere.
Not ideal. Not ideal. Need to be...
You with the drink bottles, it's Steve Pearce and his sunglasses. There you go. That's what we've got here.
Very relieved when I found out that it was there last night. Also, a little alarmed that it had taken me about 10 hours without water, clearly. Mayank is written from Delaware in the US. It's 1 Celsius here at 7 p.m. And we're spot on with 50 Fahrenheit being 10 Celsius. There you go. Thank you. That's,
you're more well-versed in conversions for that than I am.
Spent a little bit of time in the US and always enjoy getting up to both the northwest but also the northeast of the country. We're expecting 12 to 17 inches of snow from that mega Arctic storm Saturday and Sunday. Can't wait to enjoy some frigid temperatures as low as negative 14 Celsius. Whew, I've done a negative 20 Celsius in New York for New Year's one time, and that's very cold. While listening and watching the matches, I love this. My suggestion is having Juan Martín del Potro play Boromir, Sean Bean in Lord of the Rings.
Ah, okay.
He could change the line to say one does not simply win at US Open versus Peak Federer, except for me. While looking at the camera, I like that one. And look, stay warm. Hopefully you've got some warm drinks and some blankets and some doonas over there.
Or just heating. That'd be good. These every year, it never... it's astonishing. We walk out like it's a sunny day here in Melbourne again. A little on the cool side for us, 18 Celsius here. But, we're going to have 40 degrees and we're sort of roasting here. And then all of a sudden we get a message from the other side of the world going, well, yeah, you're roasting here. We are freezing. It's minus something. Wherever we've had listeners, obviously in the US, Canada as well. And, across the Arctic areas have been tuning in. We haven't had one from Antarctica as Ashlyn Krueger just sends one into the umpire's chair. It's 30-15 the first game, by the way, the second set.
Off balance there, Keys again with the firepower. The off forehand had her stretching and not able to control it, and just gave the umpire a little wake-up call. Not that the umpire needed it, of course. No. Spot on.
So 30-15. We'll come back. We'll jump into that a little bit. Tease it out. You like the idea, though. I like the thinking. This is the sort of creativity we want. As the serve goes long.
No one wins at the US Open against Federer. Peak Federer. Except for me.
except for me. As the second serve here from Keys, onto the backhand of Krueger. It goes cross-court. Backhand to backhand we go. Slice up the middle of the court from Krueger. Forehand back up that line from Keys, goes long. So it's a 30-all opening game of the second set.
We did have one Martin Del Potro as Thor, and I can remember during his wonderful, admittedly injury-interrupted career, but my word, he had a really good, if you take a Grand Slam and great Olympic performances, etc. That forehand was clubbed like Thor.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. At its peak. Backhand, off backhand from Krueger. Flying up the line from Keys. High ball from Krueger. Floating beyond the baseline. And it's 40-30. Should just point out to if you're listening and you're thinking about the competition, it doesn't have to be a Marvel character. It doesn't have to be Lord of the Rings. You could do comedy. You could do romance. You could do whatever you think is drama, whatever you think is necessary.
And if it is a little obscure, just give us some context around it, because whilst Pete is a very well-read man, and I
these areas.
I tend to spend a bit of time on the tennis court. We don't spend all our life in cinemas, although I've seen some good ones recently, Pete, around Melbourne. Okay. Love getting to the cinema and enjoying a nice glass of red wine and relaxing.
Might have Courtney's picks. If he doesn't fall asleep after his 4 bottles of red wine, he's fine. Throwing up the line here from Krueger. Slice backhand by Keys, shortable. Slice forehand from Krueger, keeping it low. Coming forward is Keys. The lob from Krueger is good. Right over the top. Keys had committed to go forward. Was right on top of the net, and we're at deuce. That was a good play from Aisling.
Yeah, on that occasion, the shorter slice drew Keys forward. It didn't allow her to do too much with it. It was basically a three-quarter pace, three-quarter court, a little bit deeper, but to the forehand, and lovely topspin, beautiful control. Keys knew as soon as that one came off her rival's racket that was good night.
So we wait now for the serve to come in. Onto the backhand of Krueger. Off forehand by Keys. Back out that line from Krueger. Cross forehand from Keys. Forehand to forehand up the middle of the court. Way back in the court here is Keys, but doesn't have to do much because the backhand's netted by Krueger. She was in that rally, couldn't finish at game point for Keys.
Just pirouetted on her right foot in frustration. Just the angst. You could hear a little cry of disappointment. She's looked towards her coaching box a couple of times this game thinking, it's just not quite happening for me. But it does need to happen at the moment. She needs to get herself into this match. Otherwise, first set 23 minutes, it could go rapidly.
Slice forehand from Krueger off the return, just floats long again. Keys rolling along nicely. It is 6-1 and 1-love now in the second set on Cain Arena. Match is getting underway. Rod Laver Arena, Jessica Pegula and McCartney Kessler. We've got Lorenzo Musetti and Lorenzo Sonego. The all-Italian encounter on Margaret Court Arena. And we'll get to Josh in a moment with some updates around the courts.
Lynn has written in from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Be cold there.
It would be cold there. Yes, it would be. Beautiful part of the world as well, Alberta and Edmonton. Glad for the commentary. Contest. I suggest that Andy Murray be cast as the Scarecrow in the original Wizard of Oz film.
Okay. Give us a bit more on that.
Andy had the tendency to appear slightly glum and confused, especially in his early professional years. Also had a similar physique as the actor in the movie. That's, of course, in good humour, and we take it that way as well. I'm sure Andy, despite his dry personality, had a very dry sense of humour, and I think Andy would actually probably chuckle at that one. I'm sure he would.
Agree with that, yes. 15 loves, smashing on the golf course. We had Jamie Murray in on the morning show with Fiona a couple of days ago, saying that he's playing off one, isn't he, or something, or scratch. That's not a surprise. Long rally here, forehand to forehand we go. Forehand from Krueger right in the baseline. Cross-court backhand from Keys. Just a slice forehand short from Krueger. Keys just goes bang. Off forehand winner. She's in complete control. It's 15-all.
Pete, if you feed a slow-paced backhand mid-court and Madison Keys is standing there ready to hit it, that's what's going to happen. It's going to be thumped for a winner.
It's staying hit, I reckon.
Just not deep enough, not enough pressure in that rally. I think Jamie may well have tried to duck out at one stage with Colin Fleming, who a Scottish, fine Scottish tennis player as well. Now a broadcaster. And I think when he landed, I'm told by a mate of mine, straight off the plane, a couple of hours sleep, and then straight out to Royal Melbourne and Kingston Heath back-to-back for 36 holes.
Would not surprise me in the slightest.
What a way to shake off jet lag.
Yeah. 30-15. And I hope they started early. 36 would take a while to get around.
Wow, those magnificent courses as well. Particularly for me, if it was me, I'd be covering a little extra territory from one side of the fairway to the other.
All right,
that's one rough to the other.
An unreturned serve from Keys. Let's go to Josh. We've got set point on Kia Arena.
We do indeed. 2 set points here for Vachereau against Rinky Hijikata. Vachereau here to serve. 7 to the backhand of Hijikata, returns to the backhand of Vachereau. They exchange backhands from the baseline, and a winning backhand there from Vachereau. He takes the first set 6-1 on Kia Arena. As I cast my eye to 1573 Arena. Selek Metova is still up a break of serve. She leads 4-3 against Paula Badosa. She has game points here as well. And I can also inform you that Karen Hatchinoff has won the first set 6-1 against Pasava Reddy. And also, Pete, just as I sit here as well, a few thousand people have rocked up out the front of our AO Radio live broadcast site. I thought they were here to see me, but no, they're not. They're here to see the great Novak Djokovic, who is down on court 16, just going through the motions, having a little hit before his Rod Laver Arena matchup on the qualifying Italian Francesco Maestrelli. That's second up on Rod Laver Arena. So they're here to see the great Novak Djokovic.
Josh, they're not here to see you, mate. Come on. The thousands of people. Come on. Settle down.
I thought I heard a bit of a chuckle there from someone after Josh said that.
Yeah.
Golden tonsils too after yourself, Pete.
They had, he worded that person up in the background just to laugh at that particular moment too. Come on, he's got to work on the act. Not working on the act is Madison Keys, who's 30-love, 1-all second set. Served down the tee, just missing.
So Krueger did well to actually hold on to that service game the first time since the opening game of the match. Gives her a little foothold in this second set. Challenge, of course, is to then raise the stakes on her return game and try to challenge Keys on her serve.
That's a nice ball again. The +1 from Keys on the baseline, standing and delivering. That is exceptional. It's 40-love.
It's just great racket control, Pete. We talked about it late in that first set. That was thumped at her, and it's not easy. She's taken that on the half volley, but just redirected it perfectly. About 3/4 of the way down across the court. So it wasn't like it was actually aimed at the line, but the pace of shot, too good for Krueger, who moves pretty well. It was very, very good shot.
Unreturned serve. Keys 2-1 now with the... Well, she's got the break. We're on serve. It's 2-1 in the second. It took the first 6 games to 1. AO Radio live around the world.
And I like this one. It's a nice little segue. We'll segue with a brief stint in between of commentary to Novak Djokovic, because... Erica has written from Hickory Hills in Illinois to say her entry for the contest is Novak Djokovic as Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
This role is about a highly skilled, dedicated agent who is known for taking extreme physical, impossible risks to complete missions. Novak has torn an ab muscle. Well, that does sound plausible that it's happened here before, and won the tournament a few days later. Again, it seems like I know this script that you're writing about. He had knee surgery for a tear, and in a short recovery was ready to play Wimbledon. I know that one as well too, from Roland Garros into Wimbledon with a great knee brace.
That's right.
And at the Olympics, Novak, the highly skilled, dedicated player, takes extreme impossible physical risks to complete his mission to win what is, I think, a crowning achievement in an unbelievable career, the Olympic gold medal. Well, I've just added a little flourish there. She finishes off with the Olympics, but we know about that fabulous, famous performance in Paris at the 2024 Olympics.
Well, I like that. I like the thing. Would Mission Impossible, this is like when he would be announced to come onto court, he wouldn't walk in through the entrance. He'd be just dropping from the roof of Rod Laver Arena, just abseiling down to get here. He'd be down with Spider-Cam following his journey. He just or he just fly over the top in a helicopter, jump out, parachute in the middle of... How spectacular would that be?
And just in time to, having won the toss to serve, land, and then bang.
Bang.
Ace.
Oh, see, this is writing itself. This is absolutely right. Don't worry, Naomi Osaka with the entrance. That would be the most spectacular entrance we've ever seen. I mean, you wouldn't want it to be a windy night.
True.
You'd want to just make sure the wind was blowing the right way so you could actually just drop into Rod Laver Arena properly, because I wouldn't like to think the alternative.
Well, no. I mean, if you got a match on Rod Laver and you land in Margaret Court, it could be a bit awkward. Is that what you're talking about, or a little bit more risky?
If you miss? Yeah, that's right. You don't want to land in the Yarra River behind you.
Well, no.
Absolutely not.
We'll still see Jim Krueger walking around with the...
Backhand up the line from Keys for a winner. It's 30-15. Don't finish that sentence. We're going to move on swiftly.
It's a beautiful river, very clean, and I'd be swimming in it all the time, Pete. A little further up the...
yeah, that's right.
From the mouth.
Not right at the mouth, I would have thought. Hey, they could fix up the Seine in Paris.
Indeed.
There's the serve here from Krueger at 30-15 at 1-2 in the second set. Matches underway on the other main courts, Margaret Arena and Rod Laver Arena. There's the serve here. Krueger's serve onto the backhand of Keys. Backhand to backhand we go in the ad courts. Krueger, great angle, and she's hit the sideline. That's nice. Good intent. It's 40-15.
Yeah, and great execution. She tried that a couple of times early in the first set. The radar was off. Unable to make it this time. Nose ahead. And again, it was a better service game to start the second set. Perhaps her confidence is rising a little bit, feeling a little bit more at home out there with A, the stage, a big stadium court, but B, getting more adjusted to the pace of the Keys ground strokes.
Serve here onto the backhand of Keys. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court this time. A bit more centrally now for Keys going up the line. Backhand up that line from Krueger, who now hits to the Keys backhand. That's gone too big. And she holds. It's 2 games all now in the opening sets here on AO Radio, live around the world. Plenty of messages coming through, lots of different suggestions. We can talk about other things as well, if you'd like. I've segued again.
Segued again into Josh, who said COVID at the time played a significant role in the explosion of tennis media commentary orbiting the sport nowadays. Highlight videos, podcasts, docuseries. In addition to AO Media, what tennis content do you sport journalists and commentators currently enjoy? He's loving Ben Shelton's new series, The Long Game, on YouTube. And clearly we are also alongside the YouTube, and we have just behind us in the booth, you might be able to see a poster.
I'm pointing at it for people who aren't listening and watching. It's called Ambition Next Gen Now. It's an AO original. I quite like these that they've done.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I saw a good one whilst flying last year, an AO original.
I reckon I know what it is. I'll come back to it in a sec. Backhand cross court from Krueger. Forehand out the middle of the court from Keys. Forehand to forehand they go. Now cross court by Keys. He will step into a cross court backhand, put it into the net. She was stepping on the baseline, love 15. Was it the John McEnroe?
Love 15.
The John McEnroe. It was an outstanding one. I really enjoyed it.
Talking about the circumstances behind his defaulting in 1991.
1991 against Mikhail Pernfors, the very, very good Swede, with Peter Bellinger, the referee. He'd miscounted he didn't realise there'd been a rule change between years, and Johnny Mack, or as someone said, Jack Nicholson, out there on Rod Laver Arena, about 3 years into the tournament being played at Melbourne Park, got it wrong and got bounced out of the tournament.
He did. And so the documentary just is telling the story of how that all came about, the context, everything like that. So it's you see here on my poster, it's an AO original. So if you get the chance to look it up, I'm not sure where you could, maybe on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be accessible.
Yeah, if you find
accessible.
it'll be available. So you can check that out. Well worth a watch, because it's great historical stuff, and they're doing a bit more of that sort of thing. We'll get to the others in a sec, but the backhand into the net here from Krueger. It's 30-15 here in this second set. 2 games all. Keys the first 6 games to 1.
And we've talked about her finding her groove on serve in the last couple of games, which is important because it's one way to make sure you stay in a match. It's just trying to find that rhythm on the return against Keys, who's been barely troubled at all, not troubled at all on serve throughout the opening set and in the infancy of this second set. And again, just too heavy, too much power, a second serve to the advantage court, kicking right up into the backhand wing. Krueger not really sure how to approach it. Left bewildered, and as a result blows the ball well over the baseline.
41 minutes up on the Rolex as Keys at 40-15 serves into the nets. Second serve. Krueger well behind the baseline. Take this second ball. And take 2 on the ball toss. Serve. Double faults. So 40-30.
A rare error on serve for Madison Keys. Now we'll get onto that, Josh. We'll talk a little bit about that myself and Pete, as to how we consume our tennis media, so to speak, after this service game, perhaps.
I watch a lot of live stuff. as opposed to, say, the analysis stuff. It's a serve here into the backhand of Krueger, but it's a faults. Second serve. Big forehand, off forehand from Krueger. Looping backhand from Keys. All cross court here, backhand to backhand. Keys waits, plays one with a bit more angle. Up the line goes Krueger. Heavy ball, and Keys can't handle that pace. And she's settling into the task here. It's deuce to all second sets.
Really good movement to be able to get around to that, because Keys had found quite a good angle. It had taken her well out of court. It wasn't as fast-paced as what a Keys ground stroke normally is, but it meant that she had to stretch really wide. She got the feet moving, didn't stretch too far herself, and found that timing. Beautiful shot.
Serve out wide, block back here from Krueger. Half-court ball, Keys goes back the other direction. High ball again from Krueger. Keys all over it, puts it away as an overhead at the nets, and moves to avantage.
Beautifully constructed point. The classic 1-2-3 on that occasion, but the first one, the slider right out wide to have her rival stretching. Didn't overhit the forehand redirect down the line, stretching further, and just set up the easiest putaways. It was just, it's what we've seen from her entirety of this match. Really quality play from the defending champion, the number 9 seed this year.
The serve here, blocked back by Krueger. It's a short ball. Keys is there, point up the line. High ball by Krueger. Keys at the service line. It was an awkward overhead, and she put it into the net. Krueger did just enough. Where it juice.
A little bit more testing and just a little hint of frustration there. The first time we've seen that from Keys is she walks back towards the baseline. You saw her mutter into herself. Yeah, again, just not quite in position. I saw her do that a couple of days ago where the left arm dropped. She brought her shoulders around, admitted a little bit too much and netted that. So it's one, if I was an opposition coach, I'd be keeping an eye on that.
Taking the notes, they're right beside the court. Coach's box is extending now onto court on all the major show courts around the place. Serve here down the tee, missing. Serve, second serve, going long. So another double fault breakpoint opportunity for Krueger.
Advantage Krueger.
Perhaps the concentration just starting to waver. She'd been on such a high for the first 40 or so minutes of this match. She'd barely missed. And then in this service game, perhaps because Krueger able to get herself into this set with a couple of service holds, pressure starts to rise, and now break point. First time she's been troubled on serve in this match.
So first serve goes into the net. Second serve. Oop. Take two on the ball toss again. Got plenty of width across the baseline, has Keys. Krueger right on the baseline, her own. It's another double fault. It's a break of serve. It is 3-2 for Krueger in this second set. Keys taking the first 6 games to 1 on AR radio.
Yeah, that one shanked well and truly into the side of the net. Didn't miss by a long way, but I've tweaked, of course. My coffee is just kicking in, filtering into my brain. She is, of course, serving from the end where the sun will start to play a bit of havoc at this time of the morning in Australia. It's I talked about this a couple of days ago when she was playing, and it's just going to be right in the eye line. 3 double faults from there. You saw her move across on that last point, almost to the singles line to try and hit that serve, just to try and find a spot where the ball, when you're throwing it up, won't be directly in the sun. It's an interesting thing. We saw it with the lefty yesterday, as we'll talk about consuming media and how you go about your tennis. Just some footage of Krueger delving into what looks to be a very nice journal of sorts, Pete. Do you think that's just recommendation, tips and recommendations?
Notes, yep. What are the keys to what she needs to do now that she is in front to be able to play her match? What about you? You're consuming.
Well, okay, so it's an interesting one, and we talk about the different things. You talk about watching a lot of live tennis. Clearly there's some great podcasts around, a few podcasts on site. We have some influencers this year as well, spreading the word around Melbourne Park. For mine, look, I'm still a little old school in some regards. I have been enjoying when I've had a bit of time post. I cover a bit of cricket, as you know, Pete, a sport down here. At night, getting home in the last 20 or so minutes, just pulling out a novel. At the moment, I'm making my way through Chris Clary's fine book, The Warrior, on Rafael Nadal.
Yep.
Did you know Simon Canvas has written a book?
He hasn't mentioned it, actually. He's done a good job of sort of keeping that a little quiet.
I think he gave it a good plug the other day, the Roger Federer effect. But making my way through a couple of tennis books. I like
tennis books too.
I follow a couple of Substacks of journalists that I know.
15.
Chris Clary, Ben Rothenberg, who's on site. Molly McCulley, an English journalist who who has a fine subject. Richard Evans has a nice subject, an Australian journalist based in Adelaide. So that's how I sort of consume mine and follow the journalists that I know on social media to keep myself up to date with what's going on around the world. Courtney Ewan has got a great one at the moment, a nice little blog that she's doing.
We should clarify, it's not the Richard Evans that has appeared for many, many years, the esteemed tennis journalist from the UK.
And Midnight Madness, am I
Midnight
right?
Madness, yes, he's the voice of Midnight Madness, yes. Hello, Richard, if you are listening to us all the way over in Florida. It's 30 love as Krueger serves into the nets. So 3-2, 30 love. Krueger has the break in this second set. We'll get to Josh in a sec with a set point on 15.73 as the serve down the tee. Backhand from Keys. Forehand to forehand. We go forehand into the net from Keys. So it's now 40 love. Josh, the first set done on 15.73.
Yeah, and it's going the way of Oksana Metova, and she's taken it 6-4 against Paula Badosa on 15.73. Meanwhile, on Rod Laver Arena, Jess Pegula leads 4 games to love. 4 games to love against McCartney Kessler on Rod Laver Arena, and the battle of the Italians, Lorenzo Musetti and Lorenzo Sonigo. We are on serve. Musetti leads 2-1.
So 4-2 here for Krueger, holding serve, consolidating the break.
Yeah, really good response in this second set after being effectively blown off the court by Keys in the first set. And as a result of being a little tighter on serve in the infancy of the second set, it is Keys that is starting to frazzle. Her level has dipped significantly. That service game, she struggled to find her range. The sun, no doubt, a factor. But Krueger, good enough to find a way through and then held convincingly to love. So a streak of, I think, at least, now 8 points against Madison Keys, who misses that one by a long way. Wild forehand from mid-court. Blew it well beyond the baseline and also well behind the doubles line, Pete. That one was a wild shot.
So love 15 at 2-4. And the serve. Blocked back here by Krueger. It sits up in the juice court. Oh, she's pulled another one wide as Keys. She's a little out of sorts. It's love 30. So, a little run here going the way of Aislinn Krueger. Can she keep it going? Just capitalise on the situation. There's the serve. Out wide, big cross-court forehand from Krueger, dug out by Keys. Krueger, big back up the middle of the court. She's just content to play on that backhand to the Keys backhand. Too much pace for Keys. We're sort of flipping the roles around at the moment. It's Keys who can't handle the pace. It's love 40.
It's just such a stark turnaround in what we saw in the first set. I mean, we thought that Krueger would provide a challenge because I think, as I said earlier, leading into the match, she's a very talented player, Pete. She's made it to the third round. She's someone that we're going to keep an eye on, but didn't bring it in the first set, but here she is in the second and has the defending champion now under a bit of pressure. 3 break points, love 40, trailing 2-4.
10 points in a row, and it's another double fault. Make that 11. Wow. Aislinn Krueger is turning this around on Madison Keys, 5 games to 2. Here in the second set, a bit of a turnaround going on. There's plenty happening here on John Cain Arena, plenty happening around the courts as well. Fiona Darmody is watching on court 16, Novak Djokovic.
Yes, he's got the massive crowds around here watching him. He's just having quite a nice little hit out. It's not too strenuous. He's been second up on Rod Laver today, not before 1:30, but the crowds have definitely come out, Pete. And he's just having a cruisy time out here, not putting too much effort in, doing some serves at the moment, some returns. But yeah, there's absolutely plenty of people here waiting to try and snag an autograph.
I imagine there would be. That's proven to be quite a popular thing. And talking about the tournament and going, bigger and better, that ability to have more players practicing on site on sort of what would notionally be match courts is working out particularly well because you get up close and personal. Novak Djokovic, might go, oh no, I'm going to practice in the National Tennis Centre indoors or away from the crowds. Nope, you're going to go out to court 16, and that's great. Brings them a lot closer to the fans.
Oh, and a great setup, and I love the elevated platforms around the site this year. Gives you a great vantage point. That 5, 6, 7 platform, effectively.
Yes.
You've got the bar over court 6, but then if you wander a little bit further down,
that, have you?
A Saturday before the tournament, we actually were invited to a function. I think you were even received an invite, which I've got to say,
I made an appearance.
may have raised my eyebrows to see you get the invitation, but nonetheless, I think they've done an exceptional job in terms of the viewing platforms, the vantage points, they grow and grow and grow. And to see Novak practicing now, it's worked out pretty well for Novak. It's a day session match for him. He doesn't play too many here at Melbourne Park, but it's not that warm. It'll be nice and comfortable out there. Will he find it comfortable on the match? Well, that's a different matter, but certainly comfortable conditions playing.
Forehand up the line here from Krueger. Cross-court backhand from Keys. Krueger just comes in with something shorter. Keys goes back cross-court. That's a winner. It's going to spark her into action because Krueger's serving for the second set. It's love 15.
And broken that streak of points, 11 straight points against her, which was just bewildering. It came from nowhere, this turnaround in the match, and all of a sudden the defending champion could well find herself in a deciding set if Krueger can do what she's done so well in this set and serve it out.
Wait for the serve to come in. Krueger serves down the tee, picked up on the forehand by Keys. Now playing it backhand up the line, scrambling is Krueger with a shorter ball. The service line off forehand by Keys. High ball from Krueger. Back there again, this time covered off nicely by Keys. The overhead at the service line into the open juice court. It's love 30.
Yeah, far better movement, and even getting back to that smash a couple of games ago. And perhaps that was a little sign, although now that you think back and think, yep, that some was probably a factor in that smash a couple of games ago. But no discernible shift in tactics from either woman. Like keeping a good eye on what's happening, and it's just that Krueger is making some more balls, and Keys just went off the boil for a little bit. It's not like there's a great shift in tactical positioning or moving or what she's doing with the ball. It's just a change in fortunes and how they were playing.
First serve miss from Krueger at love 30. It's Josh in a sec. The second serve on the forehand. Picked up there nicely by Keys. Now a slice back out the middle of the court. Krueger waits in the 8 court, plays an off forehand. Cross-court backhand from Keys. Up the middle of the court goes Krueger with her backhand. Back that way from Keys. Big forehand winner. Break-back points at love 40.
A little bit more like what we were seeing for the first 40 minutes of this match. Keys rifling that one, wrong foot in her rival. Beautiful timing. She used the pace from the Krueger backhand, which was pretty well clipped. It was hit at good Ks, and just time and space moved into it beautifully.
As a serve from Krueger down the tee, picked up by Keys at the middle of the court. She's there again playing an off forehand. Well off. Oh boy, that went a long way out. Surprised the system picked it up. It's 15-40.
Yeah, there's been about 3 of those in the last 3 games, Pete, which have, for a player of her skill and talent and status, they've missed on a regular court, Pete. That one would be firmly into the back fence on the full.
That's how I hit him. The serve here onto the backhand of Keys. Cross-court forehand from Krueger. Big forehand from Keys. And just blocked back by Krueger. Cross-court up the line again, Keys. The radar is off at the moment. That missed by some margin.
30-40.
It's 30-40. Breakback point still here.
Come on, sink your legs into this point. Let's go.
There's Bjorn Fratangelo. That's who you can hear, the coach and husband of Madison Keys.
Sink your legs into the point. Let's go. That makes sense. I mean, it's just a perplexing sort of change. She's missed, and she's been missing big in the last little while.
Off forehand from Keys. That's a little better. Gets a short reply. Goes cross-court. High ball from Krueger at the service line. The overhead again from Keys is good. She does indeed get the break back. It's 5-3. Let's go to Josh. Score from Rod Laver Arena, please.
Yes, Jess Pegula breaking through with the first set. 6 games to love. It took just 20 minutes. She plays McCartney Kessler, the fellow American. So 20 minutes for that first set. 6-love in favour of Jess Pegula. And over on Margaret Court Arena, we are still on serve. 2 games apiece between Lorenzo Musetti and Lorenzo Sonigo.
Thank you, Joshua. We're seeing here on Rod Laver Arena from our vantage point, McCartney Kessler just getting an assessment from the doctor and the physio. So that might have something to do with it.
Thank you.
I would suggest.
I actually thought that Kessler was some little chance, similar to Krueger, of challenging the older American because she's a very talented young player as well. The next, just a beautiful cross-court forehand there from Krueger past the incoming Keys to open up the Keys service game.
15.
Love 15. I thought that she was some chance because, look, there's a wave of talented young women who are following through the likes of the Keys and the Kruegers and the Keys and the Pegulas and Coco Gauff's still in that young wave. She's very, very young, but got there very, very quickly. But there's some talent around from America.
Unreturned serve here from Keys, and it's 15 all.
15 all.
Notice that someone in the crowd shouting out the USA, USA, both American players, of course, so a little bit of chuckle for the crowd. Coming up to the hour mark for the match. He's trying to stay in this set. It's 15-all, 3-5 as the serve. Out wide, blocked back by Krueger. Off forehand from Keys. Krueger going up the line. Keys going to cover off with a forehand volley. Oh, she's gone wide though. She didn't have to go that close to the line. She had the angle.
15-30.
Imprecise. It's 15-30. Krueger 2 points away from the set.
I mean, she actually got to the ball well, but just overhit it. Iron gloves, not quite soft enough with the hands, and cupped that one wide, Pete.
Love the old concrete hands. That's what I've got. No touch at all. As a serve here from Keys. Down the tee into the net.
And that's just when you're gripping the microphone.
Second serve.
Dealing with the emotions of the staff.
That's the second serve. Onto the backhand of Krueger. Picked up by Keys as a half volley at the baseline. Off forehand from Krueger. Clips the tape. It allows Keys back into the rally with a slice backhand. She's there again. Slice. Cross court and short. Slice. Drop shot into the net from Krueger. Oh, it was there. It was a good option. She just didn't execute. It's 30-all.
Just a little bit of indecision. I think she was clearly in about 2 or 3 minds as to what she could do there. Drop shot. Does she come forward over or does she try and approach them herself? We haven't really seen her at the net. And one that Madison, I'm sure, will note. Just the uncertainty when she was coming forward.
I think McCartney-Kessler is going to get a medical timeout off court as the backhand here from Krueger. Cross-court forehands from both players. Up the middle of the court. Good angle from Keys. Gets a short reply at the service line. The off forehand from Keys. Up the line. Krueger just misses. It was there again. Keys asking the question. And she's got game point to bring it back to 5-4.
And again, a demonstration of what we saw early on from Keys. The controlled aggression, not overhitting. No wildness on that occasion. Just worked her rival around further and further behind the baseline, making it harder and harder for her until she had to come up with Ethan Hunt's, Novak Djokovic's mission impossible backhand pass.
I like it as the serve here down the tee misses. Game point. The second serve. Onto the backhand here of Krueger. Off forehand by Keys. Krueger is there. Get another off forehand Keys, just hammering that backhand, and Keys will continue in that direction. Cross-court backhand from Krueger, lands near the baseline, even deeper from Keys, and into the net goes Krueger. And we're still not back on serve. Krueger still has another chance to finish off this second set. It's 5-4.
But one senses that Keys is recalibrated here after a really wild period of 3 games where she was all askew from the baseline and with her serving. That was a far better service game. 3 double faults from that end. The game, 4 games prior, a lot sharper on that occasion. Can she continue the momentum? We'll find out after this, but perhaps we get to a...
Let's get to some messages
quick message.
Yep.
I love it. Tony, writing from Darwin in the Northern Territory, where they're right in the midst of wet season.
Monsoon season, we call it. You know, wet season's right.
Hi team, I'm back in rainy, stormy Darwin after attending the AO on Monday and Tuesday. Fantastic to be in John Cain on Monday night for the Popper and Muller 5-setter. It was a great match, cracking atmosphere, a heartbreaker for the Australian, but an outstanding performance from both the young Frenchmen in deep in tiebreakers in the 4th and the 5th.
Yeah, it was a good crowd as well out there, as always.
My suggestion for tennis players as movie characters is the special case Kokkinakis and Kyrgios, who will be on court later on today in the doubles. They won the doubles here 4 years ago, playing the comedy duo Martin and Mike in Bad Boys.
Oh, okay.
Played by Martin Lawrence and Will Smith.
Yeah.
The special case have the right amount of kookiness to play these protagonists.
I like it.
Oh, that's a really good one, Tony. I like that a lot, and I hope you had a great time in Melbourne and enjoy it up there. Hopefully not too long, well, probably 3 or so months until the dry season starts to roll around.
It'll be a good time up there. Now, Ashlyn Krueger is serving for the second set. First serve goes into the net. It's 5-4. There's the serve. Into the net. Double faults, and it's love 15. It's a nervy second serve.
It was a nervy second serve, and having played well to get a grip in this second set and then accelerate away, in part helped by her rivals, waywardness for a while, Madison Keys. Now the pressure comes. She's unable to serve it out the first time. Can she find a way in the second game?
Forehand up the middle of the court here from Krueger. It was a heavy return from Keys. Krueger again just struggling with that pace. It's love 30.
And the feet have stopped moving, Pete. The feet have stopped moving. All of a sudden, just with the pressure, match time is just ticked over 1 hour, 1 hour and 1 minute as Madison Keys trying to get this second set back on even keel, trailing 4-5.
Serve here onto the forehand of Keys, goes long. Second serve. Keys well back from the baseline as the serve comes in. It's a double fault again. Oh dear, this is not a good game from Ashley Krueger. It's love 40.
And that significant advantage at 5-2 in this match of set of wildly swinging momentum. It looks like it's going to continue a roller coaster here, Pete, in the second set.
So love 40, break back points here for Keys to bring it back to 5-all. Krueger, the serve onto the forehand of Keys at the middle of the court. Off forehand from Krueger, good angle. Cross-court backhand from Keys, matched by Krueger. Up middle of the court, Keys, a deep backhand. Now play a deep forehand onto the forehand of Krueger. That's even better. Wow, that was travelling from Krueger with some heat. Cross-court forehand winner, 15-40.
That one struck like lightning, Pete. Absolute thunderbolt of a forehand. Mid-court and bang, just walloped that one away. 141 kilometres an hour. That is a well-struck forehand.
As the serve comes in. Back here by Keys. Floating ball near the baseline. Point at the line by Krueger. They go backhand to backhand now. Just trapped nicely by Keys. And we'll step into one cross court. Krueger is there. And now that's wild again from Keys. Looking to change direction up the line with her forehand. Send it well wide. It's 30-40.
Lucky the ball girl was crouching on that occasion, because that one just rifled between the net post and where the ball girl was sitting. That's how far it was wide.
So 30-40. It's good to see McCartney Kessler coming back out onto Rod Laver Arena after that medical timeout. An ace out wide for Krueger. Keys wants to see where that landed. She can't quite believe it. We are at juice. She looks at the close call. It just straight through the line, no problem.
Well, it was short and wide, and I can understand why she might have been a bit confused, because to find that spot, that precision from where it landed, very short, just over the net. Great angle, incredible angle, really.
The serve down the tee misses from Krueger. She's now 2 points away from the set. The second serve onto the forehand of Keys, up the line and too big. So well done here from Krueger to fight back in this game. She's got set points.
And it's been through aggression and some fantastic shot making, because, wow, Madison Keys will be wondering, where did this all go wrong if she can't actually manage to find a way back in, having had those 3 game points to level, 3 break points to level.
So set point Krueger. The serve goes long. Second serve. Blustery day as she prepares. Second serve set point. The serve onto the off forehand, hammered by Keys, blocked back by Krueger. A short ball. Keys goes the other direction and gets the result in the juice court for a winner. We're back to juice.
Now, I talked about the other day, Pete, when in the opening round match, she faced a couple of set points in the first set tiebreaker and went bang, 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 bang. We saw that last year in her semi-final against Swiatek, and again in the final where she just out-clubbed right on big points, found the range. That was a demonstration there.
There's the serve here. Oop, take 2 on the ball toss.
Clutch tennis under pressure.
Absolutely. High forward juice. Krueger serving. The backhand of Keys up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Krueger. Big forehand from Keys. Matched by Krueger. No, into the nets. So another break-back point. The 4th opportunity for Keys here at advantage. Tension in this game. 1 hour and 5 on the Rolex.
See Krueger just kicked the ground a little bit just to recheck herself. Still alive, still the person in the ascendancy in terms of the set score.
As Krueger serves down the tee, just misses the ace. Second serve. And this one is a double fault, and she's handed the break back to Madison Keys. She looks at her team. She's got a forlorn look on her face because there was an opportunity missed. It's 5 games all.
3 double faults for mine in that service game, Pete. Again, it's a tricky end to serve from Madison Keys. It tripped her up about midway through it 2-all in the second set. Well, now at 5-all, what can Keys do? Can Krueger find a way? She needs to put that one out of her head, because again, she's still only a couple of games away from leveling this match. right in this second set. Scoreboard, whilst she's lost the last 3 games, it is 5-all.
So we wait now for Keys to serve. Onto the forehand of Krueger. Deep ball up the line goes Keys. Deeper into the 8 court. Way back in the court is Krueger for that cross-court backhand. Now cross-court forehand goes into the net. And it's 15-love.
Just the body language is a little alarming though, isn't it? Just the look of disappointment at the end of that service game. And then that occasion, just the head was down afterwards. You're up and about. Try and get yourself up and about in this service game, returning game.
As the serve. Out wide onto the backhand of Krueger. Cross court. Goes long. And it's 30-love.
30-love.
Reminiscent of your first serve, Pete. Nice, flat and hard to the backhand wing.
Look, it's flat. No, hard. No. Mine's an ice cream. Soft serve. As the backhand goes long from Keys. We've never played. We've never hit together.
I'm told. Your reputation precedes yourself, Pete.
For years I've been trying, you and Campers, just shunning the invitation as the serve comes in. Not every day can win the media tournament at Wimbledon. There's a slice forehand here from Krueger. Doesn't need to be played. Keys goes wide. It's 30-15.
I certainly cannot claim that, Pete. You have won.
Too right.
Wimbledon title.
Thankfully, you're not
Pete
in the draw.
has a Wimbledon title to his name. I love it.
Absolutely. Don't worry. Did I spend some time dining out on that? As I said, it was doubles too, but I'm treating it like a singles as the serve goes into the net.
So you should. It's still an official.
Hello to Simon Graf, my partner in the finals. The serve here. Backhand into the net from Krueger. And it's 40-15. So Keys now back on track here, it's looking like.
Yeah, and we talked about the body language. As I said, it's been quite a bewildering match, Pete, because just incredible how the momentum changed from 2-all in the second set. Madison Keys lost her way, but she's really recalibrated. And what we'd seen in the first set, the superior player, she's reasserted her control here.
As we'll see, she plays the backhand up the middle of the court. Backhand to backhand into the net again from Krueger. And, well, Krueger will be serving to stay in the match now. We're on serve at 6-5 in the second set on AO Radio.
Let's hope that she doesn't feel defeated.
Yeah.
There is a little defeatist attitude about the way, well, a defeatist appearance about the way she sort of walked to the chair, the way she dropped serve to allow Keys to level at 5-all after having a set point which was saved by Keys with a phenomenal forehand return that allowed her to whip the ball back up the line.
Let's go into some more messages because this may be the last game of this particular match. We're not sure.
Kenny
Hello,
writing from Yellowknife in Canada.
Right.
And I suspect it's a little brisk, and sure enough, if you want cold, come to Yellowknife, Canada. It's negative 32 degrees Celsius right now.
Negative 32.
Almost 5 p.m. here. So
at 5 p.m. Negative 32 at 5 p.m.
So needs to go and walk the Husky. There's 3 pairs of trousers, 2 double cricket jumpers. Now, double cricket jumpers, they're very thick jumpers, the cricket jumpers. A massive coat, 3 hats, 2 pairs of mittens, and 2 thick woolen scarves. And I'm ready to take Sparks for his day out. I love it. Go Sparks.
Kenny, can I ask you, get right into us again, Kenny, please? Why would you live in a place where you have to do that to walk your dog?
I'm sure it's spectacularly beautiful, particularly in summer.
Well, I'll go and visit.
You should put Federer for James Bond, specifically Roger Moore, because he's sure to be a killer on court, a suave killer on court.
Well, he is. We know that. Krueger serving to stay in the match here. More of your messages in a sec. It's 5-6. Second serve on this opening point. The point at the line from Keys goes wide. And it is 15-love.
And just a correction from Tony from Darwin in the Northern Territory. She said that the bad boy characters were were Martin and Mike. No, Marcus and Mike for Thanasi and Nick.
Thank you. I wouldn't have known, so I can work with that.
Appreciate the
correction.
I
like to keep things right on our radio. Backhand up the middle of the court from Krueger. Cross-court forehands from both players. Now Keys going back up the line, putting that into the net too. So it's 30-love, and she's not happy. She's just shaking that off at the back of the court.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
Yes. Hello to Candy, who's coming up later on today.
Gives herself a pat on the left thigh.
Serve here from Krueger onto the backhand of Keys. It goes cross court. Middle of the court, the forehand is Krueger. Forehand middle of the court from Keys, who will now play a forehand to the forehand of Krueger. We're just staying centrally at the moment. It's that both players playing topspin backhands. Krueger will switch to a forehand, not the right option. Just slam that into the net. It's 30-15.
Yeah, interesting. No, I suppose, direction change from Madison. Straight back down the middle. And that was good enough to try and, a game of chicken almost. And it was Krueger that blinked first, went for the off forehand, not in the position to hit it, and drew the error.
As the serve here, onto the forehand of Keys. Deep ball right on the baseline. Krueger's reply was an awkward half volley. Touched the top of the net, fell back on her side. Keys 2 points away now. It's 30 all.
Just a blistering return there. Caught her right out of position. No reaction time as she touched on. There was a little awkward moment for Keys. I think she saw that one clip the top of the net and hoped, let's bounce back the other way. Got fortunate, 30 all, but it was courtesy of a brilliant return.
As the serve. Onto the forehand here of Keys. In the middle of the court, she'll play backhand cross court, deep ball. Krueger digging it out with some angle. Back that way from Keys and into the net again, trying to hustle. Is Ashley Krueger not able to do so, and it's match point for Madison Keys at 30-40.
Yeah, and her body language portraying her disappointment yet again. Fell off that one. Looked disconsolate afterwards. Madison Keys takes a couple of deep breaths and in position.
Match point for Keys. Krueger's serve onto the backhand of Keys. Krueger up the middle of the court into the nets. Well, a little bit of a bumpy ride in the second set, but Madison Keys looking particularly good out here on Cain Arena. A nice embrace between the two players, giving each other a hug. 6-1, 7-5. She salutes the capacity crowd on Cain Arena. Looked particularly good, just a little wobble towards the end, but she got that back on track nicely, and she moves through to round 3 of the Australian Open again.
Yeah, beaming, a big smile. She waved away the handshake, Pete, from Krueger, instead went in for the hug.
Yeah, and
nice. I think had a couple of words of encouragement for her rival, who, for a period in that second set, had her rattled. Whether it was more the dip in the Keys level, I think that was probably the case, as opposed to Krueger playing anything incredible. But there were moments that Krueger will walk away from this and think, okay, there are lessons I can take from this. I troubled the champion there for a period. I was able to go with her for a period. Just need to sustain my level a little bit longer. I had a set point deep in that second set, not quite able to convert. The body language for mine will be one, but she can go away. She's still very young in the infancy of her career at 21.
We're going to hear from her on court in a moment. As Ashley Krueger has just left, she'd be disappointed. Opportunity lost, I think, in that second set. But great performance from Madison Keys.
Well, Maddie,
let's hear from our winner with Renee Stubbs.
Again to the third round here of the Australian Open. Maddie, I'd like to just ask you, the first set was just incredible. The level was amazing. Obviously, Ashley got a little bit better there in the second set, but just take me through the mindset of how things sort of changed around there.
I think I started really well, and I think Ashlyn started a little bit slow. And then I was fully expecting her to raise her level, which she did. But I think, it just kind of got away from me a little quickly. And I just really wanted to, even if I lost a set, just make sure I tried to get back in the set, just try to figure out where my game kind of went and be able to at least get a few more points on the board. And then once I kind of got that momentum, I just tried to sink my teeth into the set and do whatever I could to get back into it.
Last year, you came in here to the Australian Open playing great. You won Adelaide, and you had all the matches under your belt. But assess how you feel about your game coming into this year comparative to last year.
I think last year, I played some unbelievable tennis, and it's one of those things where you just kind of have moments in your career where things just are going right, and that's kind of how it felt for a couple of weeks. But even then, I feel like there were still moments throughout AO last year where things got really tricky, and I think it's easy to look back and kind of romanticize it and think I played unbelievable tennis, but everyone likes to remind me that I'm the losingest Grand Slam champion, where I lost more games than anyone in history while winning a Grand Slam. So obviously, there was some room for improvement there still. So I just think that, having that kind of reminder is that, things can happen at any moment as long as you just try to keep yourself in matches and, do the best that you can every single day.
Well, certainly the tally helped today, winning that first set so easily, so you're doing better. You're 2 sets today. But, Maddie, how nice is it to come back? And yes, everyone keeps reminding you that you're the defending champion and can you do it again and all that sort of stuff, but how nice is it to come back to Melbourne and walk onto these courts and know, yeah, guys, I haven't lost a match here in a long time?
It feels amazing being back as defending champion, and you know, I always had amazing memories here. It was my first semi-final of a Grand Slam here, so it felt very fitting to win my first Grand Slam here in front of all these amazing people. I've always loved coming to Melbourne, and to be able to lift that trophy last year was amazing. And you know, everyone keeps asking me if I'm going to do it again, hopefully. But at the same time, that was such an amazing experience, and no one can ever take that away from me. So whether or not I do repeat it, I still get to keep Daphne at home. So.
Okay, Maddie. Now, I don't know if you people in the crowd know or at home, but you are a bit of a coffee connoisseur. If anyone follows you on Instagram, you're always trying to get your coffee right, your latte, your milk froth. How is the game? Because you know Melbourne, I know you guys are pretty proud of your coffee, even though I'm from Sydney, but how's your coffee making skills, and have you tried to get a barista to help you here in Melbourne?
I think Bjorn and I are pretty good with our coffee game. We actually roast our own coffee beans at this point, so we're like elite snobs at this point. We're always open to some tips, but we kind of have every single piece of equipment in our house. So I also don't think that I want any more things in our house. I think we've officially reached capacity, but it is amazing to, you know, every single time you turn a corner, there's a coffee shop, and you always know you're going to get a good cup of coffee, which doesn't happen very often in the world. So very happy to be here, and very happy to always have a good cup of coffee.
Well, we saw Bjorn chomping down a croissant over there in the middle of the match, so I don't know if he missed it this morning.
He likes to have a box croissant, he calls it, a player box croissant, just in case he gets, I don't know if it's nervous or if he's just genuinely hungry, but you kind of look over and he's just snacking down on a croissant.
He's still doing it right now. Anyway, Maddie, great job today. Through the third round once again. Keep it going. Ladies and gentlemen, your defending champion.
I like that answer. I like that answer from Madison Keys. It doesn't matter what happens, I'm always going to have a replica of Daphne, the trophy at home, having won it last year. I like that level-headedness from Madison Keys.
Very self-deprecating as well, talking about losing the most games of any player to have won a Grand Slam. Well, she won the ones that mattered the most last year at Melbourne Park.
She says, "Hi, Mum." Madison Keys, she signed the camera lens. "Hi, Mom," with the M-O-M, of course. 1 hour and 13 minutes. She'll play the winner of Jannik Sinner and Karolina Pliskova. We're not really talking too much about, but that match will be on court 7, I think, a bit later on today, but you'd have to like her chances in that. And really, apart from that little wobble in the second set, she was in sparkling form.
Yeah, well, the first set, exceptionally impressive. Barely made a mistake. It was almost flawless tennis. Krueger found some rhythm, felt like she settled in after the first set, held the serve. It was really important for her to hold serve to get herself actually into the second set. And then from nowhere, just a big wobble. Keys, whether it was a concentration lapse, just a bit of a dip, she was serving at the difficult end with the sun sort of getting into her eyes. 3 double faults, drop serve, and that sparked a run of 11 straight points from Krueger, who must have had a bit of a confidence boost. She looked like she was appreciating the fact that Madison, from rifling winners past her, all of a sudden was rifling winners into the back fence. Yeah. It was quite a stark change. And then at 5-2, Madison, perhaps a little annoyed with herself, finds a way in. Krueger blinks.
Yep.
At 5-4, had a second chance to serve to level the match. Love 40 managed to find her way out of that initial hole, hold a set point. This is what champions do, Pete. They come up with the goods when it matters the most. She did it last year at Melbourne Park, deep in the semis, in the final, hitting winners of big points when she was under pressure. She did it in the opening round match when facing 2 set points in the tiebreaker. In the first set, was able to hit some winners and get herself out of trouble. She rifled an off-forehand winner that set up an easy put-away forehand. And from there, you could just see the air go out of Krueger. She just looked like, oh, that was my chance. And sure enough, within about 6 points. It was all over.
Done.
Keys, too good.
Yeah, absolutely. So well done to Madison Keys advancing through. Interesting section of the draw because some of the other matches that are underway at the moment will have a bearing on how Madison goes because she'll be playing some of these players along the way. Josh Herriot is taking a look at the board at the moment. There's plenty of singles matches going on, Josh, and one that might be reaching a conclusion on 1573.
Yeah, Oksana Selekhmetova with, she leads 5-2 in the second set, so she'll be serving for the match. In a few moments' time, a change of ends there. She took the first set 6-4 against Paula Badosa, so perhaps a bit of an upset there over on 1573 Arena. Musetti and Sonego, the Italians, are on Margaret Court Arena. It's 5-3 in favour of Musetti, but Sonego has brought up 2 break points here at 1540, so we'll keep an eye on that particular match. Karen Khachanov and also Nishesh Basava ready. Khachanov leads 2 sets to love. He won the first set 6-1 and 6-4, and Rinky Hichikata, the Australian, is down 2 sets. Valentin Vachereau won the first set 6-1 and then 6-3 in that second set.
And just the other score updates, Jakub Mensik is 2 sets up on court 13. Ciudad of Spain, and also, where's my other match? Baez and Dardari, the 22nd seed. They've split sets there. Baez, the second set, 6 games to 1, the diminutive Sebastian Baez.
Against the quite powerful Dardari, who certainly has some firepower in his game. Badosa, a semi-finalist here last year. We know she's had some injury issues at different stages. We've had our eye obviously on the matches we're covering, but I'd be interested to see whether she's struggling physically. Just hasn't quite been able to produce her best. There's a reason she sort of slid down to 25th seed here.
What we might do is, because it's love 30 for Badosa, we might squeeze in a quick break. On the other side of the break, we'll come back to Josh to get a sense of what's happening on 1573 Arena, and then we'll move our attention to Rod Laver Arena for what's looking like the conclusion of the match between McCartney Kessler and Jessica Pegula. But plenty more still to come. Stay with us. This is AO Radio.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
And we are here on Rod Laver Arena, but we're pausing for a moment because, Josh, let's go back to 1573 Arena. We may be reaching the conclusion of the match there.
Yeah, currently at deuce. Paula Badosa did have a couple of break points moments ago, but Selekhmetova has brought it back to deuce now. She's serving and a double fault.
Advantage, Badosa.
So we'll stay with you just to see how this game plays out, because it's 6-love 4-2 for the 6th seed Jessica Pegula here on Rod Laver Arena. So we'll stick with you the conclusion of this game at least.
Selekhmetova's a serve, an hour 28 on the Rolex clock. She's serving, and that one just wide. She took the first set 6-4 against Paula Badosa, but this would be quite the upset if she is to break through here. Breakpoint opportunity for Badosa. She's going with a forehand to forehand from the baseline, a forehand from Badosa to the backhand of Selikmetova. And then cross-court there from Badosa. And Selikmetova's forehand is long. So at 5-3, Badosa is in for the fight.
She certainly is. Keep an eye on that one. Thank you, Josh, for that. As we return to Rod Laver Arena and see McCartney Kessler hitting a great cross-court forehand winner. 6-love, 4-2 and juice. It looks like Pegula is in control. She won that first set. Kessler went off for a medical timeout, off-court medical timeout. She's back now, so a little bit more competitive, but it looks like the 6th seed has got this under control.
Yeah, it's been kept an eye on this one out of the corner of my eye, Pete, and at the end of that first set, before she went off for the medical assessment, Kessler was, I suppose, bending over very slowly. They were looking at the lower part of her back at the time. She had an extended period off. We saw Pegula talking to her team as she executes just a magnificent backhand sliced drop shot. The touch, feathery, Pete.
That's one where you go. That's your low laugh one. That's where you go. Oh, that's what that was right there.
And it's just magnificent, and Kessler nowhere near it, and means she's facing another break point. Jess Pegula just turns around and says, yep, I nailed that one without any show of emotion.
Didn't really blink at all. She's got the cross-court backhand. Kessler back in that direction. Now Kessler switching the forehand. Sits up. Pegula. Cross-court backhand. Backhand into the net in reply from Kessler. The come on you heard is from Jess Pegula. Rolling along beautifully here. 6-love will serve for the match next at 5-2.
She's been very, very composed throughout. It's been... We talked about the controlled aggression of Madison Keys for all but that little wild period in that second set. The match we've just covered with her victory over Ashlyn Krueger. Controlled aggression from Pegula as well. Two older American, the stars of American tennis, going up against two emerging talents from America. And in both instances, the experience, I guess the maturity, the level-headedness has run, has been the key, the ingredients, the secret to success. They've been on these big courts before. They've been there and done it. And it's just convincing performance here from Jess.
Certainly is. We want more of your messages coming through as well. aoradio@tennis.com.au, aoradio@tennis.com.au, or the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com/listen. Just scroll down the page a little bit. We've sort of been moved around on the page, but get down there. You'll see Ask the Booth. Fill out what you want to talk about and come back here wherever you're listening around the world. Even just give us an update on temperature. We love doing that around the world. Love to get listeners. Actually, do we have any listeners at the moment? It might be a bit early in the evening or the morning. Listeners from Africa. I love receiving from the African continent. A few more, please. South America. We'd like a few more from there too. If you're listening, write in. Tell us how you're enjoying Jessie Pegula. She's serving for the match. She's got a great cross-court backhand, a clean winner. This is quite comfortable at the moment with 56 on the Rolex and 15-love.
Just a magnificent cross-court backhand there. Jess, great to see her get through to that final of a Grand Slam a couple of years ago after stalling in the quarters for a few different attempts. She's just such a classy player, such a strong player in the WTA Tour, and I'm sure she's more than capable of challenging right at the deep end in Melbourne. She's played very, very well in this match.
Good forehand from Kessler. Now she goes with the forehand up the line. Full-on defense from Pegula. Throws up a high ball, not high enough though. Forehand drive volley into the open court from Kessler is good. It's 15-all.
Nice assertiveness there from the younger American. She moved into that ball well. The drive volley, Pete, again reminiscent of type of tennis I'm told you bring to the tour.
I'll come back to that in a sec. Let's go to Josh on 15.73 and match points.
Yeah, match point for Selikmetova after a double fault from Badosa, and her first serve is long, so she'll take the second serve. It'll be a mighty upset. Badosa to the back, to the forehand of Selikmetova, and it's netted, so we're at deuce. Back to you, Pete.
All right, just keep a watching brief back on you, Josh, because we're closing in on victory here. Pegula, 30-15. We'll come back to you in a sec, Josh, as the serve from Pegula down the tee, blocked back by Kessler into the net. So match point here, it's 40-15. We might have dueling match points. We'll see how that plays out. 40-15, 58 minutes on the Rolex. Pegula ready, and we'll wait for the serve to come in, and the serve, Out wide. Kessler hammers a point up the line. Blocked back by Pegula. Really short ball. Cross-court forehand. Pegula is there. Oh, the overhead from Kessler has gone long. She was looking directly into the sun. And it's been a tough day for McCartney Kessler, but the 6th seed, very comfortable. 6-love, 6-2, 58 minutes on court, and she'd be particularly pleased she got through that the way that she did.
Oh, wow. The last game alone, as we touched on Badosa's match over there, the precision, Pete, from 15 love, she just hit a magnificent forehand up the line that clipped the line. She walked back with a big smile on her face. The next point finds the outside of the line with the first serve. Beautiful serve. Brings up the match point, and then really cleverly played. A demonstration of a woman in complete control of her game, read the situation well. Instead of going for the big forehand passing shot winner, realised that Kessler at the net was going to be looking up into the sun. A lovely touch to put it up into an awkward position. Beautiful tennis from Jess Pegula, and a great win by her.
Now, McCartney Kessler has left the court quickly. Josh, let's go back to you. What happened with the rest of that game from Badosa?
Badosa held serve, so it's 5-4, but Badosa still down a break, so Selikmetova will be serving here for the match and to try and wrap this up in straight sets.
We're going to try and wrap this interview up in straight sets as well, Josh, and see if we can get back to you. Coco Vandeweghe is on court. Let's hear from Jess Pegula. If her mic's working. We'll get it in a sec. Here we go. Stand by.
Well, Jess, congratulations. I know it's never easy because I've been there myself to face a fellow American and someone that you played doubles with. Was it at all awkward a bit yesterday when you were playing doubles?
I don't think it was that awkward. I mean, it kind of, I think, sucked more than anything, you know. We've tried to hook up for doubles so many times, and I think we were just joking, like, of course, the time we actually are in the draw and ready to play, we play each other the next round in singles. So it's always tough, but, you know, she's great, her team's great, super cool family, so, you know, no worries.
Well, and that's one of the fun parts about being on the tour and having so many Americans in the draw. And I'm a little biased being an American myself to have that advantage. It's more interesting to me that you were able to turn that match around so quickly. You got up the break in the second set, let the break drop, but able to focus back. What are some of the key things that you pay attention to really jump back into your focus?
Well, it's hard because, you know, she took, you know, a medical off court. It was pretty long when you go off court. So I just tried to stay loose, got off to a really good start, which I was proud of, and then lost it kind of right back. But I mean, she's such a good competitor, so I knew at one point she was definitely going to find a way to start playing better and work her way into the match. So I think I maybe just got a little too passive at some point, but you know, she started ripping, being a little bit more aggressive, so I just had to adjust a little bit more, but I did a good job of you know, not panicking and just sticking to my game plan, and it worked.
Well, and you have half of your coaching team, which they have left you now officially. They're done. They felt like they had enough. But Mark Knowles was texting us in the commentary box a little bit, and he was impressed with your drop shots. Is this going to be a new Jess Pegula?
I actually drop shot quite a bit, but it comes in like these really big phases, and then we were talking about it today. He's like, you know, don't forget to drop shot a little bit. So I brought it out pretty quickly, and then I felt confident with it. It's a tool that sometimes I forget that I have.
Don't forget all the tools in your toolbox because you have plenty, but congratulations on getting through and good luck in the third round.
Thank you.
Well done to Jess Pegula getting through, and be pretty happy to get through the way that she did. 58 minutes on the Rolex clock. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to 1573 Arena and get an update from Josh. What is happening? Selikmetova, she's getting closer to the finish line.
Midway through a very long rally here, but she just double faulted. She's just won the point then to get to 30 all. She double pointed moments ago though, and it was 15 double faulted, and it was 15-30, but 30 all now. She's 2 points away from victory.
Yep, we'll stick with you for this one, Josh. Good crowd out there, 1573. They've been fantastic all week.
Yeah, they've been massive crowds all week. I think they've broken records every day of the tournament so far. Selikmetova to serve. She's up a set and a break. 2 points away from wrapping this match up. She's 7 to the forehand at Badosa, returns cross court there from Selikmetova. A blistering backhand, superb to bring up match point. Just her second appearance here at the Australian Open. She's never made the third round down here or at a Grand Slam in general. So Medvedev, she is looking to go down the tee. That one wide though. Match point at 40-30. 15-73 Arena. To the backhand of Badosa. Again to the backhand of Badosa. So Medvedev, that one just lofted up. She flattens it out with a cross-court forehand. Again, cross-court there from Medvedev. She's going with a slice backhand. Badosa to the forehand wing, and now she's going to the backhand wing is Badosa. So Medvedev having to defend, and her cross-court backhand is brilliant. And she seals the match 6-4, 6-4, and she is through to the third round at a Grand Slam for the very first time, defeating Paula Badosa in straight sets.
What a great moment that is for Oksana Selekhmetova, Courtney. You get a massive win on a massive stage. She's just been inside the world's top 100. She's going to get a massive boost by making it through to the third round.
And a demonstration of just how hard it can also be to close out players, an elite player like Badosa. She had to work exceptionally hard for that victory. Having led 5-2 in the second set, Badosa just kept on coming in. Even that match point, we were able to catch a glimpse of that on the screen. Even that match point, just such fight, such determination from the Spaniard to keep herself in that match, and it took that moment of brilliance. What a backhand to finish it off.
Superb, magnificent result there. Oksana Selekhmetova, the 23-year-old, winning through there, and that just sort of clears the path a little bit for Jess Pegula, because Selekhmetova will be her opponent in the next round. So interesting to see how that one will play out. We will take a break, Courtney, because what we'll do is we're going to bring you Novak Djokovic in his match on Rod Laver Arena, but we've got a little bit of time. We're going to go back to Cain Arena and give you kind of the opening stages of Ben Shelton and Dane Sweeney, and then we'll be back for Novak Djokovic and his match on Rod Laver Arena. Plenty more still to come. You won't miss a second of the action around the courts here on AO Radio for Day 5.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
We are, and we're back on Cain Arena. Ben Shelton's just held in the opening game of the match, and Dane Sweeney, since 1973, Dane Sweeney could become the first Aussie qualifier to defeat an ATP top 10 opponent at the Australian Open. There you go. There's a factoid for you.
Got a long way to go yet. He's got to get on the board first and then get 3 sets against this exceptionally talented American. But great to see Dane out there. I went through going back yesterday after his win, and you talk about these players and where they come from and the long roads, and Dane outside the top 600 for a little period last year. He went through a patch, Pete, where he was able to snare just 2 wins at the lowest tier in 8 weeks, travelling through from Nottingham in the UK through to the US, through places like Little Rock, and playing a lot of low-tier events. Just only 7 months ago, he pocketed $2,500 US through that 8-week stint. But here he is, and his results got better and better as the year went on. Here he is playing a guaranteed $225,000 Australian and great to see him playing it on this stage. It's a really hard-working young man. He was pondering what he might do, whether it was worth continuing, because if you're playing for that much, you're not covering your travel, you're not covering your expenses. Now this gives him an opportunity to go through, and his win over the great Gael Monfils.
That's right, it was a roller coaster on Kia Arena, wasn't it?
It's wonderful to see. So look, players come from all shapes and sizes, as you can see. Shelton, the magnificent physique, just one of the world's, I'd argue, the best serve in the world. It's just such a phenomenal delivery against a man standing 1.7 metres tall from Australia, who is enjoying a fine career moment here.
So he hits a nice +1, by the way. Got the power, he's got a bit of that. It's 30-15. You can hear the crowd in the background enjoying it.
Bit of pop on that forehand for a man short of stature, but big in game when he's in the position.
And hard. He hits a body serve. Wow, that's a hell of a return from Shelton. No, it went long. So it's 40-15. The crowd's just going to jump on board with him, and they're going to file in once they realise that the Aussies out there. They're going to get very noisy very quickly.
Without a doubt. And that was a quick one there, obviously, on Kia. So people will be still making their way in from around the grounds.
So 5 minutes on the Rolex. Let's see if we can finish off this game. Serve goes into the net. We will be back for Novak Djokovic. He's coming up on Rod Laver Arena in about 36 minutes from now. There's the serve. He's coming in serve volleying. He has to play a low forehand volley, put that into the net. Good return from Shelton. So 40-30.
I don't mind the change in tactics, the difference in what he's doing. He, against a man with the firepower of Shelton, he's going to have to change it up, going to have to try and keep Shelton off balance, disrupt the rhythm if he can. He's got good hands. Not on that occasion. It was a really nice return, dipping right at his toes, but good to see him willing to throw in the surprise tactic.
As you got the forehand in the middle of the court, backhand from Shelton's defensive, forcing Sweeney back. It's a cross-court forehand, cross-court backhand from Shelton, takes the net, falls back on his side. Fist pump from Sweeney. We're at 1 game all now in this opening set. Messages coming through.
And make sure you keep them coming in to ausopen.com. You can fill out the Ask the Booth form. You have to scroll down the screen just a little bit to find it, but give us some information. You can email us as well at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Tell us where you're from. Tell us what's going on in your part of the world, what you're looking forward to today at Melbourne Park, and also a little bit of a competition. Tell us which tennis players you believe would be superb as actors. Now we have here an email from Emily from San Diego. Love the coverage. The weather in San Diego, predictably great.
Now that would be all right. That's okay. I can work with that.
Suggestion for the contest is rather dramatic. Elena Svitolina as Ilsa in Casablanca. I think there is a resemblance to Ingrid Bergman.
Big forehand up the line here from Sweeney, and Shelton knows he's going to be in for a match. It's love 15.
The boxing kangaroo flag in the crowd, but I think most think Elena would be quite believable at making great sacrifice for a patriotic and great cause. Just cause. Love that email. Thank you, Emily, and enjoy San Diego.
Shelton here at love 15. The serve. Out wide onto the backhand of Sweeney. That goes long. So it's 15 all. Messages coming through the afternoon. So if we can squeeze a few more in before we do a commentary change, which is coming up imminently. As we wait now for Shelton. The serve, blocked back here by Sweeney into the nets. So it's 30-15, and Sweeney's ability to maintain his level will be the big question mark, because we know Shelton's going to be playing a really high level for long periods of time.
He came through, I think, probably one of the hardest opening round draws against Hugo Humbert, who was ranked 33, just missed the seedings by 1. Really telling the player he'd been to the 4th round here 3 times. Great match. We called that one on Rod Laver Arena.
Ace for Shelton, 40-15.
And Shelton, I thought, played superbly in that match. He was able to win through tight moments, clutch moments, and did an exceptionally good job.
As the serve comes in, blocked back by Sweeney, and coming forward, Shelton. Oh, he made a hash of that. The ball just popped up, and he just went, and it went long. It's 40-30. We'll do a commentary change after this game.
Switch.
Chris Bowers, freshly laundered, I hope. Yes, you did your laundry this morning. Good. Jamie Flawless, who always looks flawless. As the serve coming in, blocked back here by Sweeney. Cross-court forehand from Shelton up the line. Oh, yes! That's a nice pass. And we're at deuce.
And just the smile on his face as that one went past the backhand wing of the incoming Shelton. He was pumping his fists already, Pete. That was a beautiful backhand.
Well, it brings the crowd into the equation. Don't worry about that. They're having a great time on Cain Arena. If Dane Sweeney can construct some points like that, as Shelton's first serve goes into the net. As the second serve, Shelton serves onto the backhand of Sweeney, goes long. So Shelton has avantage. We go to 2-1 in this opening set. Raucous crowds, and Jamie and Chris will be bringing you some of this. Then going back into Rod Laver Arena for Novak Djokovic. Serve out wide, blocked back by Dane Sweeney. Just a forehand from Shelton. Now goes to the cross backhand onto the cross forehand of Sweeney, who's in the middle of the court playing backhand. Slice backhand there from Shelton. Sweeney with a forehand up the line, too big. He's missed that, and Shelton knows he's in for a match. It is 2-1. We're on serve here in the opening set on Cain Arena. That's it. Thanks, Courtney.
Absolute pleasure to be with you, Pete.
Likewise. We'll take a break, and we've got Chris, and we've got Jamie, and everyone's ready to go. And plenty more still to come. A big day here on AO Radio.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
Very good afternoon to you from Chris Bowers, and alongside me Jamie Forlis. And we have the match between Ben Shelton and Dane Sweeney, and I'm delighted to be alongside an Australian because while I have followed a little bit of Dane Sweeney's career, I don't know that much about him. He's gone through qualifying, hasn't he?
He has. I'm very excited to be here today and to be able to watch Dane. He's done a tremendous job over the last couple of months getting his ranking back inside the 200s.
Which qualified him for the qualifying tournament, but he wasn't given a wild card.
No, so we had some tournaments end of year in which the highest, or the person that did the best during those tournaments would be awarded a wild card, and James Duckworth was the recipient of that, and unfortunately Dane didn't get a wild card, but nonetheless for him to qualify is still an amazing job and shows how talented he is.
Well, he is certainly matching it with the 8th seed, Ben Shelton at the moment. Hits a forehand across court. Shelton up the line. A volley from Sweeney. A defensive volley from Shelton on the baseline of Sweeney. Sweeney plays a very sensible high lob, which lands us inside Shelton's baseline. Forehand Shelton. Backhand from Sweeney. A slice from Shelton is drifting wide. What a good point for Dane Sweeney.
What a great point. We're going to see a lot of those points today. We're going to see a bit of everything. We're going to see Dane sliding around the court. We're going to see him stretching. He puts his body on the line when he plays, and he plays with a lot of flair, which is very exciting to see.
Yes, love the flair. And of course, so does Ben Shelton.
And yes, both players do.
So we're going to get some good entertainment in this match. We already have. It's the 4th game, 30-15. Sweeney at 1-2, backhand return. Forehand Sweeney to the forehand of Shelton. Forehand Sweeney. Shelton with his forehand mid-court. Backhand from Sweeney into the net. He was looking to flatten it out. just rob Shelton of time.
Yeah, definitely. Dane has the ability to come up to the court, in which he did, to try and hit the ball much harder. And we see that a lot during Dane's game. He does like to step up and crunch the ball, and over the last couple of months, him and his team have done a big job of him trying to find a lot more confidence on his forehand side, and that's with him trying to flatten out the ball, be aggressive.
It's a question of robbing your opponent of time, isn't it?
Yes.
The closer you can get in. 30 all. Sweeney serves out wide. A chip from Shelton. He's wide of the doubles angle, but he plays that down the line from Sweeney. He's missed it. Ooh. Such a good serve. Opened up the court. And there was the flat forehand.
That was the flat forehand, but he's hitting it, which is much better to see than him. He can get a little bit pushy at times, just a little bit passive, but if that ball is there to be hit, he has to hit it, and just next time a little bit more margin. Doesn't need to be so close to the lines.
So it's a break point for Shelton. Sweeney serving into the body. Back and return is netted. Good body serve.
Great body serve by Dane. It's a serve that we're going to see a lot of today, and he's going to use is that body serve into Shelton.
Is he a flamboyant character?
Dane?
Yes.
Very with the flow, spiritual, very calm.
Okay. It's a great name, Dane Sweeney.
It's a great name.
And I was thinking sort of, you could almost build a detective around him. It's like a sort of a detective TV series or books. Backhand from Shelton, deep to the forehand of Sweeney. Good angle from Sweeney. Shelton is there though. Forehand from Sweeney. Backhand from Shelton. Sweeney with a forehand. Both players feeling each other out now. Shelton goes up the backhand wing. It's a chipped backhand from Sweeney. That's just called out. It seemed to hang in the air. Slight delay on the call coming.
Well, maybe we can... Well, is that a hint to our movie character?
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely. Who could Dane Sweeney play? I mean, just the name. Yes. I'll try and describe him in a second. He's facing a break point at the moment. He serves. Backhand return from Shelton. Forehand Sweeney. A slice from Shelton. A lot of air on that one. Sweeney goes cross court to the 200 of Shelton. Defensive backhand by Sweeney. Good depth on it. Forehand from Shelton. Sweeney making a lot of running behind his baseline. About 3 meters behind, but the rally goes on. Backhand Sweeney. Cross court netted. And the scream is from Shelton because he's broken for 3-1.
A lot of positive body language from Shelton early on. Very pumped up. He knows how important it is to make the early break. I don't think Dane played a bad point or a loose game in a way, just a couple errors. But when the ball's there to be hit, he has to hit it, which is what he's done. Just margin for error needs to improve.
And he's up against a top 10 player here. I suspect he's probably... Did he not play somebody a couple of years ago, Sweeney? Somebody ranked quite high. I'm working off memory at the moment here, so I may be wrong. Anyway, he's here now. He's up against Ben Shelton, the 8th seed. Left-hander from Florida. Serves into the body. Forehand return is deep from Sweeney. Forehand from Shelton. I keep forgetting he's a left-hander, so now he plays a two-hander to the forehand of Sweeney. Forehand from Shelton into out is a winner. Beautiful shot. Short angle.
Incredible short angle by Shelton there. I thought it was just going wide, but he was able to get his left hand on the outside of the ball.
He has got some tape, Shelton, on his right thigh. I suspect that's probably just a bit of a comfort blanket. Don't think it's a serious injury, but you never know. Novak Djokovic, who will have on court in about half an hour's time, he's also got an awful lot of tape on his right shoulder. And when you are about 4 months off your 39th birthday, I suspect you can have a few.
There would be a little bit of taping.
Played a few matches.
Yep, just a few.
Shelton at 30 love. Serves down the centre, off the top of the net and long. Looks like he's about to explode when he has the serve. It's a calm start and then the ball toss and a real wristy kick. It's gone long though. And that ball, I think, did it hit the ball, girl? Shelton apologised.
It didn't look like she didn't flinch.
She didn't.
She stood there.
I think it's just... Oh, she did. She got out of the way of it.
She just ducked.
Yeah, and
but that second serve going at 171 kilometres.
Yes. But she wouldn't be a ball girl here if she didn't have some decent reactions. Roger Federer always used to hit the ball quite hard at ball kids. Trusted them to react, and most of them did. 40-15. It's been a good start from Dane Sweeney, but if one of the next 2 points goes to Shelton, it'll be 4-1, which looks pretty brutal. Good serve down the middle. A lovely return from Sweeney. Now low volley from Sweeney into the corner. Shelton cross court. Oh, winner! How did Shelton...
What a get!
That is anatomically impossible.
That is an incredible get, all the way to his backhand side. Flicks it with the right wrist. Absolutely incredible movement across the court. Lunged from the left side of the doubles lines to the right side of his other doubles lines to pass Dane at the net, when Dane did a great job of actually covering all angles, but not the impossible.
Dane Sweeney, welcome to the top 10. New player, top 10er. I mean, he played a really good low volley. The ball was moving away from Shelton, and even to get a racket to that was pretty impressive. And I thought, at the very least, he takes the right hand off and looks to chip it with the left. But he kept the right hand on, and it was really a right-handed forehand, wasn't it?
Yep, and he hit it clean. He didn't shank any part of it either. Left hand fist pump goes up.
Just a little look at his dad.
Shows off the biceps.
I covered his dad at Wimbledon in the 1990s.
No way!
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was... yes, it was... He was a good player. He got to the 4th round one year. Yeah. And just a lovely man.
Is that the year you covered?
Well, my first Wimbledon was 1990 as a journalist.
Yeah.
I was barely out of school, I hasten to add. No, I've been working in the profession for a couple of years. And so, yes, I was there. I don't think I've missed a Wimbledon since then.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, I think I've worked at every one since 1990. But, Sweeney serving at 1-4. That is a scoreline that does not do him any favours at all. But at least he's on the first point of the 6th game. Shelton nets a forehand.
So important to win the opening point. It's not like he's playing terrible tennis to get himself 1-4 down. Shelton's just played the bigger points, a little bit more solid. I think part of Dane's game is having to take it to Shelton, and that could enforce many unforced errors, which we've seen so far.
Let's just cross briefly to the ANZ Arena. Josh Herriot's watching Hashanov and Basavaredi.
Yes, it's 30 love at the moment. Now 40 love and 3 match points here for Karen Khachanov against Nishar Basavaredi. And a big moment as well, Chris, on Kia Arena with Rinky Hijikata taking the 3rd set against Valentine Vachereau. So a massive moment there for the Australian. But 3 match points here for Khachanov. He's serving down the tee to Basavaredi, and now cross-court forehand is a clean winner. And for the 8th consecutive year, Karen Khachanov is through to the 3rd round of the Australian Open. He does it in straight sets on ANZ Arena.
So all 3 of the leading Russians are still in the tournament. Basavaredi is coached by Gilles Savara, who for many years coached Daniil Medvedev. Dane Sweeney's got the crowd with him here. This is just the John Cain Arena effect.
It's the John Cain Arena effect. I was just out there before this, and it's electric.
Well, it's a great atmosphere as Sweeney serves at 30-15. Backhand return, and that's too good for Sweeney.
Shelton just sitting on that backhand return. Didn't really hit it that deep either, but took time away from Sweeney, and it was the rushed, unforced error from Dane.
Yeah, he hit it from within the baseline, didn't he?
Yeah, it took a lot of time away from Dane, which we've already seen in this match.
So serve out wide by Sweeney, chipped return, sits up for Sweeney, who goes to the forehand and hits a clean winner.
It's a great point by Dane, just spreading his opponent wide off the serve, the ball going away from Shelton, and when you get a short ball inside the service line, that forehand can go anywhere. And I love that he was able to follow the ball to the net.
Sweeney wearing a sort of slightly dusty navy blue shirt, white shorts. He serves the backhand of Shelton. Shelton goes long, and Sweeney just clenches the fist because he's held serve for the 2nd time, and it's 2-4.
Important game to hold there for Dane. Just to continue to have that confidence building into this match. I know there's over 5 sets, it's a long way to go, but these matches against these players can turn so quickly. And a 5-set match can turn into 3 sets and you're out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything from about an hour and 20 to 5 hours.
Yep.
So I'd describe Sweeney for you. He's a medium build. He looks very fit without being massively muscular. He's not that tall, is he?
No.
As Shelton serves into the net. Sort of got, is it light brown, slightly reddish hair, just touching his collar. 400 turn from Sweeney is into the net, and I noticed a lot of moustaches.
He used to have a mullet.
He had the mullet, did he?
He had the mullet,
Okay,
yeah.
but he's got a moustache now. I've noticed a lot of moustaches in Australia. They're obviously more popular here than elsewhere. Shelton out wide, but into the net. Second serve from the American. To the forehand of Sweeney, forehand Shelton, backhand from Sweeney, backhand Shelton, making Sweeney run to a pushed forehand. Good use of the pushed shot by Sweeney. Hitting with a lot of air, which gives him time to recover. Now brings Shelton into the net. Shelton goes wide. I thought that was very smart from Sweeney.
Very smart. Dane just using all shots, and he's a very crafty player, so his ability to use the slice, hit over it, change pace is something to his strength, and he has to bring that out today against someone like a Shelton. And especially his court position, Dane's court position can get quite far back on the court, so having the ability to come forward or hold more baseline.
24 years old, current ranking 182. Dane Sweeney. Second serve from Shelton. It's to the backhand of Sweeney. That's a great return, and Shelton can't do anything with that. Basically, Sweeney did what Shelton did to him in the last game. Took the return so early that just a good block off the middle of the strings.
Definitely, and now during the day, it's also starting to get hotter, so the balls are going to start bouncing a little bit higher. They're going to be flying. Taking away time from your opponent is so important.
Say hotter, I mean, it's all relative. It's the coolest day of the week, but it was a bit cool last night when we had those outbursts. Shelton comes into the net, a lob from Sweeney. That's an easy put away by Shelton.
But especially on a court like John Cain, where the court is in terms of stadium, you're right in the sun. You don't get that shade.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. 30 all, 4-2. Ben Shelton serving into the body. Chipped at the top of the net on the way through. I like the use that Sweeney's making of the chipped forehand. There are some coaches that don't really encourage that. They only want it as a real change-up, but he's buying himself time.
Yeah, it's really interesting you say that, because I think you can use it, but you've got to use it in the right way. I think sometimes Dane can get a little bit pushy off it.
Pushes that one, it's a short one. Brings Shelton into the net, across court. Shelton plays a low volley. Sweeney gets to that, and it's into the net, and Sweeney does the splits.
You will see that quite a lot. You'll hear us saying, he's rolled over, he's tumbled, he's in the splits.
He's made of rubber, is he?
Yes, yes. But like that point, Dane didn't need to use the slice. Get there and hit the ball. The slice ended up being inside service line, and Shelton's ability to attack Dane off it is just way too easy.
40-30, point for 5-2. Shelton serves. Second serve from Shelton. Into the body, pushed, and it won't get in, up to the net. That was a good body serve. Credit to Shelton for that one.
That was a great body serve by Shelton. Dane did a little bit of a pancake, tried to get the ball going around, but when you have such a high-level server, it's always incredibly tough to return those types of serves, especially when it's coming so fast. That last serve being 181 kilometres.
When you say it's a pancake, I mean, basically he puts the racket up in front of his face.
And then tries to go inside out with the pancake grip.
Oh, okay. Oh, the pancake grip.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I was about to say, I couldn't imagine anyone tossing a pancake the way Sweeney tried to.
But, no, pancake grip. Sorry, my bad.
No problem. This is the 5th day of the Australian Open. We do the first round across 3 days, so this is, by the end of today, assuming we don't have any rain, we will have completed the second round. We'll have the third round lineup. Third round is the round of 32. And the tournament director, Craig Tiley, is on the Rod Laver Arena, carrying all sorts of merchandise, and not sure what he's doing there. Just a reminder about our competition, which we have running. We have a $50 voucher for the Australian Open shop to give away to the listener who has the most creative approach to this question. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. We obviously talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life, but we're basically turning the tables. So which movie characters could you see a tennis player playing? And Sweeney, has he made that smash?
The lights didn't go off.
The lights didn't go off. Shelton is looking down as if there's a mark. I think no, it counts as good. Yeah, that ball apparently caught the line. So anyway, yes, you don't have to judge a tennis player's acting ability. Assume that they are good actors. But we're just looking at sort of build, personality type.
We had some great entries.
We've had some great entries so far. Yes. And, you can go... Someone suggested someone from, was it Lara Croft Tomb Raider, which is an animation. There's the Marvel characters. They're all animations. So, it doesn't have to be a real person, but someone who is noted from a film. A movie.
And we did have the discussion yesterday. It has to be a movie, right? It cannot be a TV series.
No, it can't be a TV series. It can be a sort of slightly offbeat movie, but if it's an offbeat movie, do tell us something about the movie, because we'll need to look it up and just sort of get a sense of it. And the closing date for the competition is 5 p.m. Melbourne time on Sunday. And if you want to know what 5 p.m. is, well, 5 p.m. is in 3 hours 40 minutes from now. Sweeney and 30-15. 2-5 down. Same thing with the new balls. Second serve from the Australian. It's to the backhand of Shelton. Forehand from Sweeney. Oh, he slips a bit to Sweeney, but he's on his feet again. It's a jump backhand. Shelton's there. Sweeney plays a lovely half volley at the net. The rally goes on. Wrong footer from Sweeney. Has he caught the line? He has!
He's caught the line. Shelton left it at the net. Thought it was going to fly long, but caught the edge of the line. There's going to be so many highlight reels after this one.
Yeah, you can have a highlights of the highlight reels. Yeah, you're right. Shelton did pull out of that. He had a play with his backhand volley.
Just thought it was going to go long.
40-15. Points for 3-5. Good serve from Sweeney. Shelton's return goes deep. Jump backhand from Sweeney. Forehand Shelton. Forehand Sweeney. A slice from Shelton. A slice from Sweeney, who comes into the net. Shelton goes down the line. Cut off by Sweeney, but he nets his volley. I love the move.
Same. I love the move, and he's definitely there. I just think sometimes he tries to do a little bit too much and wants to put too much on the ball. Shelton was so far in the right corner in his backhand corner where that volley just needed to land in the service line, and Shelton wasn't going to get to it, but just tried to overplay it. But again, it's a great move.
Yeah, didn't quite get enough depth on his approach shot, but I love the fact that he's playing the sliced approach shot. Forward return from Shelton, and now follows up with a forehand. Oh, Shelton nets. Well, that's a gift for Dane Sweeney, but he'll take it.
Yeah, interesting miss by Shelton, but that's Sweeney applying the pressure, trying to stay in at every point. High intensity. Crowd starting to get involved now.
He plays with panache, does Dane Sweeney. I mean, he may be sort of, what did you say, spiritual, laid back, go with the flow, but there's something about the way he plays.
Plays very fiercely.
Yeah. That's another good word for it, fiercely. Shelton serving for the first set. Put his first serve long. Second serve. Down the centre, an ace. Great second serve.
Just a casual ace at 188 kilometres, ball swinging away from Sweeney. Couldn't even get it, didn't even put his racket out.
Shelton, 15 love, serves out wide. Second serve from Shelton. That's a great serve. Backhand return is long.
A wild miss by Dane. Missed the baseline by a metre. Another great serve by Shelton there. 169 kilometres. Kick serve wide away from the Sweeney forehand.
He has so much power, this guy.
He has so much power. Dane was actually leaning left to cover his backhand.
3 set points for Ben Shelton. Shelton goes down the centre. Forehand return is floated long from Dane Sweeney, and Shelton takes the opening set. Looks very, very comfortable. Just one break of serve.
Yeah, very comfortable first set from Shelton. Didn't really do much wrong. Applied pressure at the right times. Tried to get Dane to come up with different trick shots, but fell the way of the American.
So Shelton, 35 minutes that first set took. The statistics in front of us, and actually the first serve percentage from Sweeney is very good. He's getting 4 out of 5 serves in.
I think it's a little bit tough when you're getting a lot of first serves in, but you're not winning majority of those points. He's only winning 62% of first serve points won and only 40% of second serve points won, compared to Ben Shelton's 73%. So just not getting enough value from his serve.
Let's find out what else has been happening around the grounds. Second day of second round action. Josh Herriott.
Yes, thank you, Chris. And over on Margaret Court Arena, it is Lorenzo Musetti who is up a break of serve against Lorenzo Sonego, and he's got a game point here as well. So that's on Margaret Court Arena. Musetti took the first set 6-3. Over on 1573 Arena, that match got underway about 20 minutes ago, and young Ethan Quinn, the 21-year-old from the United States, is up a break of serve against Hubi Hurkacz. She leads 3-2, and it's 30 love currently. And also on Kia Arena, it is Rinky Hijikata who is down a break of serve in the fourth set against Valentine Vachereau. Hijikata took the third set 6-4, but it is Vachereau that leads 2-1 on Kia Arena.
Thank you very much indeed. Just been checking on how tall Dane Sweeney is. He's not tall at all. He's 1.70 m. He cuts a slightly taller figure. That's 5'7" if you want it in feet and inches. But yeah, so that means that he's got to do a lot more running.
He does a lot of running.
Forehand return from Shelton to the forehand of Sweeney. That's a little loose from Sweeney.
Very loose from Sweeney. That forehand was nowhere near the baseline. Missed it by quite a fair while.
Got to be a little careful start of the second set here, because Shelton would have. He'll be looking for the early break just to snuff out any sense of Sweeney feeling comfortable after the last two held service games.
More of that momentum feeling as well.
Yes. Good serve from Sweeney. Good deep return from Shelton. Forehand from Shelton. Sweeney runs around his backhand. Goes at the backhand wing of Shelton. Forehand from Sweeney. Lofted to the backhand of Shelton. Forehand Sweeney. Cross court. A slice by. No, it's wide from Sweeney. He's got also very fluent. He's got fluent strokes.
He does. He has great strokes. Who would you say he looks like in terms of strokes? Would you say a bit of a Federer type forehand?
Okay, I'll have a look for that.
Like an Alcaraz type forehand?
You see, there's more energy in the Federer and Alcaraz forehands. There's greater fluency in Sweeney's. Let me just see him hit a forehand, and I'll look through the Federer focus through the Federer filter. Sweeney serves. Oh, it's a double fault. You won't see many forehands if you can't get a serve in.
But Dane's backhand is one of his cleaner shots and his best shots. It's a shot that doesn't really break down. He's not going to hurt his opponent off his backhand, but technically it is very nice.
Well, let's hope we get to see one. He's going to get the serve in first. 15-40, Sweeney serves out wide, and it comes into the net, plays a volley. Oh, he's put it away. But again, just as you were saying earlier, Jamie, that he did far too much with that volley.
Didn't really need, went for the smash.
Yes.
Went for the smash essentially, but only needed to just hit a high forehand volley.
Yeah.
He had so much momentum going forward to the net.
But those are the ones you can easily miss. Okay, one break point saved. Second one. He serves into the body, back in return. Forehand from Sweeney now. Sweeney hits a backhand cross court back. And forward down the line by Shelton. It's a clean winner. That's a great shot by Shelton.
That's a great first game by Shelton. Just took his moment when he needed to, constructed the point well. Dane likes to shift towards the left to cover that backhand and try and hit off forehands. And Shelton's ability to see that and use his forehand up the line.
Now, talking about somebody with beautiful strokes, Lorenzo Musetti, and he's playing an all-Italian match on Margaret Court Arena. Josh?
Yes, and Musetti with 3 set points here, Chris, as well. Lorenzo Sonego to serve. 5-3 in this second set. Musetti took the first set 6-3. And Musetti on the stretch there as his forehand floats beyond the baseline. So 15-40 now. 2 set points.
Stick with it, Josh.
It's the third time they've met, Chris. The first time at a Grand Slam as well. So here's Sonego to serve. 2 set points for Lorenzo Musetti. Sonego is serving out wide. Brilliant serve. 30-40. Wonderful serve. Out wide. Musetti, no chance of getting that back. So Lorenzo Sonego, a 30-year-old, serving to Lorenzo Musetti, who still has a set point. That one, a fault, just clipping the net on the way through and bouncing out. 30-40. Sonego sporting a white, predominantly white T-shirt, and Musetti with a strong forehand. He's coming up towards the net, and it's a clean winner with his forehand down the line. He takes the second set 6-3. He leads 2 sets to love on Margaret Court Arena.
Well, I'd love to see Musetti get to the latter stages of this tournament. It's just a lovely player to watch. It's not just the one-handed backhand, it's the fact that he plays with such great angles, and he's got just real snap on the volleys. But Shelton is really imposing himself on Dane Sweeney. He's got a break of serve and now leads 40-love.
He's hit the ball girl.
The same ball girl.
Same ball girl. She's a trooper. She's up.
Shelton just walked up to the net and sort of looked and said, "Sorry, you okay?"
She didn't even flinch when she got hit. Got the ball, rolled it back down.
And she smiled at him.
She did smile.
Just to acknowledge his concern.
Come on.
He would probably have to apologise a lot to the ball kids and lines people that he hits.
Shelton serves. It's an ace. And he moves to 2-love with a love service game. Yeah, just to make the point that when you hit somebody in the course of a stroke of a rally, and whatever happens...
How are you feeling in the rallies? Yep. Yeah.
This is the Sweeney box.
Go, mate. Just swing.
Right what you wanted, mate. We go, Dana.
You can do it. Keep digging. Is that the girlfriend? Or?
That is his girlfriend, yes.
Nice.
That's actually quite good advice.
Yes, yes. It depends on what you interpret by digging. I mean, this is such a big learning curve. His current ranking is 182. His career high was last month at 181. And he's playing the 8th seed.
It's a pretty incredible rise, and over the last couple of months, Dane has won a number of ITF titles as well, so his confidence is sky high. He had a lapse probably a year ago with ranking, and he's come out online to just share his mental battles that he's had. So for him to be out here today, it's such a big win.
Sweeney serves. Can return into the net by Shelton. Yeah, we've had a number of tennis players. A couple of them took breaks in the second half of last year just because they said they needed to keep an eye on their mental health. And, I mean, we all do. But when you're in the goldfish bowl of global publicity, and you're in that goldfish bowl not because you've courted the publicity, but because you happen to be a very good tennis player, then there is a lot of pressure on you that you just have to manage. Shelton slices. Sweeney waits for this, goes to the backhand of Shelton. Shelton up the backhand wing of Sweeney, cross court by Sweeney. Forehand Shelton, backhand Sweeney down the line. Shelton throws up the lob. Sweeney will let that bounce and it doesn't come over.
That's a great type of point from Dane in terms of working his opponent over, hitting with purpose as well. He's still hitting through the ball. Crowd now starting to get involved, starting to lift him.
Well, he's playing well. He just happened to have lost his serve in the first set and once in the second set. Serving now at 40 love. Forehand return from Shelton is long.
It's those big taps of moments and those key 1-2 little points that are so important when you play someone that is top 10, top 8, or someone like Shelton, who is very hard to break him.
Yes, it's a good point. Now we're going to having Novak Djokovic on Rod Laver Arena fairly soon. Just checking, Josh, there are other singles matches going, which I don't think we've covered so far, because we're obviously looking at the end of the Khachanov match and Rossetti. Anything else that we need to know about?
Well, I've just been watching this match at Cain Arena between Rinky Hijikata and also Valentin Vachereau. It's now 5-2 in the fourth set. So Vachereau getting closer to taking this one against the Australian. He won the first two sets 6-1, 6-3. Hijikata broke through in the third set 6-4. He now leads 5-2 in this fourth set. So I'll keep you updated on this match because Vachereau getting closer to victory.
Thank you very much, Josh. So we'll keep you updated on all the scores. We've got Djokovic in the corridor behind us at the moment as Shelton and Sweeney sit on their chairs during the change of ends. Djokovic will be out to play the Italian qualifier, Francesco Maestrelli. And Shelton just checking his ball toss before serving in this game. Going to watch where the sun is. The sun's basically right above. This time of year in Melbourne, middle of the day, the sun is just above your head. Backhand from Sweeney to the drop shot of Shelton. Sweeney will get there, goes cross court. Shelton goes cross court and makes it. Oh.
Just.
Yes. Sweeney's standing there looking, but no, the ball landed on the line.
Landed straight in line. That's the second time Dane's been passed off the backhand cross court.
The wristiness of the strength of the right hand of Ben Shelton.
Just to flick the outside of the ball. Impressive.
Yeah. When you said just to flick, it sounds like there's nothing there, but there's great strength.
There is.
Shelton serving at 15 love. Forehand return deep to the... Oh no, it's just too long.
That return of serve just in the Sweeney hitting zone, but elected to bunt it back instead of hitting through the court.
Yeah, you're a bit critical of that, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm not... I think there's time and place to be able to do that.
No, I agree with you. And I think the standard shot should be the hit-through one. That's an ace from Shelton.
Especially when you're not going to get a lot of looks on return of serve for Shelton. So making him play is really important.
It's also, I suspect, the rhythm. You've just got to know that you've got the rhythm on your hit-through ground strokes.
Yeah.
Because you don't need the rhythm on the slice so much, do you? You just got to know it's there if you need it. Serve out wide by Shelton. Again, he's apologising. He's a threat to ball kids.
He is. He is.
They'll need extra insurance if they're working on a match that he's playing. Josh, I think you got a match point somewhere.
Yes, over on Cain Arena, Valentin Vachereau with a match point here against Rinky Hijikata. At 30-40, Hijikata to serve, but a match point here for the 30th seed in Vachereau. Hijikata, and his fluoro yellow top. He serves an ace out wide. So we're at deuce. So at deuce, and Hijikata still hanging around. And Vachereau wrap this one up though, at deuce.
Sounds like a lot of Aussies there supporting Hijikata.
Yeah, it's packed at the moment. Still queues of people to try and get in as well, Chris. Lots of the Aussies preferring probably to play on Cain Arena as well, I've noticed, as a double fault gives a second match point opportunity here for Valentin Vachereau. Getting to reach the third round in a Grand Slam for the very first time. It's the first time we've seen him down here in Australia as well at the Australian Open. A big moment for the 27-year-old. Hijikata serving to his backhand, and then Hijikata down the line. He plays a drop shot, lands mid-court, and Vachereau a backhand down the line. And a big moment for the 27-year-old. He's through to the third round of the Grand Slam for the very first time. The 30th seed wins in 4 sets, 6-1, 6-3, 4-6, 6-2.
I think he's making history for Monaco.
He is.
Because were you on... No, you weren't on the tour when he had that amazing run when he won, was it in Shanghai? And played his cousin, Arturinder Ganesh, in the final?
I wasn't on tour, but I saw it all over social media.
It was just a great story, wasn't it?
It was incredible. And yeah, for him to also back it up now, and I know there's been a lot of talk around if he can perform, but third round of the Australian Open.
That's a great achievement for him. Right, so let's get back to Shelton against Sweeney. Shelton leading by 3-1, and he has 3 break points on the Dane Sweeney serve. Sweeney serves out wide, forehand return. Forehand from Sweeney goes back to the forehand of Shelton. Shelton down the line, a half volley into the net from Sweeney. But then he would not have expected that ball to come back.
No, definitely not. But Dane just took it way too casual, didn't press forward enough into the net. Shelton's ability and his movement is so good, considering how tall he is, and he's so powerful from all areas of the court.
Well, we're going to stay with this match until the end of the second set, and then we're going to switch to the Djokovic Maestrelli match on Rod Laver Arena. Djokovic having looked very good the other night, but how will he bounce back? Told that he had a good practice session yesterday, so there's a lot of interest in how he plays against this Italian qualifier.
Was there a lot of tape on his shoulder, did you say, in his first match?
In his first round match, when he changed his
top.
His top. There was a lot of the kinesio tape. It was the skin-coloured kinesio tape.
Okay.
So he was clearly trying to keep it as
opening his blade up with nothing on it.
less noticeable as possible.
Let's find it then. Let's do it.
Those are the sounds of the Dane Sweeney support camp.
His dad, Clay, coaches him. And he has some other friends in the box as well.
Clay Sweeney and Dane Sweeney. Some great names in that family. Shelton then serving at 4-1, second set, down the centre, backhand return is going to go long. Such a whip on that serve.
It's such a weapon for Shelton, having such a serve like that. Be able to hit all spots and different types, sliders, kickers.
Love. Shelton serves, 400 turn is just wide. That was a 217-kilometre serve. And you can only get that back on muscle memory. There isn't time to think.
No time to think. Just turn and swing.
Turn and block.
Turn and block.
As Shelton serves, 400 turn, and hits a smash as he comes in. Well, normally, a coach would say, oh, no, if you're running and you do split step, just get his balance right. He just raced in and smashed that on the run.
Just, yeah, pretty much no split step. Just saw the ball, followed it in.
See ball, hit ball.
See ball, hit ball. It's a bit more on the women's side.
Well, the thing is, Shelton can control it.
Yeah.
Just served out wide. Another Love game.
We're definitely starting to see it more on the men's side now as well. See ball, hit ball.
I suspect someone's done some data analysis and said, come to the conclusion, you have a better chance of winning if you go for your shots, even at risk that you're going to miss one or two.
You started pushing your legs through too, okay? Push through it with your legs.
That was advice to Sweeney, push through it with your legs. But they're all now just going for the winner at the first possible opportunity. They don't construct points anymore.
No.
That's why I get excited about a Musetti or a Mukova in the women. Players who actually construct points.
Yeah, especially Mukova. She's someone that has the ability to use her shots, the slices, the drop shot coming to the net.
But she can't just do that behind the serve or off the return of serve. She's got to build the point. Sweeney at 15 love.
I understand that because I do play a little bit like that
do
too. Yes.
Okay. What, creating your points?
Yes.
Oh, good. 400 return from Shelton. Now he has to make good ground to his backhand. Oh, Sweeney has slipped, but he gets up because that was a high ball. And now he smashes. Backhand from Shelton just goes wide. That was tremendous agility because fortunately there was a lob from Shelton. Sweeney slipped, fell over, got himself up again. Just seeing a replay of this. He fell backwards, he gets up, he has time to put his hand up just to see the...
Just to block the sun.
Oh, it's all happening.
All in a day's work.
All in a day's work.
Just for 1 point.
For 1 point, absolutely. And he has to work so hard for these points. Backhand from Sweeney. Between the leg shot from Shelton at the net. That's a bit of showboating, I think.
It is.
And he was 30 love down, so he could afford that.
He's not too thrilled with himself that he didn't make that.
There's the ball that came at his feet, so he put the racket behind his legs and looked to try and play it between the legs. Sweeney serves, 400 turn into the net. Shelton looking, he spread his arms wide as if to say, but surely that was a, is he saying the ball's long or it was a let? Might be saying it was a let.
You in here. There's new balls?
Yeah, well, Shelton did ask whether it was a let.
I think he also asked if there was a net.
Yeah, but no, I think he was asking whether there's a machine that judges it.
Yeah, the machine on the net.
No, they cut the machines out a couple of years ago.
Really?
It's now all umpires.
I did not know that.
Oh, yes. I mean, I'm surprised that in 2026 we still have the let rule because in American college tennis and in juniors, they've abandoned it. And the reason they abandoned it was that it was too easy to cheat.
Yep.
You get
especially in juniors.
You get ace and you say, oh, let, wasn't it? And so they've got rid of it. And actually, if it's part of the game,
you just play on.
If you can hit a forehand off the 25th stroke of the rally, which hits the top of the net and dribbles over, why can't that happen on the first stroke with the serve?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think we're probably moving towards that direction as well.
We are moving towards
just when it will happen. It's a pretty big change to the game?
It would be it would be a big change to the game. It'd be as big a rule change as we've had probably since the foot fault rule went back to being what it was.
What was the foot fault rule?
The foot fault rule was originally pretty much what it is now. That you can't put your foot inside the court until you've hit the ball.
Yep.
And then in about 1909, it was changed to say you had to have one foot on the ground as you served. And then it was changed back again in about 1961. So if you look at any footage of players playing between 1909 and 1961, roughly, I may have got the dates slightly wrong, you'll see them actually hitting quite soft serves with a lot of spin because they couldn't get the power. Now, the reason they changed the rule originally was that they were finding players were starting to run up to the baseline, throw the ball, and so by the time they hit it, they were a good 1.5 meters, sometimes 2 meters inside the baseline. And they said, this is ridiculous, they're getting too close to the net. And
that's quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the current rule says, but you can't run up, toss the ball, and then hit it halfway between the baseline and the service line. It has to be, I think, a motion that begins with both feet on the ground. But you can hit the ball with both feet off the ground as long as you haven't touched the baseline.
That would be in the rule book, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That's quite interesting.
Shelton serves an ace and moves to 40 love. Three-set points for a 2-sets-to-love lead. Shelton, where's he going to go with this one? Down the tee. Oh, we caught the top of the net.
Unleash the heater!
There you go, you see, should abandon it. Save the commentators from making a fool of themselves. Mind you, I'll never do that. Shelton at 40 love. Goes out wide to the backhand. This time he makes it nowhere near the net. A little bit of a shake of the racket in triumph, but it's a muted celebration. Shelton leads by 2 sets to love. A word about Dane Sweeney?
I think just Dane's gotten so much experience from playing these couple matches, playing Monfils a couple of days ago, winning that epic battle and coming out to the court. I think Ben's another level, but it's shown Dane this is a level you need to get to compete with us. And I think there's been a lot of learning curves, a lot of areas to work on, but over the last couple of months, Dane's growth has been quite incredible.
Well, we will get Josh Herrick to look at after this match because we're going to switch in a few minutes to the match between Novak Djokovic and Francesco Maestrelli. That's on Rod Laver Arena. You're listening to AO Radio, coming to you live from Melbourne Park on day 5 of the Australian Open 2026 even.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with tennis court hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Yes, do contact us.
You're listening to AO Radio.
Do contact us. Your questions, comments. You can either do the Ask the Booth form or you can email us aoradio@tennis.com.au. Josh, I think you've got a couple of scores for us.
Yes, over on 1573 Arena, it was young 21-year-old Ethan Quinn who took the first set against Hubie Hurkacz 6-4. Hubie Hurkacz with game points here to try and hold serve at the beginning of the second set. But a good result there from Ethan Quinn, the American, as we go to deuce in this first service game. So he took that first set 6-4 in 43 minutes, and a result on court 6 as well. Luciano Dederi, the Italian and 22nd seed, has won in 4 sets against Sebastian Baez, 6-3, 1-6, 6-4, 6-3 over on court 6. So the Italian progressing to the third round.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. So we have Novak Djokovic against Francesco Maestrelli. It's advantage Maestrelli to level the first set at 1-all. Maestrelli all in white. Well, he's got sort of light green shoes. Have all sorts of different coloured shoes these days. Very high lob from Djokovic. That's going to be taken on the full by Maestrelli. Djokovic hits a slice. Backhand from Maestrelli. Djokovic will go cross court. Maestrelli's volleys into the net.
That's a great point from Maestrelli. Had a pretty comfortable volley to put away, just did not move forward on it.
Djokovic may well know about Maestrelli because Djokovic speaks fluent Italian. For many years he had an Italian manager and an Italian communications manager. Probably his third best language after Serbian and English.
He can speak
He
multiple
can speak
languages.
about 5 or 6 languages.
Yeah,
He
it's
was learning,
pretty incredible.
He was learning bits of Spanish. I'm sure he's learning bits of Greek now that he's got a house in Athens.
Probably, I did see that.
Maestrelli at deuce. Serves. Oh, pushed back by Djokovic. That's a pancake. Drop shots tempted by Maestrelli, goes into the net.
That was the pancake return. When it comes to your body, just put the racket straight up and push it back over the net. But it ended up being a great deep return, and Maestrelli went for a drop shot when it was just unnecessary. Your love one down, juice add, have a forehand to punish Djokovic and just chose the wrong option.
So, yeah, I've integrated the word pancake into my... I love pancakes to eat, I have to say. One of the first things,
they're so good.
One of the first things I was able to cook as a child. So good return from Djokovic, and mistake by Maestrelli, and Djokovic breaks at the first opportunity.
Well, yesterday we were talking about the short slice, so it wasn't a forehand drop shot. I call it a short slice because that's the way I like to see it.
A short slice,
yes.
Okay, right.
So I have a backhand drop shot, and then my forehand is a short slice.
Okay.
Because it's so hard to get the backspin on the forehand, so you just want it to go short, and you just want it to die in the court.
Something I didn't realise until I was filmed practicing some volleys is just when you think you're moving forward to a volley, you're moving a lot further forward to a backhand volley than a forehand volley because of the shape of the shoulders, and I didn't realise that until I saw it on a video.
Because you turn more?
Yes, because you turn more. You have to turn more on the backhand volley. A drop shot by Djokovic brings Maestrelli into the net. Maestrelli down the line, but misses. If you think about it, to play a backhand volley, you're leaning in with your shoulder, so you can get further forward, whereas for your forehand volley, even if you're slightly sideways on, your racket hand is further back.
Well, I hit my backhand volley with 2 hands.
Oh, do you? Okay. Oh, well, that means
you're learning a lot about me today.
It means you won't get that far forward.
No.
How good is your volley, Jamie?
My volleys are good.
Okay.
I love coming to the net. I love hitting volleys. If the ball is fast, I'll hit 2 hands.
Okay, just for the extra blocking?
Yeah, just to help my wrist. And if it's low, then I'll use the one-handed volley.
Okay.
So I like to change it up.
And if you've got one to put away, you'll just swing, will you?
Yep, drive volley.
Forehand from Djokovic into out, backhand from Maestrelli into the net.
Yeah, anything that's slow and up in the air, that's a drive volley, and that's trying to put that away or through the person on a doubles court.
Away or through the person. Right.
In the nicest way possible.
In the nicest. Maestrelli is 23 years old. His ranking is 141. A bit more about him as we go along. Good serve out wide from Djokovic, and he has a short ball. He tries to wrong foot Maestrelli. Maestrelli just blocks this. Drop shot from Djokovic into the net. That was a bit too casual from Djokovic.
That was a very casual drop shot. Was pretty much on the outside single sideline trying to play a drop shot. Not the smartest shot, but with the scoreline the way it is, it's not bad to go for it.
Djokovic at 30-15. Serves out wide, backhand return is into the net.
Australia just a little bit loose in these couple games. Not moving his feet fast enough, trying to get under the ball with his racket, clear the net.
This is Maestrelli's first ever main draw in the Grand Slam. Served by Djokovic. Chipped into the ground by Maestrelli, and Djokovic walking imperiously to his chair.
3 games to
Very, very good start. 3 games to love. He leads.
They have the covers over the players while they're sitting courtside. The amount of times I've seen players bump their head.
Very nearly, as
Yeah.
Djokovic did then.
Yep.
Yes. So what happens when a player actually has to retire hurt because it catches them in the eye or something?
I don't know. We haven't seen that yet.
We haven't. No.
Hopefully we don't.
There was, when we had the rain last night, the umpire on Rod Laver Arena was looking for some shelter, and the obvious shelter was under the players' canopy, but she, I think, judiciously chose not to go there.
And she just sat in the rain.
So she stood in the rain between the
No
two.
way.
Yes.
That would have been quite awkward if she was
Yes.
just like, oh, can I just pop in?
Yes, because of course she'd have shown favouritism to one
Yeah.
player over another, wouldn't she?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there's a cover on this court for the umpire.
There is.
For shade.
Yeah, but she was down off her chair by then.
Oh, okay, yep.
Djokovic doesn't normally wear a cap, but he often does when he's playing in the midday sun.
Yeah, we don't see him in a cap that often.
He's willing to wear it when
necessary.
When necessary, yeah. Do you wear a cap or a visor?
I wear a visor, yes.
Okay.
Yep. When I was younger, no.
Right. Do you find it makes a difference?
Yes, yeah. In terms of sun, 100%.
That's a good volley from Maestrelli. A lob from Djokovic should be smashed away easily by Maestrelli. It is.
Especially now with how sharp the sun is, just having the ability to be a little bit more sun smart, always super
Yes,
important.
very important.
Maestrelli has his cap on backwards.
Yes.
No sun protection.
Well, you could say there's some protection for
On
the back
his
of his neck. Well, that's why a lot of players, I think, do have the cap backwards. To me, it's legitimate. Backhand return from Djokovic, deep to the backhand of Maestrelli. That's netted by the Italian. People still talk about, oh, he's got the cap on the wrong way round. And I think, do you know, I know it's built to have the peak at the front, but if you've got the sun behind you and you want to keep it off your neck, which is quite sensible, you've got enough hair to keep it off your neck, but for the men...
No, that's smart. I
Yeah.
definitely understand that. More if the sun is beaming in your face.
Yeah.
Like it is currently.
Like it is currently, yes. 400 turn from Djokovic off the top of the net. Sits up from Maestrelli, who goes down the backhand of Djokovic and clean winner. Djokovic just sort of an ironic grimace.
Just didn't do enough with that forehand return. Kind of let it sit in the middle of the court for Maestrelli to hit a forehand easy line winner.
It was only Maestrelli's second tour level tournament. He's only been in one of the main draw. When we say tour level, we mean good serve from Maestrelli. Djokovic doesn't get that back. By tour level, it's, well, in the ATP, it's 250, 500, 1,000 or slams. So in other words, the full tour, not the Challengers circuit.
Or ITF.
And the women's have the same system now, don't they? 250s and 500s?
A 125.
A 125 counts as a tour event.
250, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. That's
And then anything lower is an ITF event.
Yes. Yeah. 40-15. Maestrelli looking to open his account. Serves into the body of Djokovic. Backhand from Maestrelli is going to go wide.
14. Djokovic just beating his opponent with pace and power at the moment. Maestrelli not switched on after the serve.
Didn't have a particularly impressive junior career, Maestrelli. Career high junior ranking of 50. That was the January just before COVID. Good serve into the body now, and now down the backhand. Forehand wing of Djokovic with a backhand. Maestrelli opens his account, and that will steady the nerves because this will be by far the biggest stadium he's ever played on.
Yeah, definitely, and trying to get those early games is so important in terms of nerves. You're playing on Djokovic on the other side. You're not trying to look at the person, trying to play more of the ball, but it's such a big occasion for him.
So Djokovic at 3-1. Serving in the President's box end, down the centre, backhand return. Forehand from Djokovic down the backhand wing. Maestrelli with his two-hander cross court. Djokovic with his two-hander. Djokovic seems to have so much time with that two-hander. As I say, that he goes and misses one.
Missed it very late into the net. Ball skidded, stayed low. He didn't get his hands underneath the ball enough. Was probably surprised how fast the ball came back to him.
I mean, the nature of the timetable of the tournament means that the only matches you'd ever really play in the daytime, someone like Djokovic, would be first 4 rounds. You might play a quarterfinal in the day, because 2 of the quarterfinals are played day, 2 at night, but I suspect Djokovic would generally get nighttime billing. So this is a rare match he plays during the day session. Forehand from Maestrelli, backhand from Djokovic. Forehand Maestrelli into the net.
Maestrelli just not moving his feet enough or quick enough to get out to that forehand side, dumping the forehand into the net. When he tried to finish his swing, he ended up going up and around the world above his head instead of coming through over his left shoulder.
Up and around the world.
Up and around the world.
Yeah. Well, we're a global sport, aren't we?
Djokovic's ability to play multiple good points in a row.
I was beginning to doubt myself here, but no, I was right. The 23-year-old Italian had never qualified in 9 previous Grand Slam tournaments. And he's one of 9 Italians in this year's men's draw, and one of 9 qualifiers. So there's obviously a significance about the number 9 for Maestrelli. Djokovic, 30-15. Serves down the centre, forehand return, forehand Djokovic to the backhand of Maestrelli. Backhand Djokovic up the middle of the court. Backhand Maestrelli pushing Djokovic back, but Djokovic goes to the forehand. Good hitting from both men. Djokovic to the backhand now. Forehand Djokovic trying to direct traffic. But Maestrelli is getting everything back. Forehand Maestrelli cross court. Forehand Djokovic, the forehand of Maestrelli. Djokovic with his two-hander. Forehand from Maestrelli. Djokovic cross court to the forehand of Maestrelli. And will this one end? And Djokovic nets. That's when it ends.
As I was just about to say, Djokovic is a brick wall currently. He has done it for so many years, but Maestrelli just breaking his opponent down. I wonder how many shots that was. We have to...
We sometimes have that on our stats. Let me just see if I can get that for you. Last point.
That would be our longest
I think it'd be our longest rally. Yes, exactly.
So far.
So many stats, I can't find things so easily now.
14.
But anyway, after that 20-something rally, he goes and serves gently stroked ace out wide.
His ability just to continue to switch on, to come up with an ace in such a big moment.
.40-30. Djokovic serves. Forehand return is netted. Djokovic looking comfortable. It's only the 1 break of serve.
4 games still.
Josh, is this a good time to come to you for a few more scores?
Yes, hello Chris, and on Kia Arena we've just had a match get underway between Linda Noskova and also the Australian wildcard and 20-year-old Taylor Preston, and Preston was able to hold serve in that first game, so she leads 1-0 in that first set. Ben Shelton we're into the third set of that match, and that was the match that you were covering, of course, moments ago between Dane Sweeney and Ben Shelton. We are on serve. Game points here for Shelton. He leads 2-0 against the Australian. And also over on Margaret Court Arena, the battle of the Italians. It's Lorenzo Musetti, 2-0 up against Lorenzo Sonego, but it is Sonego with a break of serve in this third set. He leads 4-3 with a game point as well.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll tell you a bit more about Maestrelli. He broke into the top 200 of the ATP rankings in September 2022 as a 19-year-old. But it took more than 3 years for him to move into the top 150. So he obviously got stuck between 200 and 150. He's played mostly on the ATP Challenger Tour, winning 4 career titles, 3 of them on clay. So, we're learning more about him.
Incredibly tall.
Very tall. I will find out his height for you.
Taller than Djokovic?
Oh yes, definitely taller than Djokovic. Djokovic is what, 188, 6'2". So I used to say 6'1", 185 was the optimum height. As Maestrelli serves, goes on the backhand. A lob thrown up by Djokovic. Maestrelli smashes that away comfortably. Djokovic is doing a lot of lobbing, given how tall his opponent is.
Yeah, I'm very surprised he didn't try and pass him, or even make him play a volley. We saw Maestrelli come to the net a couple games ago and dump the backhand volley into the net.
Now then, his height is given as 196, which is 6'5". We also have his weight here. I don't know if I'm never quite sure about weight. Is it appropriate to talk about it? And surely it changes a lot anyway, depending on whether you've just played a 5-set match or not, as he did in the last round. Let's leave his weights to one side. He's from Pisa. He's a tower from Pisa, but I'm not sure if he's leaning.
He's not leaning. He's definitely tall. Maestrelli just coming into the net again there and dumping the backhand volley. Not moving forward enough.
I suspect he'll be at a career high ranking next week, because given his career high ranking was 137 and he's 141 now, I suspect just winning the first round points for having beaten Terence Atmane in 5 sets, his first ever 5-setter a few days ago. I suspect that will take him into a new career high ranking of around 130, regardless of what happens today. Backhand from Maestrelli to forehand Djokovic, forehand to forehand at the moment. Now Djokovic goes on the backhand wing and Maestrelli nets.
I think his career high ranking will go to 111 if
111.
my app is correct.
Oh, you got one of the live.
I do have one of the live.
Okay, good. Excellent.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and
verge of top 100.
That sets him up nicely, and in fact, if he can get up a few more ranking places, I'm assuming he's not going to win today. If he wins today, I think he might even be in the top 100, because every round you go, there are more ranking points. That's why players, when they get to quarterfinals of a tournament, they are very, very keen, because the ranking points can set them up for the rest of the year. Good serve from Maestrelli.
And also in terms of prize money as well.
Prize money is obviously big.
It's very big.
Yeah.
He'll be able to use that for the rest of this year.
Well, first round losers prize money here is 120,000 Australian dollars.
Yes.
Which is about 60,000 pounds, 70,000 euros, 80, 90,000 US dollars. Maestrelli at 30 all, 1-4 down, serves out wide, lofted return, flattened out by Maestrelli. Djokovic is there, throws up the lob, Maestrelli smashes, puts it away nicely.
Consistently throwing up the lob, Djokovic, which is quite interesting.
I wonder whether he knows this guy. I wonder whether he's come across him in Italy.
Yeah, very interesting from my perspective, in terms of Maestrelli's come to the net a couple of times and hasn't really made a volley yet either.
No. Maybe Djokovic knows he's got great volleys, but can be vulnerable on the smash. No evidence of that so far. Forehand from Djokovic on return of serve, and lofted by Maestrelli to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Maestrelli, backhand Djokovic down the line, forehand Maestrelli. Djokovic down the backhand wing, Maestrelli is there, goes cross-court but misses.
Djokovic just starting to overwork Maestrelli in these longer rallies.
Yes, I like that as an expression, overwork him.
Just physically and trying to wear his opponent down, which is what Djokovic does best.
I mean, the 100th player in the world has very similar strokes to the top player in the world, but the intensity of a match like this...
And the ability to sustain it for 3 sets or 5 sets.
And play the right shots at the right time. And know that you execute them well. That's what Djokovic is so good at. You see him go absent in matches, but it's normally in periods that don't matter. That can return deep, forehand from Maestrelli, drop shot by Djokovic. Maestrelli will get there, goes cross-court and pushes it wide.
I feel like you rarely see Djokovic go absent from matches for long periods of time.
Not for long periods. But he has what Nadal used to have, and that is the ability to make his mistakes early in a set. And
I'll take note.
Yeah, that when he, when it really gets to the sharp end.
They are so switched on and very locked
exactly. in. Whereas most players get tight in those kind of moments. So down the middle from Maestrelli saves a great point.
221 kilometres. Very fast. It's very Ben Shelton-like.
So how do you deal with it? If you, obviously if you're playing the first 3-4 games of a set, you're relaxed. I mean, obviously focused, but you can play your game. What happens when you get to 4-all?
Well, I think that's the fun of it. That's why we play tennis, right? They're the pressure moments, and they're the moments you train.
So you enjoy the pressure moments?
Yes, I love the pressure moments. Yeah, they're like some of my... That's the reason why I play the tennis, is to play tennis, is because of those pressure moments.
Yeah, but you know, there are some people that really don't like those moments. They play for the fun of chasing the ball, problem solving in a match, the exercise. But actually some people really do not like the pressure of those moments. Djokovic with the backhand up, and that is Maestrelli. Djokovic throws up the lob. It's just long, not by much.
Very interesting choice of lobbing again. Maestrelli coming to the net. Very vulnerable first forehand volley.
Yes. Now, I think the reason that Djokovic hit that lob was that Maestrelli had the low volley and continued coming into the net, so he was vulnerable to the lob. But yes, there isn't lots of evidence about Maestrelli's volleys at this stage.
Going back to your pressure for game question. Yeah, it's the reason why I play tennis, because I love the pressure and I love the ability to take things on.
Okay. So 400 turn from Djokovic, which has landed right on the baseline.
And during those moments, for me, that's the most fun, but it's the time where I also know that I can't let any loose points go. That's where I need to lock in the most. But
and you enjoy that particular challenge?
Yes. I love the challenge, and I love having to figure things out as well.
Have you ever had a point, you know, maybe a long rally at a really crucial stage of the match where you sort of, there's a fear in there, and there's a feeling of, oh, please make the mistake before I do?
No, because I feel like in my game, I'm someone that takes it on.
Right.
Then pushing the ball around.
Interesting. Djokovic goes long with his return of serve, and Maestrelli has another point for the second game.
Yeah, everyone's very different, but I also think I train that way too, and I like to train those pressure situations, so I am prepared.
How do you train a pressure situation?
Well, it's great when the coach puts pressure on you if you're doing a drill from the baseline and they're like, this is the last ball, you have to make it, and if not, it's court suicide. Things like that, but make it fun.
Okay, and ace from Maestrelli, so he wins the second game.
But also playing a lot of sets in preparation before I play a tournament, but putting little cues or things of I'll start love 30 down on my serve, or I'll start 30 love up on my serve, and then playing the game from there. So playing situational points.
So you see, this is what I found fascinating about the 1 point slam last week, is that it was instant pressure. There's no margin for error in that at all.
Absolutely not. So I played the first 1 point slam last year, and I've never seen so many tennis players sit there sweating, walking up and down. Some were very chatty because they were nervous. Some were very quiet because they were nervous.
What about you? Were you nervous?
I was so nervous. It was.
But did you enjoy those nerves?
But I loved it. It was really fun.
That's interesting.
Yeah. In the moment, you're kind of stressing, but it's the whole point of it. And in tennis, there's so many points within a match. So to rock up and play, this is the only point you can play. It's tough. Players aren't used to that.
What's interesting here is that I often associate the really tight stages of a tennis match. We're getting very psychological here, and probably have a limit to how far we can go on this one, partly because there's a tennis match on, but Djokovic is in control at the moment. There's something about the flight or fight reflex that we all have from the humanity's history in the primeval forest, and that therefore our reaction is going to be on a par with that. And I think of someone like Amelie Mauresmo, who used to get very nervous as matches went on. And actually the reason she won 2 Grand Slam singles titles was that she learned how to manage those nerves. But for her, it wasn't fun. The success was fun, but the actual moments of nerves weren't.
No, because they make you feel uncomfortable, and naturally we don't like to be uncomfortable, right? We like to be in control of what we do.
So how do you feel comfortable in an uncomfortable situation?
Well, essentially you can't train everything, right? So some of these situations are just going to happen. But the more you put yourself in uncomfortable practices, the more you'll understand how to go about those moments better.
Okay.
And how you can handle them, because everyone's different, right? Not everyone's going to have the same cues into how to handle themselves being uncomfortable.
Maestrelli just hit a clean winner. The word clean is an odd phrase given that he'd miss-hit it and he put up his racket to apologise. But Djokovic at 40-15, 2 points for 5-2. So I've got one more question on this before we... I don't know. I hope you're finding this interesting wherever you are in the world, because for me this is the crucial part of tennis. What makes a player good is their ability to beat somebody who can hit the same strokes. Backhand from Djokovic, cross court, a slice from Maestrelli into the net. Djokovic holds serve to 15 and leads by 5 games to 2. So what would you say to somebody? What's your highest ranking, by the way?
145.
Okay, so
singles,
you've been top 150. What would you say to somebody who says, I can play tennis really pretty well, but I get nervous when it comes to the big points, and I never play my best tennis on the big points? What should they be doing to get into a better state of mind?
So I would say you need to control what you can control also. So if, let's say, you're serving during those big moments, it's one, focus on where do I want to serve? How do I want to set up the point? What do I want to do in the rally? Where do I want the ball to go in terms of, do I want to be hitting more forehands? What do I want to be hitting more backhands? Instead of thinking about the occasion or the score or the game, set yourself smaller goals before you step up to the line, or even whilst you're playing the point, if that makes sense. That's how I would go about these things and these nerves.
Because if you look at the, I read Matthew Syed's book Bounce, which is basically a way of taking the work of Professor Anders Ericsson, the Swedish psychologist who works in Miami, I think. He was the guy that developed the 10,000 hours principle, that if you practice things, the way of overcoming the nervous situation is just to practice so much that it comes naturally to you.
But isn't it like also, is it 31 days creates a habit, or 30 days creates a habit?
Okay, yeah, all similar sort of theories.
Yeah, practicing with purpose, or practicing situational things that would make you uncomfortable, no matter if it's like in a tennis match or off at your workplace, it's the same situation.
Well, I find that fascinating.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
I hope wherever you're listening, you found that fascinating too. And if you play tennis, I hope next time you find yourself 4-30 all in a match, maybe just a friendly club, that you can put some of this into practice. It's the psychology of...
It's crazy how the mind works,
the
amount
crazy,
of possibilities.
Yes. And how you can train your mind and how...
But Djokovic is a prime example of that.
Yes. And if you think in the early days of his career, the amount of times he retired with illness or injury. Forehand into the net from Maestrelli.
Really?
Oh gosh, yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah. To the point where there was a moment when he retired in the quarterfinals here in 2009. He was the defending champion and retired against Roddick. And there was a question. I remember it very well in his press conference about, well, every player has niggles, but do you perhaps feel your niggles more than others because you retire far more often? And then a year later...
Do you remember what his answer was?
Yes, I do remember what his answer was.
Thank you.
He said, well, you'd have to be in my body to know how I feel, which is a reasonable answer, but it's also dodging it.
Yeah.
The following year, he was playing a quarterfinal here against Jo Wilfried Tsonga, and he had to leave the court at a time that wasn't allowed within the rules, but the people who had the powers that be, they said, go now, to avoid an embarrassing situation. And he learned from that. Ace to save the first set point from Maestrelli. But there was a nutritionist watching on television who got in touch with him, and he said, I'd like to do some tests with you, and found various intolerances, and that was basically...
Is that how it started?
That's the turning point, yeah.
Wow.
Igor Chetoyevich was the guy who was watching. Forehand return from Djokovic is going to just clear the net, smashed away by Maestrelli, and 2 of the 3 set points are saved. And in a way, that turned around for Djokovic. At the end of that year, Serbia won the Davis Cup, which I think freed him up mentally at a different level.
Yeah.
And then the following year, well, he went on that run of, 40-odd matches unbeaten, start of the year. And
That's crazy.
Ended up winning 3 of the 4 majors, world number 1.
It's crazy how just a small mind shift change can do so much.
Yeah, I think it was the mind shift and the dietary shift. I think the dietary shift was important.
But you have to allow yourself to be like, okay, this is what's going to happen.
Yes.
And to be open to change.
Yes, I think that's right. But I think he's also very open to natural methods, which is, don't want to get into the business of him being deported from Australia into 2022, but his reason for not wanting to take the vaccine was that he's got a very strong belief in natural approaches. I say that with no judgment whatever. Backhand from Djokovic, deep to the backhand of Maestrelli. That's long, and another set point. Well, we've got a match point over on Margaret Court Arena. Josh.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, 2 match points here for Lorenzo Musetti. A 2-time Grand Slam semi-finalist. Sonego is serving to his forehand, and Sonego's backhand, cross-court. He's coming up to the net now. He plays a volley, and another volley there from Sonego is put away for a winner. So at 30-40, still a match point opportunity here for Lorenzo Musetti. Of course, semi-finalist at Wimbledon in 2024, and then Roland Garros last year. Reached the 3rd round here last year. Lost to Ben Shelton, actually. Musetti trying to reach the 3rd round here for the 2nd time. 2nd consecutive year. Sonego to serve. To the forehand of Musetti. Forehand, Sonego cross court. It's wide. Musetti was there, though. Now he's having to defend. He slices a backhand. And Sonego's up to the net. He plays a volley. Oh, almost a massive and a wonderful shot there from Musetti. It was just wide, and it would have been a remarkable way to finish off the match, Chris. So at deuce now.
Well, stick with it for another couple of points, because Maestrelli has a point to level at 3-5. He saved 4 set points here, but as you might be about to finish yours, give you a couple more points.
I'll just give you another score update. Matty Inglis has taken the first set as well, 6-4 against the German Siegemund as well on ANZ Arena. The deuce here at the moment.
Did you see Siegemund's celebration after her last round? That was something special. She bounced up and down. like she'd won the tournament.
And netted there from Musetti, so game point here for Sonego to try and get this to 5-all and stay in the match. So Musetti, the 5th seed, 2 hours and 46 on the Rolex. Took the first set 6-3 and the second set 6-3 too. Game points here for Sonego. He's serving down the middle. The forehand Musetti is good. Forehand is long there from Sonego, and we're back to deuce.
Stay with it, Josh, because Maestrelli has held. So Djokovic serving at 5-3 for the first set.
And just another update, Chris, on Cain Arena. It's going to be Ben Shelton serving for the match as well. He leads 5-2 against the Australian Dane Sweeney. So that's on Cain Arena. Here's Sonego to serve. At deuce. Serves out wide. That one just long. Take his second serve.
It's a loud effects microphone on that court. We can hear the ball bouncing as if it's, an earthquake or something.
Here's Sonego. Just a bit of pace off that second serve. Musetti having to stretch. Sonego's up towards the net. He plays a forehand, and it's too good for Musetti to get to. And again brings up a game point. He had to take a medical timeout, Chris, did Lorenzo Sonego, about 10 minutes ago at the last change of ends. Just got a bit of work done to his quad. And if you are just joining us, Lorenzo Musetti did have a couple of match points moments ago, saved by Sonego, who now has a game point to get this to 5-all in the third set. He's serving out wide, that one just wide. He'll come back to take his second serve in the all-Italian battle. And a double fault. So back at deuce.
We've got another set point here. Well, we've got 3 set points, so don't go too far, Josh. We'll come back to you if necessary, but it's Djokovic now. This is his 5th set point, but the first on his own serve. Off the top of the net and wide. Djokovic in a green top. Emerald green top. Navy blue shorts. I think they're navy blue rather than black. White socks, white shoes, backhand return, forehand from Djokovic to the backhand of Maestrelli. A slice from Djokovic. Maestrelli goes up the forehand wing. Djokovic is there, short ball. Maestrelli hits a lovely into-out backhand winner. He puts his hand up to apologise. Maybe he didn't quite get that cleanly off the middle.
No, definitely did not hit that off the middle racker, but paints the line.
Second set point in this game, 6th in total for Djokovic. Serves off the top of the net and wide. Serves just gone a bit at the moment. Second serve for the 10 times former champion. The forehand of Maestrelli. Forehand from Djokovic. Maestrelli goes deep to the forehand of Djokovic. Forehand from Maestrelli. Djokovic up the backhand wing. Backhand Maestrelli to the backhand of Djokovic. Maestrelli goes back to the backhand. Djokovic with his 2-hander up the line. He's just missed it. Maestrelli wasn't expecting that one. I have to say neither was I.
Neither was I. I was waiting for the lights to go off to indicate whether it was
Yeah, the lights have been a little bit... the lights on the back of the umpire's chair generally work, but the ones on the net have been a bit intermittent.
Yes.
Djokovic. Serving set point again. That's an ace. The 7th set point, he finally converts. And after 47 minutes, Djokovic has taken the first set, but just the one break of serve. Let's get back to you, Josh.
Thank you, Chris. Lorenzo Musetti again here with a 3rd match point. The game duration, 9.5 minutes. I'm just looking at my other screen as well. Ben Shelton with a couple of match points as well against Dane Sweeney. So it's all happening at the moment. Linda Noskova taking the first set against Taylor Preston as well, 6-2 on Kia Arena. Match points, though, or a match point for Lorenzo Musetti. Sonego serving down the middle. Now he's playing a drop shot, and it's netted. And Lorenzo Musetti wins in straight sets. He's through to the third round of the Australian Open for the second consecutive year, beating his fellow Italian. And I can tell you, Chris, also Ben Shelton has just won in straight sets as well against Dane Sweeney, 6-3, 6-2, 6-2. And Lorenzo Musetti, 6-3, 6-3, 6-4.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. Yes, Lorenzo Musetti through to the third round. He's had a career-high ranking of 5. He's the 5th seed. He's a lovely player. And
is it possible for him to move up quite high in the rankings to 4 or 3, depending on results?
Well, you've got Zverev and Djokovic. I don't know, you've got the live rankings, haven't you?
Yes, so, I can have a look at that.
You can have a look at that for us, yeah. He was also on the cover of one of the fashion magazines, wasn't he? One of the men's magazines 2 years ago, Musetti. So clearly he's somebody in demand.
Very. And has interests outside of tennis, which is good to see.
Tennis, yes.
So he's currently up to 3 in the rankings, but Djokovic is still on court, so... And Zverev is yet to play.
Yes, that's true. No, Zverev played yesterday.
Oh, Zverev played yesterday, so he's overtaken...
He's overtaken Zverev based on live rankings.
Yes,
okay. Because Zverev has runner-up ranking points from last year, doesn't he? So he's got a lot of points to come off.
Yep.
He lost to Sinner in last year's final.
Maestrelli to serve.
Maestrelli starting the second set. Serving from the President's box end, down the centre, just too long. Second serve from the tall Italian. Djokovic asking him to wait because there are people taking their seats. Second serve. Back and return to the forehand of Maestrelli. Backhand from Djokovic to the forehand of Maestrelli. Djokovic with the forehand into out. Backhand Maestrelli. Backhand from Djokovic at the middle. Forehand from Maestrelli. Catches the top of the net, but the rally goes on. Backhand from Djokovic, cross court. Backhand from Maestrelli. Djokovic goes at the forehand wing. Maestrelli is doing all the running and nets his forehand.
Djokovic just starting to get Maestrelli with the depth, especially into that forehand side.
If I've noticed also, Maestrelli's depth is lessening.
Is lacking. It's probably around just over service line.
Yes, and that means that Djokovic can just direct traffic as he sees fit. Maestrelli at love 15 serves. Forehand return is not quite over the net. Decent serve.
15. Very decent serve, has good pop on it.
Have you played on this court?
I have, indeed.
In doubles or?
Mixed.
Mixed,
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an enormous court in terms of playing area.
There's a lot of area around the court.
I was given the chance to hit for about half an hour on this many years ago, and it's the amount of time it took to get the balls. And you were playing with ball kids if it was in the Australian Open.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of the players, they want to try and hit on it before they actually play on it, because it is so different, and you can end up creeping so far back without even realizing it that you're a couple meters off the baseline, and especially in doubles.
Yes.
But it's also good for doubles because if you throw up the lob, there's no chance you're hitting the roof.
Yeah, because even when the roof's closed, it's so far up, yes. Served by Maestrelli, back in return, forehand from Maestrelli. He comes to the net, plays a low volley. Djokovic goes down the line and clean winner. Now there we saw Djokovic hitting the ball at the volleyer. Got the ball below the height of the net. Maestrelli had to play the ball up. It was a low forehand volley. And that set up Djokovic for a very comfortable pass.
Yes, I'm very glad he didn't lob then. But exactly what we spoke about earlier in this match, making Maestrelli play. His hands are solid, but they're nothing too special.
And he's a tall man, so he's not easy to lob. Maybe Djokovic just set himself that challenge.
Yeah, you know when you have a challenge to get someone and you just really want to try and
I mean, I've played against tall people, and I think, you know, I'm going to lob them if only once. So you sometimes try inappropriate shots. A drop shot by Maestrelli. Djokovic will get there, but doesn't get it in.
Another pancake return from Djokovic.
Yes.
Maestrelli serving big into the body.
14.
But that drop shot by Maestrelli was warranted in a way that he's 2 feet inside the baseline, has the ability to play on his terms than not being on his terms.
Yes. Maestrelli at 30-40. Opening game of the second set. Forehand return from Djokovic. Deep to the backhand of Maestrelli. Forehand from Djokovic. Forehand Maestrelli lofted to the backhand of Djokovic. Cross court from Djokovic. Backhand from Maestrelli. Backhand Djokovic off the top of the net. A slice from Maestrelli. Djokovic goes back to the backhand. Two-hander from Maestrelli. Djokovic goes up the middle. Forehand Maestrelli. Djokovic backhand cross court. Backhand Maestrelli. Djokovic will slice up the forehand wing. Forehand into the net from Maestrelli. And it was the slice that did the damage. Kept the ball low. Maestrelli couldn't get under it enough. And Djokovic breaks in the opening game of the second set.
With Maestrelli's forehand grip, it's so hard for him to get under that ball. So the play of using the slice line into his forehand is incredibly smart by Djokovic.
Yes, because, I mean, Maestrelli's grip is their sort of Western grip, which is fine if your natural shot is topspin, but the lower the ball is,
the harder it is to brush up on that ball.
You see, I'm of the generation that learned with wooden rackets, and our standard grip is the continental grip. And so for me, I still play with a continental grip for the low balls and just go round a little bit for the balls that are higher than the net and play them slightly further in front of me.
Well, I have a little bit of a Western grip as well, but my coach had a one-handed backhand. So she would sit there and slice to me the entire time. So when someone hits a slice to me, I love it.
So you have
I have the ability to drop low with my legs so I can get underneath the ball.
Yeah. So you've had plenty of practice of hitting the low balls.
Yes.
Good.
And it's probably the way that I've been taught to respect the slice as well, because it is moving. The ball is coming at you with a different type of spin. So having the respect to.
I like the way you describe that, but it reminds me of Nadal, who whenever the opponent would slice, you could see a light go on in his head thinking, right, it's my point now.
It's my point to hit a winner.
Well, not necessarily a winner, but if my opponent's slicing, I'm in this now, and it's my point, even if it takes me another 2 or 3 strokes.
Yeah, that's definitely my way I put it as well in my head, but I use the term to respect it, because trying to hit a winner off a ball like that it's tough.
Yes.
Because of the way that it spins.
Djokovic at 15 all. Checking the ball. No, he's now not happy with that ball. He's giving it to the ball kid, who will give it to the umpire, Maria Cicek. And she doesn't even bother to look at it. She just puts it in her pocket. I think umpires take the view that if a player doesn't like a ball and they give it to them, don't argue. Just say, okay, it's probably fine, but let's assume it's defunct. It's a volley from Djokovic. Oh, nice pick up by Maestrelli. Djokovic hit a short volley cross court. Maestrelli, he has the reach. He lunged for that and put it down the backhand wing of Djokovic.
Also read the play a little bit, ran early. Djokovic didn't cover line, didn't follow the ball at all.
So it's just a little push up the line, but at full stretch. And a tall Italian. So from Djokovic, 400 return is netted.
Do you think the chair umpire would, just when Djokovic isn't looking, just give the ball back to the ball kid?
Did you see that? That's exactly what happened.
Are you serious?
Yes, that's exactly what happened. As you started asking the question, I looked up at the umpire, and it accidentally fell off her...
umpire's chair?
Yes. And she did not look to get it back. And the ball kid picked it up and has given it back. So yes, that's exactly what's happened.
Well, we have the ball kid that's in front of us that has just given Djokovic the ball, or it's potentially the other one.
It may be the other one, but he's inspecting it now and he's quite happy with it. Oh dear. He serves out wide. Second serve from Djokovic. Residence box end. He's definitely hit the ball that he was complaining about a minute or two ago. Oh, he's missed that one. Maybe the ball's dodgy.
Maybe the ball is dodgy.
14.
Yeah, Djokovic is, of course, far too focused on the match to worry about the fact that there are now 6 balls again in play. But yes, that's exactly what the umpire did.
I would do the same if I was the umpire.
She looked at it, she waited a couple of points and then put it back in circulation when Djokovic wasn't looking.
Well, she probably felt it and was like, there's nothing wrong with the ball.
Exactly.
I think he just served with it.
I think he did, yes. And I suspect afterwards Djokovic will probably laugh about it. If someone's approached him about it, he'd say, look, sometimes you get a feeling about a ball that it's not right, you give it to the umpire and you feel it a couple of minutes later and it's fine. You know, he might be quite relaxed about it, but he wasn't relaxed about our forehand.
Did not move up with his feet at all. The ball probably landed around service line. Djokovic lunging to the ball. Didn't look as fluid.
No, almost he's let the intensity go a bit in this game. He has the break in the second set, but chance for Maestrelli to get the break back. You can hear the bouncing in the background. The effects mic on Rod Laver Arena is not as intense as it was on that other court. It's a good serve from Djokovic, and the return goes wide.
Yes.
Djokovic just starting to pick on the Maestrelli forehand more and more.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please avoid using the comments. Thank you.
I suspect there was probably something called out that was inappropriate there. Maria Cicak from Croatia. There's the umpire. A good serve by Djokovic, sits up, the return does. And now a lob from Maestrelli. Djokovic will smash and puts it away nicely. The one weak part of Djokovic's game. He's learnt to overcome the fact that his smash can be a little bit unreliable by not hitting it as hard.
Yeah.
And most of the time, you don't have to hit the smash hard.
No, not at all. Just big targets. You can hit it hard to big targets.
Find your target and also just get the technique right.
Yeah.
And the ball will come off the strings fairly quickly anyway. Don't try and blast it into the middle of next year. Djokovic serves, backhand return. Backhand Djokovic up the forehand wing. Maestrelli's there, lofts the ball to Djokovic's forehand. A defensive backhand from Maestrelli. A lot of air on that one. Djokovic will put this away. No, Maestrelli's ready. It throws up the lob. Djokovic will let it bounce and it's going wide. That was a slightly wasted opportunity for Maestrelli. And Djokovic holds for a 2-love lead.
Djokovic just in control now from the back of the court. Probably from all areas of the court. Just starting to wear down his opponent.
Just having a quick chat to his coach. Hand across his mouth.
Looked a little bit more intense.
Yeah, but it was Djokovic talking to Vemic there. It wasn't Vemic wanting to say something. Vemic turns round, chats to Charlie Herrera, who's the Spanish hitting partner who Djokovic has had for 2 or 3 years now. There's always a physio or a fitness trainer in the Djokovic box.
Yep, so you had Marco, who was the hitting partner,
yes.
and then the physio that was to the other side of him.
Yes, yes.
There's 4 of them in the box?
There's 4 of them in the box, yes. Herrera is the hitting partner. Can return from Djokovic into the net. Mind you, when Serena was here, when she used to play here, she had 2 hitting partners. She liked having 2 guys at the other end of the court, and one of them, for many years, was our colleague Mark Halawati.
Mark also coached me for many years
Did
when
he?
I was younger.
Yeah. Is he a very good coach?
He was a good junior coach, yes.
He's a great commentator. He just finds this wonderful turn of phrase. So I'm assuming he can turn that to inspiring people on a tennis court.
Yes, definitely. That's Mark to a T.
Australia has moved to 30 love. Serving now. down the centre. Backhand return from Djokovic. Forehand from Maestrelli. Djokovic with his forehand into out. Djokovic now comes to the net. Plays a volley. Maestrelli's read this well. Can he make that? Oh, he did make it. Djokovic went back to the backhand. And Maestrelli goes down the line and the tiniest little sliver of the ball.
How much would you say that's in by?
Well, again, I was having a discussion with Mike Cain last night, saying I wish they would put actually, we know the width of a line, but I would say that's about 3 or 4 millimetres.
It's incredibly close.
Backhand from Djokovic, half volley off the baseline from Maestrelli. Djokovic into out and into the net from Maestrelli. You were saying a minute or two ago, Jamie, that Djokovic is starting to go more and more for the forehand because he has been peppering the backhand.
Now he's gone into the backhand side.
Well, I think the backhand is the weaker side for Maestrelli. And Maestrelli is forever looking to run round the backhand when he can.
Yeah, well, really early on, I felt like the traffic was directed into the forehand to open up the backhand, but now we can definitely see that traffic is directed to that side.
Maestrelli at 40-15. He's all in white, Djokovic in green and navy. Serves into the body, backhand from Djokovic is a short one. Maestrelli doesn't make the most of the short ball now, the rally's on. A slice from Djokovic. Maestrelli runs around his backhand, plays a drop shot. Djokovic is there, answers with a drop shot. A lob from Maestrelli, Djokovic races back. He plays a shot behind his back, and a volley from Maestrelli wins the point. That was a lovely inventive shot from Djokovic, but no attempt to run for the drop shot afterwards.
I wouldn't even know how to describe the shot that he hit. I thought he was going to go for the tweener, but went from around the side behind him.
Well, we're going to get a replay on that on our monitor, so I'm going to try and describe that for you. But back to the net, in a perfect position for a tweener, and it was like he sort of scooped it round his body.
Yeah, it was quite interesting.
We're going to see this now. So he answered the drop shot with another drop shot. Maestrelli came forward and lobbed Djokovic. Djokovic races back. Ball lands pretty much inside the baseline, and then he goes
for the no
look forehand round the backhand side. So he goes back to the net, and he
flicks it backwards.
A downward facing forehand. He didn't quite get off the middle, which is why it sat up so neatly for Maestrelli just to play a gentle cross-court volley. So hit the position, yes, he played that right by his right knee.
Do you think we would have seen that type of shot from Djokovic 10 years ago?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Why are we seeing it now?
Because as he's got older, his game has improved. I mean, he is constantly working on his shots. I mean, the biggest change for me over the Djokovic career is the slice.
Yeah.
If you get something, on the internet about Djokovic playing.
I'm more talking, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. I'm more talking the fun of going to hit a tweener.
Yes. I think he does it in practice.
Okay.
And I think he has great fun. I think also he's somebody who likes to be liked.
Yeah.
And that you become, he knows what crowds like. He knows that they like you to acknowledge them, say, it's wonderful to play on this arena. He knows also that they like a bit of entertainment. They like a bit of self-deprecation. So when he can do that, that's fine. It's just the things they don't like are his sort of warrior characteristics, when he rips his shirt off at the end of a match or whatever. I don't think they warm to that, but he's not going to apologise for that because that's what makes him the competitor he is. Djokovic at 2-1 with a break, second set. And now at 15 love. Serves into the body, backhand return. Forehand Djokovic up the middle of the court. Forehand Maestrelli. Djokovic makes Maestrelli play a low volley. That is a gorgeous volley from Maestrelli.
An unbelievable volley. Picked it up from his toes. Had the backspin on it as well. Moved quickly to the net. Forward off the ball. The ball spun sideways once it hit Djokovic's side of the court.
You know what shot we haven't seen from Djokovic for a while?
Which one?
A lob. Played so many in the first set. They've dried up now. It goes into the backhand of Maestrelli. Djokovic now he slices. Maestrelli with a forehand up the forehand wing. Djokovic with a pushed forehand at full stretch. Into out forehand from Maestrelli, wins the point. He's looking good now, Maestrelli.
He is. He's playing with a lot of confidence. Court position has changed as well, shifted up the court, trying to dictate the point more. Yeah, Djokovic off the back foot, run around looking for his forehand.
Djokovic is at the Yarra end, furthest from our commentary position. He serves into the net. I have to say I like that outfit he's wearing. It's very simple, very classic collared shirt.
I like the collared shirt. It also looks nice on the Melbourne blue courts.
It does, yeah. But the green looks good with the navy blue as well. Forehand from Maestrelli. Goes back to the forehand of Djokovic. Djokovic with a lovely angle, clean winner.
Maestrelli just hitting the ball way too short. That was inside the service line. Djokovic all over it. Able to use his craft and use that forehand angle. Clean winner.
I know it's hard to judge where Djokovic is at the moment on 1.5 matches, but seeing him like this, as long as he stays fit, as long as there isn't an injury that he ends up carrying, I can see him. I mean, it's long from Maestrelli, and Djokovic moves to 40-30. I can see him, if he gets to the semi-final projected against Sinner, he would challenge Sinner.
Yeah, definitely. It's also dependent, like you said, on what these next couple of rounds look like. You don't want 5-set battles so early on that you physically can't hold for the next couple.
No.
Semis, finals, quarters.
But Djokovic needs a certain number of matches. He needs that match toughness.
Yeah.
And definitely. He hasn't had anything since his first round match was the first one since 9th of November when he won the final in Athens.
Well, but at the same time, his experience over the last couple of years, sometimes you don't need a lot of matches. But in terms of confidence, yes.
That's also very fair. Forehand from Maestrelli to the forehand of Djokovic. Down the line from Maestrelli. Djokovic off the top of the net and drops back his own side. Having to fight harder for his service games at the moment.
Maestrelli's just gone with the flatter ball into Djokovic. Hitting through the ball a little bit more. Depth has improved of these last couple rallies. Love to see him continue to take the ball on.
Deuce on the Djokovic serve. Serves out wide, forehand return is into the net.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Such a smooth serve from Djokovic.
Interesting about his serve to smash. His serve is so smooth, but then
the smash can be a bit.
The yips.
Yes, he can. Mind you, the serve, you're in control of everything. Unless there's gusting winds. Whereas the smash, you've got to
get underneath the ball.
Judge where your body placement is. Djokovic serves, backhand return, backhand Djokovic cross court, backhand from Maestrelli now. Djokovic goes cross court, now flattens out his backhand. Maestrelli with a defensive backhand, that'll go wide. Djokovic holds and leads by 3 games to 1. Josh, have you got something for us?
Yeah, over on 1573 Arena, Chris. It is young Ethan Quinn, the American, the 21-year-old, who has taken the second set via the tie break. So he took the first set 6-4. He's taken the second set. He's 2 sets to love up against Hubie Hurkacz. So I've really enjoyed watching the young 20-year-old play. He's come through the college system out of the University of Georgia. Played there in 2022 and 2023. He reached the 3rd round of Roland Garros last year. He came through as a qualifier, but he is fearless in his approach. He's got a nice serve, not quite as quick as Hubie Hurkacz, but he's putting on a fearless display here on 1573 Arena.
Well, that's interesting because Hubie Hurkacz played so well in the United Cup, which is his first tournament for 7 months. Nice point on Rod Laver Arena. Let's go back to Hurkacz. He looked very, very good in Sydney, the end of the United Cup.
He did. I watched all his matches from home, and he did have surgery on his knee and was out, but his movement looks incredible.
It does look good,
and just
yes.
hitting his forehand as well with a lot of purpose, going after the ball.
I don't think that one is necessarily over. Oh, what a great forehand cross court by Djokovic, and Maestrelli almost slipped. Yes, Ethan Quinn is 2 sets to love up, but consider that it's possible for Hurkacz to come back in that one. Ethan Quinn still learning his trade. I had a bit of a senior moment this morning. I was got to do a doubles later for television, and it had E. King on the. It was one of the players, and I thought, oh yes, I know Ethan King. And look, can't find any information. I can't find even an acknowledgement of Ethan King.
Evan King.
I mixed up Evan King with Ethan Quinn.
Oh!
I just merged.
You put the two names
I'd merged
together.
those two into one.
That's
Yes.
so good. Were you stressing about that for ages?
Well, I was
Just
baffled.
confused.
I thought, there's no way I will not be able to find any information about somebody playing in a doubles at the Australian Open. There will be some information there. But, yes, I'd merged two names.
That's funny. Well, I'm glad you actually figured out
Yes, exactly.
who you were going
Yes.
to commentate.
And I did eventually find information on Evan King, who had an amazing year last year.
Yes.
He and Christian Harrison qualified for the ATP finals. Forehand from Djokovic deep to the backhand of Maestrelli. Maestrelli happy to trade punches with Djokovic. Now goes to the forehand of Djokovic. Djokovic too long. Good change of direction from Maestrelli.
Did Evan King, I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, make French Open final in the doubles? Is that correct?
No, yes, yes, it was last year. King and Harrison got to the final. Yeah. They won 3 titles together, 2 of them as qualifiers.
Wow. And then did Evan play with Taylor Townsend for mixed doubles?
Yes.
French Open?
But he's not playing with Taylor Townsend here.
No.
He's playing with Asia Mohammed.
Okay.
Maestrelli serves, backhand return, backhand from Maestrelli. Djokovic pushing him back. Now drop shot from Djokovic off the top of the net, but Maestrelli's there. Djokovic should put that away easily and does. Puts up his hand to acknowledge the fact that his drop shot did touch the top of the net. I thought it was quite a well improvised drop shot by Djokovic.
I thought it was a fantastic drop shot. Just got underneath the ball, made the ball spin back. I actually didn't realise it hit the top of the net until we saw it on our replay.
Yeah, no, that's why Djokovic had his hand up for it. I'll just ask you something about the grip that Djokovic used there. Just wait for this point as Maestrelli serves, forehand return, backhand from Maestrelli was too long. And yes, juice on the Maestrelli serve. When Djokovic shapes up for the two-hander and then at the last minute takes the left hand off and plays a drop shot, does he change the right hand grip?
No, well, I wouldn't. No, I
didn't think he was. We saw that on the replay and I thought, there doesn't look like a grip change there. Because I was having this conversation with somebody about, it was David Taylor, the Australian coach, about Francesco who yesterday had some fantastic drop shots. And I said to David, does he change his grip? Oh yes, he definitely changes his grip. And I said, really? Surely he's...
To a forehand drop shot or a backhand drop shot?
Forehand drop shot.
Yes. So on a forehand drop shot, I would change my grip, but sometimes that's why I call it a short slice, because for me, I don't fully change it to a continental grip to hit that drop shot. I will go half between my forehand grip and half continental, so somewhere in the middle.
Right.
So that's why I call it a short drop. Yeah.
The forehand is a short slice.
Short slice. Yeah.
Whereas the backhand is a genuine drop shot.
A genuine drop shot.
Yeah, interesting. Forehand from Maestrelli up the line from Djokovic. Maestrelli's not going to get that one back into court.
Yeah, it just depends on how comfortable each player is using a Conti grip or using more of a Western type. It depends on the player a little bit.
If you're wondering what a continental grip or a Western grip or an Eastern grip is, the continental grip is the shake hands grip, basically. If you put the the gap between the thumb and the forefinger on the side of the frame, slide it down to the grip and shake hands. That is the continental grip. So the Western is when you turn your hand to the right, and the Eastern is when you turn your hand to the left. So the Eastern is like the frying pan grip.
That's right, yes. That's a great explanation.
Well, I don't like us to get too lost in our tennis jargon, because there are tennis fans who listen who may not know all of it. Maestrelli, the second point for 2-3. Let's break down in the second set. Backhand return from Djokovic, deep to the forehand of Maestrelli. Forehand Djokovic on the backhand way. Maestrelli steers this across court. Djokovic is there. Backhand Maestrelli off the top of the net. Djokovic is there, goes back to the backhand. Maestrelli nets his backhand. Oh my goodness. Phenomenal consistency from Djokovic. And every time he goes to the backhand. Yes. He could so easily have gone down the forehand wing there.
He could have opened up his forehand, but Djokovic just a brick wall. This is Djokovic to a T. My moral of the story for a forehand drop shot is use the grip that's comfortable for you.
Yes, no, that's very, very fair. But also, you might have a different grip for a higher bouncing ball than for a low bouncing ball. Backhand return from Djokovic, backhand from Maestrelli. Djokovic goes back to the backhand. Djokovic is really peppering that backhand, but it's gone long this time.
Maestrelli just trying to stay in this game, very important game. Don't want to be a double breakdown.
Glad to have a commentary change. Simon Cambers and Candy Reid are waiting patiently outside for this next change of ends. Maestrelli, another point for 2-3. He's missed the serve.
I just find it interesting how some players prefer two balls in the pocket and then some that don't, and then have to go back to the ball kid to get the ball.
Yeah. To me, it's a distraction if you have to go to a ball kid, especially if you haven't got a ball kid. Forehand from Djokovic to the backhand of Maestrelli. Now Maestrelli goes cross court. Forehand from Djokovic into the net. Maestrelli holds, and it's 2-3. From his perspective, 3-2 to Djokovic with the break. 6-3 Djokovic took the first set. Jamie Fawless, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. It's been fun.
And we're going to now make way. We'll be back in a minute with Simon Cambers and Candy Reid.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio. Thank you very much, Chris Bowers and Jamie Fullis, for your excellent commentary. And now, unfortunately, you've got me, Simon Cambers, and you've got, not unfortunately, Candy Reid.
I would say
Candy?
unfortunate as well.
How are you, Candy?
It's going to be a terrible 2 hours, Simon.
Terrible 2 hours for Maestrelli, maybe, if Novak keeps going this way. Although, you know, to be honest, I was looking at the clock, hour and 22 minutes. He's held his own and showing plenty of good skills, and obviously having come through qualifying, feels comfortable on the courts.
And he's having fun, isn't he? He's really enjoying this moment. A lot of players don't enjoy this when they're playing a top player with the partisan crowd as well.
Djokovic serving at a set and a break, 3-2. Serves out wide to the forehand of Maestrelli, who has been playing. It's taken him a long time to get into the Grand Slam main draw here, but he's enjoying himself, as Candy Reid said, as Novak goes back to the backhand of the Italian. Good depth from Maestrelli. Novak has to lift the ball high, takes all the pace off the ball, gets himself back in position, and then wrong foot, Maestrelli beautifully sends the ball straight up the line, and almost a smile on the face of Novak as he walks to the back of the court.
I've been very impressed with Novak. Of course, he's the best ever.
He's quite good.
He's quite good, but we're always now looking, aren't we, at the age of 38, how he's moving, what he's like physically. In his first round match, I thought he was excellent. He's moving like a 28-year-old, not a 38-year-old, and same thing today, looking great.
Yeah, we just know with Novak, he does look great until he doesn't these days, which is the difficulty for him, as he readily admits. You know, backing it up, 5 matches to get to a match against Sinner or Alcaraz, probably, and then maybe against the other one. That's the hard part.
He needs the draw to help him out a little bit, and who knows, you've got to be in a position, haven't you, to let it help you out.
Well, I was talking to Corentin Moutet yesterday. He really fancies his chances against Carlos Alcaraz. He's really looking forward to it.
Excellent.
But still a tough task for him, but that'll be an exciting match because Moutet is great to watch. Djokovic serving 6-3, 3-2. Lots going on around the grounds. We will check in, see what else is happening very shortly.
Yeah, Kit Kearns is doing all the hard work for us, while Simon and I get to sit in arguably the most beautiful and prestigious box in the world of commentary.
It is a fantastic view from here, isn't it? Low down with sort of like knee height of the player. You just get a really good idea of how well they move, how fast the ball comes, how tough it is.
How much spin is on the ball.
Yeah, Djokovic just wiping a bit of sweat from his brow. Blue shorts, green shirt, white cap.
Looks smart, doesn't he? He's always very lean.
Very nice shoes.
Like
those A6 shoes, the white with a little greeny, sort of pale blue aquamarine colour.
They match his shirt, don't they? Colour coordinated.
Yeah, he thinks about it. Serving 40-15. Going to finish up this game. Kick ball to the Maestrelli backhand, who takes it off backhand and comes in. Up goes the lob from Novak over the top of Maestrelli. It's in. There's a tweener, but it's out. And Novak pretends like he's going to volley it from the baseline and just lets it land a couple of feet beyond.
Oh, Maestrelli should have won that point. Played a beauty, and I suspect more players are going to play like that, the underdogs, actually really attack on the second serves. We saw Grigor Dimitrov do that beautifully against Jannik Sinner. He was 2 sets to love up at last year's Wimbledon. Then he got injured, and I just wonder why more haven't played against Sinner that way. Maestrelli trying it against Novak, almost worked.
I guess it's not easy.
It's not easy,
You've got to be aggressive, you've got to commit to everything, you've got to be really talented in the first place.
Who's going to beat Sinner from the baseline?
No, it's true. Talking of Dimitrov, I ran into him in the corridor a few days ago, and I said to him, it's great to see him back. And I said to him, that was my son's favourite match at Wimbledon last year.
Yeah.
His match with Sinner, so close to getting that done and then pulling his pec. It's a very unusual injury to pop it.
He was crying, wasn't he? Everyone was crying with him.
It was sad. Double fault from Maestrelli to open his service game at 2-4.
3 double faults now for Maestrelli. 6 aces as well. First serve percentage has been decent, and he's winning about 2/3 of first service points, below 50% though on his second serve, which has been a bit of a problem. Novak's number percentage-wise is actually lower on his second serve though.
Interesting. Love 15, first serve into the net. Never played each other, these two, not surprisingly. Novak has such an amazing record against players outside the top 100. Never lost to anyone in a slam this lowly ranked. 141. It's a backhand return from Djokovic, which he just slightly doesn't quite find the middle, and it goes long.
That's quite a stat though, isn't it, Simon? Because the level, the depth, as we're just seeing the very close call, Novak missing it by about half a mouse's whisker. Hence the groan from the crowd. But to be that consistent is just amazing, because you think one day you're not feeling well, you've got a little food poisoning, someone's been mean to you, you'd come out not playing well, but consistency is everything.
All these records that Novak notches up if he wins today, it'll be his 399th Grand Slam win.
It's mad, isn't it? He's already got 100 wins here at the Australian Open.
That is crazy. I mean, how many people actually get to play 399 Grand Slam matches? That is an awful lot of tennis. as Djokovic just moves Maestrelli around the baseline, so much so that gets across, tries to slice the backhand back into play and drifts wide.
And the fact, Simon, that he's very, very, very wealthy. He's got everything he needs in life, a family, but he still wants to be out here grinding. And it is a grind. It's not easy. I mean, obviously he's travelling in private jets and staying in beautiful hotels, but there's a lot of anxiety and anticipation and worry and all those things that go into being a professional tennis player.
Yeah, he's playing a bit less these days, isn't he? Which is
less.
Good. You know, he's just really focused on the Grand Slams and maybe one or two tournaments here and there. He doesn't have to worry about the commitments that everyone else does. He chips the really nice low slice with a bit of side spin, and then totally wrong foots Maestrelli, who gets his feet caught, falls over, and I think he's okay. Novak's just checking, and he is. It was kind of a heavy fall.
Very heavy fall. Maestrelli's racket is gone, and his dampener went the other way. I think they're going to have a hard time finding the dampener. The blue racket is lying on the floor. Maestrelli's just gone to the towel just to give himself a minute, and he's going to realise shortly that he's lost his dampener.
Well,
some call it a vibrator, but I think it's...
If he was a junior, he would spend 10 minutes looking for that now.
Yeah, he would, yes.
As it is, he's just going to carry on. But it is 15-40 as he serves. Tries to slide it out wide. A couple of break points for Djokovic to get a second break in this second set. He's going to have to find something with the second. Serve from Maestrelli to the forehand of Djokovic, who was already over there waiting for that ball. He's going to pass the ball up the line. It's too low and too good for Maestrelli, who's coming forward. Nets the volley, and that's a second break for Novak. And he leads 5-2 in the second.
Well, I know he should win this match, but that was absolutely class from Novak Djokovic. It was a pretty perfect point from Maestrelli coming forward, put the transition shot, the approach shot into the Novak backhand, and Novak just able to push that ball down the line. It was so low, and Maestrelli can't get down. Incredible defence from Novak Djokovic.
It's the anticipation as well, isn't it? He seems to know where every single ball's going. He so rarely gets wrong-footed.
It's the way that the opponent opens up their shoulders, and the very best, Novak and Federer and Rafa are all really good at this. They can tell as the person approaches the net which way they're going to go, so they've already made a couple of steps that way, which is so key in tennis, isn't it, if you're ahead of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Maestrelli could have gone either way, but he went up the line and Djokovic slid about 4 feet into that shot too. Incredible ability to slide on a hard court.
They're all doing it now. Even some on the WTA tour are doing it.
It makes me wince every time I see it. It's so, well, I mean, you have to be so elastic, and you have to have a lot of trust in your shoes as well.
Yes.
Shoes are different. You couldn't have done that years ago.
Yeah, that's a good point. And those A6 shoes are very popular, aren't they, amongst the top players?
Well, he has particular shoes that do, the hardcore ones that do slide.
Yes.
They're actually made to slide a little bit. We were at A6 this time last year, and they were describing all the shoes that each of the players have and stuff. Novak in particular has special shoes.
Oh, interesting. Tell me more. Are they kind of grinding them down so they're not, when you buy a new pair of shoes in the store, they're quite ridged out on a hard court, so are they smoother?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I'd have to go back and have a look at all the details, but it was really interesting listening to them talk about it, because clearly it's not just a pair of trainers anymore. It's not just lob these on, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
They're actually specially made for each player. So Musetti, who's now moving from A6, but his A6 were something special for him, and Novak's has his own, etc. Paolini's another one.
Amazing.
So Djokovic serving for this second set. Starts off with a little serve and volley. Doesn't have to hit the volley, as Maestrelli misses long.
A friend of mine actually has a Novak Djokovic racket given to him by his agent Mark. So they're good friends. They play golf at Wentworth together. And I felt the racket from Wimbledon 2024 that Novak was playing with. It's not an off-the-shelf racket. The weight of the racket is very unique.
Very heavy, I should think.
It's heavy in different areas. He's definitely got lead weight in the side of the racket. A little bit like a golfer, they're actually going to do in the off-season. They'll go and work on things, maybe want to get a little bit more racket speed.
I mean, most players wouldn't be able to cope with that kind of that weight on a racket. But Novak is not most players.
Yeah.
Moves Maestrelli all over the baseline, then sends her backhand. Actually just sliced it slightly long.
If you've ever played or seen the Federer racket, the Wilson Pro Staff, that thing is an absolute brick.
Yeah.
If you hit it in the middle, it's beautiful. If you don't hit it in the middle, your arm and body are reverberating for about 3 minutes.
They're very popular with players, but I keep saying to these friends of mine, going, well, you're not good enough to use that racket.
Definitely don't play with that racket.
You don't middle it, you're going to break your arm.
Yes.
I mean, Wilson rackets are quite stiff as a rule anyway,
yeah.
but that is nuts.
That's the stiffest.
15-all. Maestrelli going after the return, but the ball's just long anyway, so have to have another go. Standing about 2 feet behind the baseline, and then moving forward to return a forehand. He slaps it right at the feet of Djokovic. It's a good serve, but a much better return, and it's 15-30. A little wiggle of the racket from Maestrelli, just showing that he's in this match. He wants to keep pushing Novak and look for any opportunities he might be able to take.
What do you think of Novak right now? You've watched him for many, many years.
Yes, I am very old.
No, not true, but very experienced.
Well, I would say, maybe we can talk about this at the end of the set. I think there's a lot to discuss with Novak right now. Big forehand from the Serbian, forehand up the line from Maestrelli, just long. That's it.
Maestrelli doing his best just to hang around here. He's starting to show a bit more frustration towards his bench now, and 33 minutes on the clock. And you just feel, don't you, with these kind of players like Novak, that time is running away and you can't quite keep up with it.
He stands so tight to the baseline. He never yields ground, so there's no space to hit into. And his serve is still so good. He jumps up to hit a nice two-handed backhand from inside the service line, and it's set point.
He's having fun out here, Novak. He knows he's going to win, and that much is absolutely clear. That was very flamboyant. That was kind of like a Quentin Moutet shot rather than Novak Djokovic shot. Shows how easy this is for him.
Marat Safin used to like it.
Oh, yes.
He's around here, of course, as coach of Andrei Rublev these days.
He's chill, according to Rublev.
He's got lots of hair.
He's got lots of hair.
That's the truth. Serve from Djokovic, the backhand of Maestrelli. Up the line goes Djokovic, gets amazing depth again and flattens it out. Maestrelli gets to the ball, but nets the forehand. Djokovic walks marching towards his chair, and the 24 times Grand Slam champion has 2 sets to love lead.
Now that is very, very impressive. A set 2, which contained 1 ace, 2 double faults for Novak. 83% behind his first serve, 15 of 18. Only 4 of 11 behind his second serve. So that's a little bit of a chink to his armour today, but he saved both break points against him, and he converted 2 of 3. That's pretty splendid for the world number 4.
Maestrelli gesticulating towards his teams, like asking them questions. What am I supposed to do against that? He's not the only one who's ever said that. So yeah, Djokovic takes the second set 6-2, and he leads by 2 sets to love. Let's check in with Kate and see what else is happening.
Hi Simon, it's really interesting stage here on 1573 Arena. Hubie Hurkacz from Poland up against the young American Ethan Quinn, and it's Quinn that's leading 2 sets to love and 5-1. He's at 30 love serving for the match, but Hurkacz clearly injured, really struggling, has limited movement. I think it's the back that's the problem, but he's continued to stay out there, and Quinn just missing on that first serve. It's hit the net and gone wide. Just want to stay with me for these.
Sure.
Might be just 2 points because he's running through them really quickly. So second serve by Quinn, down the tee. Hurkacz gets that back down the middle. Big forehand by the American, and he's put that away for the winner. He has 3 match points. It's going to definitely be one of the biggest wins of his very short career. He's 80 in the world at the moment. Amazing start to the year, and I imagine those ranking points will be a little different after this tournament.
I think he's going to go higher pretty quickly.
Yeah, really quick. Okay, he's just ready to serve now. Serving for the match, Ethan Quinn. He's put down a big serve. It's gone out wide. It is an ace, and he wins 6-4, 7-6, 6-1, and that's fabulous news for the young American.
Thank you very much, Kate. Also happening on Kia Arena, interesting match. Linda Noskova, the number 13 seed, up against Taylor Preston of Australia, and it's a set all there. Noskova whipping through the first one, but Preston has hit back well to take the second 6-4, and it's early stages of the third set. Noskova has a break at 1 love. We'll be back with Kate all through the afternoon. Reminder, please do get in touch with us. You can enter by the got in touch with us by the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Remember to give us your name, tell us where you're listening from, what you're up to, why you're listening, what you're looking forward to seeing, or what you've been listening to and enjoying most of all so far. And a reminder that it is competition time this week. We've got a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. Any genre, any era, for example, who'd be a great Marvel character. We want you to be creative as creative as you possibly can. The movie can be from any era and anywhere around the world. The voucher can be used online, so you don't have to be here. You can be from anywhere. And again, you can enter via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Entries close 5 p.m. Sunday, and the winner will be announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards that evening. So we look forward to hearing from you throughout the afternoon. Maestrelli starts with an ace. Candy, let's go back to Novak. I am thinking about writing something because of my dual roles of commentating and writing, about how Novak's life has come full circle.
Okay.
So when he first started out and got to number 3 in the world, he found Federer and Nadal almost impregnable and tough to get past.
Yes.
It took him about 3 years to get there. And at times he was resigned to the fact he thought he might never make it. And now, at the age of 38, he is coming up to Sinner and Alcaraz, and in a similar situation, but without necessarily the belief that he can make it. He's always going to believe that he can beat them, one of them at least. But I think he's been openly talking about how difficult it is to actually beat them in a Grand Slam over the best of 5 sets at his age.
So he's actually admitting that now.
He's been admitting it for 6 months. He's been saying it is incredibly tough. But he says, I'm there. I'm doing my best. I believe I can beat them. It's all about being 100% on the day and playing absolutely my best. But he's not going to give up in terms of thinking that he's going to beat them. But it's just interesting to sort of come full circle.
Yeah.
Was number 3, is the 3rd best player in the world now, even though he's ranked 4.
He's definitely the 3rd best player, for sure. I think anyone would argue that over Alexander Zverev. Might be a little bit upset, but that's fair enough.
4 semi-finals of the Grand Slams last year. It's only 3 years since he won 3 of the 4 slams. So he's always there or thereabouts in the big tournament. No one wants to play him. What a shot that is.
The backhand is ridiculous, isn't it? So many players have just based their backhands on Novak's. He's just set the standard for that shot. Along with Zverev, you've got to put those two as the best in the world. But it's so easy, his movement. He's just open stance there, and he's just shoved the backhand up the line, not for the first time.
It was like a shovel, and he just does that. He just such a compact swing when he needs to. Absolutely perfect from Djokovic. Maestrelli was coming forward off a good approach, but he was nowhere near the pass. And it's 40-15, opening game of the 3rd set.
Maestrelli, the 12th best ranked Italian tennis in wonderful shape right now.
Yeah, I mean, talk about an investment in future tennis that the Italian Federation made maybe 7 or 8 years ago. Built loads of courts. We've got so many tournaments.
And they've got free-to-air television, which has tennis on, and they've got 2 channels. If you go to Italy, you can watch tennis 24 hours a day. And local people can get familiar with certain players playing futures, challengers, and then tour level, and then support them. And the other thing, Simon, I've noticed doing a lot of coaching conferences around the world is that the coaches are really, really collaborative with each other. There's no real jealousy or envy. They're actually working together. They're trying to help each other out. I'm pretty good friends now with Vincenzo Santapadre, who's looking after Sonego. And good friends with the coach of Jasmine Paolini, Danilo Pizzorno, used to look after Samsonova. And they're all the same. They say the same thing. Let's help each other out here. Let's make Italian tennis the best it can be.
It's a little bit like the situation in France, I think, with French journalism, for example. They only have one. They have a sports newspaper, L'Equipe, famous newspaper, brilliant production, and the reporters don't have to compete against each other because they're the only real outlet there is for proper writing in France. Now, maybe that's not the best way to do it, but so they are a collaborative process, and if that's the same in coaching.
So they have a monopoly on the journalism, but that actually keeps their standards up, and they're not threatened.
That's right. They certainly don't feel threatened.
Yeah,
and they're well funded.
But the standards are high, because obviously the worry is, isn't it, if you've got a monopoly on something that you can kind of go, we'll put a little effort in here. But
no, the standards are very high.
Good.
Very good. Djokovic serving 15 love. Love won in this 3rd set. Yeah, do keep your emails coming in. We'll get to some of those as the match goes on. Serve from Djokovic out wide. Too good for Maestrelli. Can't get it back into play. Look at Djokovic's draw, because he is in the same half as Jannik Sinner. So that would be his semi-final opponent. But before then, he would have either Van der Zandschulp or Shang, and then maybe Mensik. So things start to get difficult from there. If it's Mensik, he's a big hitter. He's a top young player who could then start to trouble Djokovic.
I don't think he'd be intimidated either, Mensik.
No.
Just given his personality. It depends a lot on how he's feeling. He's already won a 1,000 level tournament, hasn't he? He's an exceptional young man.
Someone like Mensik, this is where Novak knows that stuff gets difficult. You know, if he pushes him to 4 sets or maybe 5, then the cumulative effect can rub off. After that, it would be Musetti or Fritz.
Musetti played really well today against Sonego, straight sets.
Or Tsitsipas. You never know.
Yeah, Tsitsipas isn't convincing though. His backhand return is a major weakness.
That's been all the way through his career.
Yeah, nothing's changed. I would have thought that he would have been working that in the off-season, but not yet anyway, not so far this season.
He had a serious back issue.
Good point.
That he hasn't said what treatment he had for it, but he was out for quite a long time. So
that's a very good point.
Good to see him back.
He and ex-girlfriend Paula Badosa both having back problems.
Badosa lost today.
Yeah, she was poor today.
Djokovic cross-court to the Maestrelli backhand, then Djokovic goes down the centre of the court. Maestrelli trying to find the angle on the forehand, mishits it just wide.
You look at someone like Paula Badosa though, former world number 2. Yeah, she's had horrible back injuries. She played a young girl today, Oksana Selekmatova, who is 23 years old, had never won a major main draw match before this tournament, and Selekmatova won that 4-4, and Badosa just looked like she wasn't very happy to be out there in the wind. But that again shows the consistency of Novak, the fact he's out here plugging away.
So down the tee from Maestrelli. Nice backhand cross court, low over the net from the Italian. He lifts the forehand to the backhand of Djokovic, who sends it long down the middle of the court. And he goes down the middle, not with much depth this time, taking his time, just pacing himself almost. Djokovic, as he manoeuvres his opponent around the line, tries to up it, but the ball catches the tape, gives Maestrelli a little bit more time to get back in, and then eventually the Italian misses wide. And Novak offers a little apology for the net cord, but to be honest, it helped Maestrelli.
He's just looking so composed, Novak. He's not looking rushed from the baseline. I absolutely love his technique on both the forehand and the backhand. He's got such a beautiful shoulder turn. A rally of 16 shots. He's just gone to the towel, Novak, just taking his time. He'd love to get this done in straight sets, give himself a day off before the next round and save those legs a bit.
And you talked about the racket and how heavy it is. I mean, that's going to give him a lot of power.
Yes.
That's the reason for doing that, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And he knows he's going to hit the ball right in the centre of the racket, so it's not going to be very, very clean as Maestrelli hits forehand in the net there on the second shot after the serve. He's just trying to press, isn't he, the Italian? Yeah. But yeah, you're right. The heaviness of the racket actually helps with the racket head speeds, but you have to be able to hit the ball in the centre in order to have that not reverberate up your arm.
Love 40.
Ouch.
Maestrelli having missed a few shots in this game and given Djokovic 3 break points. Big serve, aiming out wide, flat serve.
Do you start to over push when you're playing someone who's playing better and is better than you?
Djokovic takes a couple of steps back to return the second serve. Waits for it. Down the tee. Djokovic is onto it on the return, whacks it down low at the foot of the advancing Maestrelli, and he nets the volley once more, and Djokovic is cruising to victory in this match. 3-love he leads in the third set.
Yeah, this is too easy, and you said he stepped backwards for the second serve. Why would you do that? Well, most players have a kick second serve, so the ball's actually rising. Novak knew he was probably going to come in. Maestrelli come into the net, and Novak just hitting a lot of spin on that forehand return, getting the ball down nice and low. And we're just seeing the placement and depth of Maestrelli's forehand. It's not deep enough. He's only got 16% of shots in the final quarter depth-wise on his forehand. That number has to be closer to 50%. That's where he's going wrong. 55% of the time Maestrelli's hitting the ball in there, just behind the service line, in between that little spot, and that is going to get absolutely ricocheted by Novak. He's just so comfortable.
I think I said it was 3-love. It's actually 2-1, doing Maestrelli a little disservice.
Still a break though.
But it is a break, and Djokovic in control. 2 sets to love, 2-1 in the third.
Time.
Kate, how's Preston and Noskova doing? How's that one going?
Yeah, sharing breaks here in the third set, Simon. They're 2-all and a set apiece. Maddie Inglis is actually has come out to serve for the match against Laura Zigerman, and she's 15-40 down, and yeah, she got really tight. She's just dropped serve, so we're at 6-all. We're going to a tie break.
That'll be a heck of a win if Inglis can get it done over Zigerman, although Zigerman the other day looked down and out, didn't she, and roared back to win her match.
Yeah, I think Maddie would be aware of that. She's pretty disappointed with that service game. As I said, things got very tight.
Thank you very much, Kate. Yeah, just a word on Margaret Arena. Amanda Anisimova cruising fast through that first set against Katerina Siniakova, taking it 6-1. So here on Rod Laver Arena with an almost absolutely packed crowd, just a few seats that are situated right in the sun, not taken at the moment. The rest of it is totally full, and they're enjoying a bit of a masterclass from Novak Djokovic right now.
We've got a message from Marie, lives in Jamaica.
Ooh.
She's listening there. She's
Nice.
enjoying the matches at the Open so far, hoping for a new Australian Open champion in the men's. So not Jannik Sinner, that's what Marie is telling us. Maybe Carlos Alcaraz, because he, surprisingly, has never won this tournament.
No, has never been past the quarter-final.
That's bonkers, isn't it?
Yet to do that. Well, Novak, he lost to Djokovic last year in a really high quality match from Djokovic. So, yeah, that'll be interesting. Well, of course, Djokovic also a 10-time champion, so it can't be him.
You're saying there's a
30
chance.
love. There's let on the first serve.
10 times.
Yeah.
It's bonkers, isn't it? To win one tournament 10 times, let alone a
Win
major
10 tournaments.
title.
Win 10 tournaments would be good going.
Extraordinary.
Most players would never do that.
Do you think Novak will beat Jimmy Connors' 109 titles total? I don't think that's a priority for him.
No. Well, because he's changing his schedule to not really play many of these events.
Yeah.
He once sort of started talking, actually, at the beginning of this year about maybe adding a couple of 250s in, just to spread it out.
Yeah.
Spread the love.
And play a bit more.
Play a little bit more. Maybe win some of those. Maybe then he will get close.
Then he will beat it if he starts playing 250s.
But
he hasn't done that. He's only played Athens, hasn't he? Because his brother's tournament director, and now Novak has moved to Greece.
Djokovic trying to, yes, exactly. Djokovic trying to smack a second serve. It was 191 kilometres an hour into the tape in the end, and staying his side, and it's double fault. Just his third of the match.
It's just the one area of his game, second serve points won, which will be a little bit of a concern. Because, of course, it means that when he does get later on in the draw, that is going to be an area where opponents can really hurt him.
Another big second serve, really going after it. Djokovic, well returned by Maestrelli, goes up the backhand. Djokovic leans to his forehand side, hoists a high lob on the backhand. It's going to go just long.
That's a good idea, though. Yeah, Maestrelli going after the Djokovic backhand, even though that shot is very, very good. That is the side that you have to go into when you're coming into the net, unless you can get Novak on the full stretch. Much harder, generally speaking, to pass off the backhand side, just because of the way your body shape is. On the forehand, you're more open and the options are available to your eye a little bit easier.
Won 3 Challenger Tour titles in 2025, did Maestrelli.
That's a great effort, isn't it?
Obviously been playing more at that level because of his ranking, but that is good because the standard is amazing.
What surface is that on, does it say?
He won in Francavilla, beat Vachereau.
So that must be on...
Probably on clay, I'd say. Brasov in Romania.
That will probably be on clay.
And Bergamo, which is on clay.
Clay, yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, but he doesn't look like a traditional clay court player. He likes to come forward. He's not hitting with masses of spin. Djokovic, you can hear the exertion in his voice as he hammers a backhand cross-court forehand. Then, he's a little bit loose from Maestrelli, but it lands in. Djokovic takes a leap up and tries to swat the forehand cross-court, and for once misses.
Great points.
Great point, indeed. 30-40.
At this point, Djokovic needs to lock it down, something he's done so well, isn't it, in his career. Just was a bit flat there on the high forehand, Novak. It's all been so easy for him, and he can get complacent. Even the world's best can just slightly take his eye and focus off the ball. He is human after all, just about.
And what he has done, as you said, so many times throughout his career, has come up with a big serve on second serve, big shot, a big moment to save himself. You do with one here. 30-40. Serves out wide. It's good, but it's chipped back by Maestrelli. He's in the point, but not anymore because the forehand wrong-footing him back behind him on the backhand side from Djokovic is too good.
You just know what he's going to do. He's going to make a first serve. And Novak getting up to the shortish return, held the ball on his racket, didn't really open up his shoulders, so Maestrelli didn't really know what Novak was going to do, and he went back behind instead of going with the forehand up the line.
Yeah, he's just so balanced. He didn't rush anything, didn't panic. Could have done, but he's so experienced. Serves down the tee, and then Maestrelli's backhand unlucky there because he middled it, but he middled it straight into the tape, and it fell back his side.
16 winners for Novak today, 20 unforced errors. His opponent has 24 winners, but 30 unforced errors. Novak's not going to be somebody who's just blowing winners past opponents. Doesn't play that way.
Game point, Djokovic. Serves down the tee, forehand return on the net from Maestrelli. Thinks about lobbing his racket down. Instead, he just rehearses the swing, has a little angry word to himself behind his hands.
You can understand his frustration, just boiling over because he got close there, had the break point. Novak hit 3 first serves. Maestrelli misses the last 2 returns, doesn't make Novak play, and Novak Djokovic has made a long career out of forcing errors out of opponents and driving them nuts.
Did nothing wrong on the break point, but the other 2 he just missed his returns. You mentioned unforced errors, Candy. Where do you sit on the unforced errors debate as to how accurate a description it is of what's happening?
It's not. Not at this level. Maybe under 12, under 14. But no, there's no real thing such as an unforced error. I don't really care about unforced errors. I think forced errors is much more. It's also so subjective, isn't it? Because we've got a human looking at that and thinking, OK, that is an unforced and that's a forced error. Well, we don't obviously always agree.
We used to joke about the students who did it at Wimbledon, for example, for IBM. You know, the poor kids, it's not their fault, but they might have been out the night before, had a couple of beers, feeling a little bit groggy, and it's very, very hard to concentrate like that. Was that it? It close, wasn't it?
No, wide and just a little long. Yeah, I had a couple of under-18 Surrey players who were college players did that job for IBM and do so. They do know tennis.
Oh, they know their tennis. It's just that it's incredibly difficult to concentrate that long.
Yeah, especially a 5-set men's match on grass.
And it's subjective, so they might think the same way we did about unforced errors.
Any return of serve, is that an unforced error?
No.
Not in the men's game.
Not unless it's a lobbed up serve.
Yeah.
15 all, Maestrelli serves out wide, slice serve to the forehand of Djokovic. He gets his movement a little bit wrong, gets the ball on him too soon and pushes the forehand long.
Leaning backwards, wasn't he? Such a good return from Novak Djokovic. Let's have a quick look at Novak's return game, because that is such an important part of this. If he can break, he's already broken, 4 times from 10 opportunities. He's won 42% of return points on the first serve of Maestrelli and almost 60%. And he has to hit a second serve, the Italian.
Huge flat serve, 215k, but guess what? It's back in play, and Novak starts moving Maestrelli around again. Backhand from Djokovic down the middle of the court. Slightly shorter ball that Djokovic just waits for and gets to. Then he flattens out the forehand. Sliced back by Maestrelli. Long.
He's got a little complacent in his previous service game, Novak, but now he's just absolutely laying it down. He's saying, come on, I'm ready to finish this match. I'm done with you.
I'll tell you what's interesting about Novak and the draw and where we are in the stage of what day we're on. So it's Thursday. It's a coolish day. It's nice in the sun. It's lovely. It's like 21, 22. Out of the sun, it's quite cool.
Agreed.
It was so cool that when I went to a cafe this morning, they had the heaters on, which I thought was a bit of a joke. But still. It's from Maestrelli. Then he should put the ball away, and he does. But the fact is that Saturday is predicted to be high 30s, 39. And Djokovic does, if there's one thing, I mean, nobody loves it, but if there's one thing that makes him slightly vulnerable, it's heat. Real heat.
And that's on Saturday.
That's on Saturday. And over the years, since he became number one, since he started winning everything, he ended up playing almost every match at night here.
Yes.
So things have changed a little bit. So he and Sinner often rotate it. Sinner's playing at night tonight. I don't know what they would do on Saturday, but if Djokovic is in the day, he slightly stumbled chasing that return. If he's in the daytime, that will be an extra dimension for him to deal with.
I'd imagine, and this is just my opinion, Simon, I don't know this for sure, but Novak's management team will be speaking to Craig Tiley right after they shake hands here to make sure that he gets a night match.
So will Sinner.
So will Sinner.
He's the two-time defending
what
champion.
Does Craig
What's
do?
the choice, you know?
Yeah.
And then you have TV as well. TV's demands change at weekends when you never know what they're looking for. It's Juice here, 1-3, Maestrelli serving, lifts the ball, changes the pace a little bit to the Djokovic backhand. Djokovic just waits for it. That's what I mean about his anticipation. He didn't even move between shots there because he knew it was coming that way. Backhand cross court from Maestrelli. Up the line goes Djokovic. Great depth. Maestrelli hanging in there. Wow, he's having to do some hard work here. He's at full stretch on the backhand. He's not going to get that back into play. That was beautiful hitting for Djokovic, and it's break point.
Djokovic just standing on the baseline. His team are standing up because that was a really special point. Little injection of pace on the forehand, then hit a half volley backhand, which was absolutely delightful right out of the centre. Just added some pace and then decided that he'd had enough of this 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 shot rally. 19 is an error.
And it's break point. Maestrelli serves. Huge serve coming forward on the backhand volley into the open court. Djokovic gets there in plenty of time and misses the forehand up the line.
Love that from Maestrelli. Let's serve and volley. Let's put a little pressure on. He's working so hard, the Italian, just to hang around. If he gets broken here, once again, it is absolute curtains, and his time on Rod Laver Arena in this wonderful environment is going to be over very shortly.
I like his game style.
I do too.
His game style's good. You know, he wants to go forward. He's mixing it up well. He's not serving volleying all the time, but he's using it.
And you don't want to serve and volley all the time, do you? You don't want to be predictable. You've got to keep changing things up.
I really would love it if somebody came along, ace from Maestrelli, and served and volleyed all the time. You have to be unbelievable at it.
Yeah.
And I sort of think to myself, what if Boris Becker was around now?
It wouldn't. You couldn't play that way.
Yeah, but if you hit the line with every serve,
but you couldn't.
Well, couldn't you?
You could.
Someone could
theoretically.
Someone would come along. Pat Rafters. I've got a good story about that in a minute. Serves to Djokovic's backhand as Maestrelli, and then he's into the point flatter forehand cross court from Djokovic. Backhand cross court even flatter, slice back, full stretch from Maestrelli. Drop shot from Djokovic. Maestrelli got there easily enough. Easy as you like. Djokovic just drops the racket head, manoeuvres it cross court. That's juice.
Maestrelli's just giving his opponent a clap and saying, "Oh my God, what can this guy not do?" Brilliant point from Maestrelli. He was up to a short backhand, and Novak just said, "I know you're going to go down the line." He moved there about 2 months ago and just hits the most beautiful forehand volley. Too good.
It wasn't even a great drop shot, to be honest, because Maestrelli got there quick enough.
Yeah.
But Djokovic read exactly what was going to happen next. 2 hours on the clock.
Into his crystal ball.
2 sets to love, 3-1. Djokovic leads, 1-3 on the Maestrelli serve. Juice reads the serve, the big one down the tee, and gets it back into play quickly. Backhand down the middle from Djokovic, who then unloads on the backhand up the line. Maestrelli hooks the forehand cross court. He's going to go down the line with the next one. Backhand cross court from Djokovic, like a drill for the Serbian. Side to side goes Maestrelli and into the net in the end.
That's exactly what it is. He looks like he's playing points out of the hands here, Novak, because the return is just coming back. That was a 213-kilometre-hour serve from Maestrelli. The harder he hits them, the easier it is for Novak, though, because nothing is absolutely on the line. And so Novak very comfortable on that return. Once he gets into the rally, he is likely to be the winner.
Kate, is it over on Kia?
It certainly is. Linda Noskova from Czechia, the 13th seed, is through in 3 sets, 6-2, 4-6, 6-2 against Taylor Preston, the wild card from Australia, who had a terrific match, but in the end, Noskova, I think, just too good, too experienced, and really took control in the third.
Really like Linda Noskova. She is one of these players, Simon, that could be top 10. But she's talked about really loving her life, and she wants to have an all-round experience. So she's not somebody who is like a Novak Djokovic who puts every minute of their day into tennis. She has really good experiences. She just went to Africa and was working with kids there, disadvantaged kids, with other people, and said she learned so much. She was staying in a camp, just eating canned food and regular things. I think that's incredible. But she's already said, I'm happy to be a great tennis player, but I want to have the all-round life.
Good for her. These millennials. But she's already ranked 13, so she's not far off top 10 anyway.
Really good.
Good hack back from the forehand from Maestrelli, but he's just being dragged all over the shop here. This is the backhand as a result, and it's break point again.
And more pressure here. The man in white with the cap on backwards. Maestrelli's quite a bit taller than Novak Djokovic. Very lean as well. Great mover. He's played beautifully off the ground. Very impressed, I think, we both are with Maestrelli. You don't get to see this kind of player a huge amount of time on the ATP Tour just because of his ranking. But when he does show up, Very, very good.
At this rate, he's going to be inside the top 100 pretty soon.
But how many players do we say that about? And it's one thing, isn't it, to perform on the big stage here, but then go back to the challenges where it's not quite as exciting. Perhaps it's hard sometimes to motivate yourself.
Very true, but I think the good thing is that qualifying, coming through qualifying is what shows his ability.
Yes.
Double fault, sadly, for Maestrelli, and he's trudging towards the chair. Djokovic leads 4-1 in this third set. Hopefully he will make it to the top 100. Anisimova is up a set in the break on Siniakova, and Laura Siegmund, surprise, surprise, has won the second set.
She was, Laura Siegmund, I'm sure you knew this, but she was a set 6-love and 5-2 down against Ludmila Samsonova. Samsonova had match points at 5-3, and Siegmund, who's driven opponents nuts over the years in her career, comes back and wins that in 3 sets.
Well, I mean, this is it. So she's now level in sets with Inglis. It was 6-4, Inglis took the first, 7-6, Siegmund in the second, and it's 1-love, Siegmund with a break.
What an opportunity that Inglis or Siegmund is going to get to the third round of the Australian Open, and Inglis was up against it, wasn't she, in the match, the All-Australian first round clash with Kim Birrell. Kim Birrell was leading that third set with a break, and Inglis came back, and Inglis, of course, engaged to Jason Kubler. We've got
in doubles action later against Kyrgios and Kopernikus.
Oh, that's going to be exciting. Dinos is written from Sydney, and this is on our competition, the AO Radio competition. And they say, I know I'm not quite right for the competition, but once started, I could not stop. The Looney Tunes of tennis, Pepe Le Pew is Gael Monfils. Daffy Duck is Jannik Sinner. Elmer Fudd, Andrea Agassi, but I know what you mean. Forkhorn, Leghorn, John McEnroe, Bugs Bunny, Carlos Alcaraz, Speeder Gonzalez, Alex de Minaur, Sylvester, Novak Djokovic, Yosemite Sam, Andre Rublev, Tweety Bird, Roger Federer. P.S. Loving the show. Gets me through the start of the working year every year.
Very good. Thank you very much.
It's a pretty impressive email.
Well, talking of Foghorn Leghorn, John McEnroe is next door to us in the studio.
With his brother Patrick.
Exactly.
Dynamic duo.
Commentating for ESPN.
Batman and Robin. What does that make us, Simon?
That's a good question. That's one for listeners. So,
clean.
Djokovic, they've changed ends, of course. After the changeover, Djokovic serving at 4-1 in this third set. Having taken the first two, he thought that return was going to go long. But it didn't. Landed just in. And eventually, Djokovic sort of whiff of a forehand. And it's love 15.
This message from Charlene, just a line to thank all the wonderful commentators for the coverage, which makes tennis come alive for us blind, visually impaired folks.
Oh, very good. Glad we're helping a little bit. Thank you. Thanks for listening. Great to have you. First serve hits the tape, goes long. The lights light up on the side of the net with a red light to show everyone that it was out. What a huge second serve from Djokovic. Down the tee, right onto the centre line.
Good day at the office so far. 2 hours, 5 minutes for Novak. About to wrap this one up. He has broken 5 times his opponent's 0.
Quite windy out today.
It is windy.
The wind is ruffling Djokovic's shirt. He just put his both arms out to the side, just waiting for it to calm down a little bit. But it can swirl. It's not so bad in here, Rod Laver Arena, but it can swirl around. As the forehand from Djokovic down the centre of the court. He's moving into the court to hit a backhand at the net is Djokovic. He's not going to get that pass though, because the short-ish approach was walloped down the line by Maestrelli.
That's the danger of going into your opponent's forehand when you don't get enough length or you don't really push them out wide. And Novak knew that immediately he hit it, he was going to be in big trouble, and so it was.
And it's 15-30.
Even he cannot get away with that approach shot.
Not 38. He'll be diving around trying to stop that.
Did you see the article about Novak commenting on the new Alcaraz serve, saying he wants copyright?
Wants a percentage. I don't know, have you examined it? How close would you say it is?
Well, I'll first say that when I coach people, which I do, I actually want them to serve like Novak. I love his serve. I just think he's brilliant.
A bit difficult for them, isn't it?
Well, I just love the motion, Simon. I love the way he drops his wrist, the biomechanics. It's the easiest thing on the shoulder. A lot of players on their serve come round and put a lot of emphasis on their shoulder, and that causes problems. He goes out to the right. Federer used to do the same. But yeah, there are tweaks. You can see Alcaraz has probably gone and just looked a little bit at Djokovic, and I think the wrist is something that he's doing more and more of.
Yeah, he sort of drops it just before and then sort of goes into the trophy position after that. It's 15-40, so there's a couple of break points for Maestrelli, but make that 30-40. The return goes long.
A lot of people don't like the term trophy position, and it's hard. Madison Keys was talking about the trophy position.
Hard to explain.
It's like that, isn't it? But you almost want that racket to stay down. If you watch Novak serving, the racket is very low. The ball goes up in the air, then it's all one motion. He doesn't go up too quickly, which I think is excellent. Biomechanically very good.
Yeah, it's been criminally underrated serve over the years. Novak.
1 year, I think 75% of the time when he served to the ad court, he was getting the ball within 2 feet of the line. I mean, that is outrageous.
Bad.
75%.
Got a break point to face here and a second serve. And he's serving volleying as Maestrelli plays the backhand volley. Backhand to the backhand volley of Djokovic. Djokovic way too casually just drops the ball into the net, trying to play a little drop volley. Got it all wrong.
I can't believe we've just seen that. It was a lovely serve. Bounced up, moved in. It was an easy backhand volley, and he's
Players are ready to
dumped
play,
it
please.
in the net. Maria Cicak is our chair umpire. Had a very funny conversation with her on the bus in Beijing. As I asked Maria what she likes to do in her spare time, she says, "No, I don't like to do anything in my spare time. I go to the courts and I umpire, and I go to sleep."
I can imagine that. I can imagine that. She was just intervening there because between the first serve and second serve of Djokovic on that break point, there was a little delay as some shout from the crowd. Novak was looking at them, staring at them from the other end of the court.
Hard stare.
Absolutely. Backhand down the centre of the court on the return from Djokovic. Then he slices the ball to the forehand of Maestrelli, who you can hear his feet squeaking around. And he got quickly into position to hit the forehand, but not much depth on that one. Djokovic starts manoeuvring him, plays a half volley off the baseline. Backhand cross-court, shorter angle from Djokovic on the flat one, then just eases the backhand up the line, steps into the forehand, pulls it cross-court, hack back. Ball's going to land short from Maestrelli, but Djokovic, quick as you like, up to it, just got a little flick of the wrists down the line.
Hacked back, that was a great word for it. It was exactly right. And what we've seen over the course of the last set or two is that Maestrelli's depth on his forehand is not good enough. And that's why Novak Djokovic is just so comfortable off the baseline. He's moving the ball around beautifully, goes up the line with that beautiful backhand of his, then gets onto the forehand, Novak. Now comes the short ball and he just prods it up the line. Brilliantly done.
Yeah, he's got the whole lot as Novak standing just in the shade at the back of the court and then moving forward into the sunlight to return the serve of Maestrelli.
He'll be annoyed at himself that he's just let that break go. Wasn't broken up to that point.
Yeah, we'll probably be looking to break back straight away and get closer to home. It's love 15, Maestrelli serves. Djokovic just sends the ball deep on his backhand side, getting himself in position, and then the forehand is in the net, from Maestrelli. Yeah, it's over the course of his career, the Djokovic depth of ground stroke has been the key factor in everything. It's absolutely remarkable how often he gets the ball within a foot of the baseline.
The danger for Novak, the dangerous opponents, as well as Sinner and Alcaraz, are those that can just serve absolute bombs.
Yeah.
And Maestrelli, even though he's serving big, he's not really placing the ball well enough.
No, and Djokovic is reading it because just before we sat right behind him on that serve there, and he absolutely picked it. Drop shot goes wide from Maestrelli.
It's just in his wheelhouse, wasn't it, that one? He was trying to go wide but didn't get any width.
Djokovic had already moved. I mean, he clearly can read it.
It's like the Agassi Boris Becker tell, isn't it, with the tongue?
Oh.
I love that story.
It's amazing, yeah. Agassi told that first time on TV in the US during an Andy Roddick Pete Sampras match. Absolutely fantastic story.
Becker couldn't work it out, could he? He was like, the guy has a crystal ball. He knows exactly where he's going. And I think it was when he was serving line, wasn't it? He put his tongue and when he was serving from the ad side or the juice side, he put his tongue in the direction he was going to serve to.
When he was serving from the juice side, he'd put it, if he was serving out wide, he'd put it in the left. And if he was going tee or middle, it would be down the middle. It's an amazing story. Djokovic, a little bit angry there, probably down to the fact he dropped serve in the previous game, but he breaks to love. He just swatted the ball into the net pretty hard after the backhand was long from Maestrelli. Away now for Djokovic.
Players exchanging breaks. Apparently Novak Djokovic has an 80-point list for his coaches. of what he likes. That's how thorough he is. So he likes quite a medium, firm grip on his racket when he's returning serve. So these are the things that his coaches need to remind him of. So precise.
It was a bit odd, that last point. Djokovic clearly annoyed. The ball was long from Maestrelli, and Djokovic let it bounce and then smacked it into the net.
Yeah, that was weird. Almost like he was losing. He's 5-2 up. And he's been broken, and he's really annoyed about it. And he's trying to keep it all contained because he's Novak. But we know he has that side to him.
Yep.
And that's what makes him the best that's ever played.
Maybe that. 5-2 he leads in this third set. 2 sets to love.
It's funny how tennis players are perfectionists, and in this sport there is no such thing.
No, exactly. Chasing perfection is going to kill you in the end. Lots going on around the grounds. Kate, what are you concentrating on?
I'm concentrating on the match on Margaret Court Arena. Katerina Siniakova against Amanda Anisimova, the 4th seed, and she ripped through, that's Anisimova, the first set 6-1, and has the break 3-2 in the second. Things have got a little tighter, although she does have that buffer, so playing well. Just lost a little bit of range, I have to say, Anisimova here in the second, but doing enough to, I think, will get through. And then if we go across to 1573 Arena, Lisa Mertens, the 21st seed, up against Uchijima, and we're at 2-2. In fact, Mertens has just broken back, so early stages of the first set. Maddie Inglis is in a little bit of trouble in the third set. She's down a break against Lara Zigerman, and she leads 3-1. But they're a set apiece, but looks like Laura will get through. She showing all her experience, I think. Maddie just really tightening up.
Good stuff, thanks, Kate. Djokovic serving for the match then. 2 sets to love, 6-3, 6-2. He's 5-2 up in the third. He's 15 love up. 2 hours and 14 minutes played. Djokovic just looking to get this done now as he serves and volleys and plays a beautiful little half volley drop. Maestrelli gets there quickly, lob volley at full stretch from Djokovic, smash from Maestrelli, doesn't go away. Djokovic at the net, lob from Maestrelli is good. Djokovic gets there on the backhand volley and just steers it into the open court.
That's so much fun. It's like a paddle point, that one. Not a tennis point. Little cat and mouse at the net, and eventually Novak gets the high backhand volley. He's just breathing deeply, taking his time here. 2 points away.
Playing quite quickly between points, wants this to get over and over, and it is very close now because the time goes long, and it is 3 match points to Djokovic, the number 4 seed in the second round match of the Australian Open on AO Radio. Big serve, and that is it. Djokovic has done it, takes his cap off and prepares to shake hands with a valiant Italian in Francesco Maestrelli. Nice little handshake between the two. 2 words from Maestrelli to Novak, and back. Probably in Italian, as Novak practices Italian. But he'll be pleased with himself. He's done the job. Straight sets, got too much extra energy exerted, and he's through to round 3 yet again.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? 2 hours and 15 minutes. A straight setter. He needs all of those. If Novak's pushed to 4 or 5, then you slightly fear for him as this tournament continues, but he's got exactly what he wanted out of that match. A bit of a contest, a little competition. He'll be upset with himself that he was broken right at the end of that set, just didn't quite hold his focus, but overall good day at the office, and he's moving on.
He is moving on indeed. He is through to the third round of the Australian Open, the tournament that he has dominated like no other. 10 times the champion here, and he will await the winner of the match between Botic van der Sandschulp from the Netherlands and Juncheng Shang from China in the third round. And looking pretty good so far, Djokovic. As we said, not spending too much time on the court.
Jerry Shang is sort of a light Ben Shelton, I would say. He's been injured, but he's quite an exciting player, and Botic more robotic, I think you could say. You know what you're going to get from Botic. Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't give much away. But overall, I think Novak will be very pleased with his draw.
Nice round of applause for Maestrelli as he leaves the court, but it's going to be Barbara Schett talking to Novak Djokovic in a moment or two. So let's hear what Novak has to say about his second round victory.
Novak, Novak, congratulations. It's never easy to play against somebody you didn't probably know before. You've never seen him play. And I know that you're a perfectionist. I thought it looked very smooth out there. What did you feel?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for showing up in the center court. Yeah, I didn't know much about him until yesterday, actually, a few days ago. It happens more often than not these days for me. But nevertheless, respect is always there, and I don't underestimate anyone. And he's got the big serve, he's got the big game. Obviously, he's still lacking experience on the big stage, but he's got the game to go far and to go, high in the rankings. So I wish him that.
You've been around for so many years. You can pretty much do anything out there on the court. There was one particular moment at the beginning of the second set. I don't know if you remember. You played that ball behind your back, which is not an easy shot to do. Do you want to have a look at it and talk us through it? There it is. I mean, how do you do that? You didn't win the point, though. Sorry. You're not that perfect.
Well, I guess you got to bring some variety in the game. It's been too long playing on tour. You got to mix things up. This is exactly the shot I was working on in my off season, so I'm glad it's coming together.
We should name this shot after you. Do you have a suggestion?
No, I'm glad I didn't embarrass myself. I got it over the net, but there are plenty of guys that play this shot better than me, and the tweener. I'm not even attempting anymore to play the tweener. I could have played the tweener there, but I almost hurt myself last couple of times. I attempted to do that, so yeah, it's a fun story.
It certainly is. Novak, you have so many fans here. You get so much support. Yeah? Your biggest supporters are not here. Your kids, Tara and Stefan, they're at home. So how do they support you from home? Do they get the permission to wake up in the middle of the night or not?
No, absolutely not. They're sleeping right now. There are some more important priorities for them, school, homework, their own activities. But look, there are no better and bigger supporters that I've had than my wife and my kids, for sure, in my life, other than, of course, my family and my brothers, my parents. But, when I became a father, one of the greatest wishes I had and dreams was to have my kids grow old enough so they realize what is going on the court and what their daddy is doing. So I've been very blessed and lucky to experience them watching me in some of the greatest matches I've played in my career in the last 5-6 years. So I couldn't be more happier with that. Obviously, right now it's all about them, all about their chores, their their obligations and activities. And my son wanted to come, but he wants to do everything in order to avoid the school, which is
understandable.
Understandable. Also, he likes tennis. He likes his daddy as well. But no, not having them this year, obviously, it's a bit different. But I know they're always with me in my heart.
And they certainly always bring great energy whenever they're around. Last but not least, I have to ask you, you've been coming out to Melbourne so many years, and you have a bit of a ritual. You go and you hug a tree at the Botanical Gardens. Did you do that at the beginning of the tournament? I think it's always at the beginning of the tournament, isn't it? And there he is, Novak. Have you done it?
Yeah, that's my oldest friend here in Melbourne. He's been there always to heal my wounds, basically give me company when I didn't want anybody else's company. So it's a beautiful connection. Nature is such a powerful ally, but we sometimes forget about it in this fast-paced life. Melbourne is an incredible city, but you know, for me, my by far favorite place is Botanical Gardens. You guys have one of the nicest parks in the center of any town that I've seen. So that tree right there is in Botanical Gardens. It is in a Brazilian fig tree. I'm not going to tell more secrets about it, but yeah, we have a friendship that is going over 20 years.
There's nothing better than long friendships. Thank you so much, Novak. Congratulations once again. Put your hands together for Novak Djokovic.
Well, there you have it, the Brazilian fig tree. A little bit more information from Djokovic about the tree that he's been hanging around with for many years now. As every year he tells a little bit more about the tree. Whatever it is, helps him to be at his best here. It certainly worked, because 10 times the champion. And he's through to the third round with a straight sets win over Francesco Maestrelli. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to switch over to another old man of the tour, Stan Wawrinka, as he looks to take his place in the third round.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio. Simon Cameras and Candy Reid with you. We've seen Novak Djokovic go through to the third round, and we're now going to switch over to the Kia Arena, where Stan Wawrinka, the 40-year-old Swiss, 3 times a Grand Slam champion, is trying to extend his last ever Australian Open as he takes on the French qualifier Arthur Gay in a second round match. And Wawrinka having held serve in this opening game of the match, and it's Gay serving from the end we are commentating from.
Wawrinka, a huge fan favourite everywhere he goes, and of course the fans really getting behind him because they want to see more from him. But I actually commentated on the match following his first round encounter, and we were delayed quite a lot of time because he was thanking everybody, he was signing every picture and taking selfies with everyone and just enjoying the moment, really embracing this time.
Why not? What a great career Wawrinka has had. 3 Grand Slams, as I said, 1 Davis Cup as well.
It's going to be in the Hall of Fame. No problem about that.
Trying to reach the second round for the third round for the 12th time. Hasn't done that actually since 2020, but he's got 44 Australian Open wins, which is not bad. Obviously not quite in Novak's territory, but he's 9th place in the Open era, so not many men have done more than him here, and trying to become the first player to reach the first man to reach the third round of the singles here. Age 40 or older since 1978.
That's crazy, isn't it? And what a good draw for him as well. I mean, Artegaya is 19 years Wawrinka's junior. He's making an Australian Open debut. May not have been born when Wawrinka stepped onto the ATP Tour in the early 2000s. He wasn't born.
Probably not. No, indeed. It was Ken Rosewall who was a man over 40, of course, who got to the third round and beyond in 78.
We're on Rod Laver Arena, Simon, watching this, and Darren Cahill looks like he's about to start hitting with Jannik Sinner.
Yes, I saw Jannik Sinner emerging from the shadows. They're going to do a little bit of coaching, a little bit of practice. Seen Darren hit the ball for ages.
Yeah, Killer Cahill. I was telling you as we were preparing to come into the booth that I ball-girled for Darren.
Yeah.
Played some matches in Croydon. Teammate was Jeremy Bates. So now Darren has stepped out and allowed his protege to hit some.
I saw Darren Cahill. I was on court in Wimbledon in 1989 for, say, second round match, I think it was, against John McEnroe, who's next door to us. And McEnroe was my hero as a kid, one of my sporting heroes. Absolutely loved the way he played tennis. Just couldn't get enough of watching him. I stood queuing for ages. It was on court 2, the old court 2, which used to have standing room. But the match was interrupted by rain. I didn't get on at first. And when it rained, I got on and then waited for the match to restart. And Cahill led by 2 sets to love. And McEnroe came back and won in the third.
Good memory, though.
8-6. Oh, it was amazing.
Yeah,
it was a great match. And I spoke to Darren about it a few years ago, and he goes, "Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, thanks for that memory."
Did he remember it?
He remembers, yeah.
It's amazing tennis players, aren't they? I think they're like elephants. They don't ever forget.
Well, that's an interesting question, because I think it seems like when they're playing, that's correct. That's true. But it was interesting listening to Federer the other night. Roger Federer. He was talking.
Which one? Roger Federer? No, I've never heard of him. No.
On court, when he was doing the opening ceremony here, he was talking with Jim Courier, and Jim Courier was reminding him of matches that he played here. Now, of course, played 1,000 matches, 1,000 wins, etc. Played so many matches, it's hard to remember all of them. But people like Federer did used to remember everything.
Yes.
But he's beginning to forget a lot of it. And I think it's that distance between now he's stopped playing, doesn't have to think about it, doesn't get reminded about it a lot.
Yeah, good point.
And Nadal is the same. Nadal used to remember everything, and it's just slipping away now because it's not important to them anymore.
Maybe if they looked at their results, if they looked at one of the websites, they go, "Oh, that was the match where I served 2 double faults, or I hit that forehand up the line between my legs," or something like that.
But he said, he said there was a 2007 match against Djokovic, and Jim Courier said, "What do you remember about that?" And Federer said, "Nothing." He said, "Until you showed me that, I didn't remember." He said, I remember I played him, but I don't remember anything else."
Well, it's probably a bit like kids, isn't it? I mean, I know I had 2 children, I know they were young, but unless I see videos, I actually can't remember much of it, which is terrible.
What were you like as a player in terms of remembering stuff in matches? So I used to be able to remember every shot for a set, for example. So
remembered when I messed up.
Which would help with arguments of scores, cheats.
But you think you remember it, and then actually you look back and someone goes, no, that wasn't the case, and you were sure it was. Yeah, it's very difficult.
Well, that's true, it is hard. But it's an interesting one. Medvedev was saying that he remembers almost everything, but then sometimes gets confused, and someone tells him something, and he's like, "Oh, okay." So Arthur Aguirre held serve in the end. We're at the game apiece, 13-shot rally to
one game on.
Get on the board. So let's tell you a little bit about Arthur Aguirre. As Candy Reid said, 21 years of age, ranked 198. He's come through. He's a wild card. He's come through qualifying.
Yep.
So enjoying the conditions. It's a tough job getting through those qualifying rounds. But he's one of 9 qualifiers to get through to round 2. And these players, they don't. We won't have seen them much. Not many players. The pros won't have seen them much because they're playing generally in the Challenger Tour level. He made a semi-finals of a Challenger in Monastir, Tunisia, quarterfinals in Lille and Milan. And he's won 4 titles on the ITF World Tennis Tour. So at lower levels, he's winning matches and he's getting there. It's just taking his time. Broke into the top 200 for the first time this month. So he was at a career high ranking of 197 and he's just dropped to 198.
How disappointing.
Yeah.
He's beaten Jerzy Lehečka, and that's a great win. Lehečka has been injured, but what a player he is.
He's also got a very good coach in Tarek Benabiles.
Yes, Tarek Benabiles. Who was?
Isn't it Tsonga? Was he Tsonga?
Who is Benabiles coaching?
He's coaching Gaia.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, very good. Gosh, that's a blast from the past.
Wawrinka's coach, of course, is Magnus Norman.
Yeah.
Back with him for about a 7th time or something. They split a few times, taken time off and then come back, but it's great to see that. I think that's the Wawrinka, Magnus Norman, we talk about coach-player relationships a lot, is one of the best. When Wawrinka was at his best, Norman was brilliant at just being calm, letting him, obviously a good tactician, great player himself, former world number 2.
He was one of my favourite players. Might be a reason for that, just because he's quite nice looking. But he was really good, wasn't he? Number 2 in the world, Magnus Norman.
French Open finalist. Very nice guy. Always good to talk to. Enjoys talking to the media, which is very nice from our point of view. But yeah, just a really good combination between the two, and they work so well together. It's nice to see them sort of ending their career together.
Yeah, I agree. He runs a nice tennis academy, doesn't he, in Sweden? We've talked a lot about Swedish tennis and what's wrong with it. He has one of the few tennis academies that's actually doing things, it seems, in Sweden.
It's the Good to Great.
Yeah, the Good to Great one. The other ex-pros involved in that.
Yep.
Swedish tennis is not in a good spot.
No, but for a while. But it's funny because the coaches are good. So Thomas Johansson is back in the game again, which is nice to see as well.
He's with Daniil Medvedev.
Yes,
Daniil
exactly.
Medvedev has split with Gil Savara. Savara's now coaching Nishesh Bazavaredi, who went down earlier today.
Well, that's an interesting move. But I think the fact that that Johansson is back in there with Medvedev, that's a good move.
Yeah.
So he's another calming influence, and
he was coaching Sorana Castella for a little bit. Johansson, so he's been on the WTA Tour, been on the ATP Tour, an Australian Open champion. He kind of got in there, didn't he?
2002.
He was perfect timing.
Tells a very good story about how they went out in Melbourne afterwards.
I've heard this.
And he walked into the bar and basically everyone, all the Swedes, had found out they were going there, so they followed him, and he bought the drinks for them all night. He said spent most of his prize money in there.
It was worth it. That's the story I've heard. He told me that story, so probably he's dining off on that one.
Oh, absolutely. He's a very nice guy, good guy to be around. So Wawrinka sending a forehand down the line at 40-30, just misses wide.
Wawrinka needs a quick match here. He cannot get locked up in a five-setter. I've seen him play quite a few long five-setters, and he doesn't come through too many anymore. He's quite a sweater. He loses a lot of water out there, and against someone 21 years younger than him, that is going to be big trouble.
Well, he holds the Open era record for five-set matches at Grand Slams with 48, ahead of jointly Federer and Djokovic on 47. So I reckon he might fancy another one.
Oh my gosh, no.
He does. He loves a long match.
He loves it, but I don't think it's going to be good for him.
It's certainly not good for his legs. That's for sure. Had, serious,
don't do it, Stan.
Serious knee injuries, knee injury a few years ago. It's great to see him back playing good tennis again, and not far outside the top 100. If he can get back in there, then we'll see him a lot more over the year. I'm sure he'll get a wild card to Roland Garros if he wins it. But he's playing well enough to be able to get plenty of wins on the tour, as he sends a backhand to the backhand of Geyer, who plays a lovely backhand up the line and then just finds the sideline with a drive volley. Does he? No, it's just wide. It's pretty close, but it's back to deuce. Wawrinka serving at 1-all.
Again, knows what he's up against. He said he's going to be an incredible match. He's a legend. Arthur said, I'm going to try and get it, but of course it's going to be really cool, a match on a big stage. I'm happy about this. He said, I was playing on clay, watching him win Roland Garros in 2015. Now he gets to play him on the court.
Only played a handful of events, really. He only won 4 matches on tour in 2025, did Stan. But he lost in the first round at 9 other tour-level events. But what he did is he went and played challenges.
Yes, he doesn't mind.
No, not at all.
That's the crazy thing. He's got all this money, 3 major titles, and he's happy to drop down and kind of go back to basics, essentially. That shows someone who really loves their tennis.
He reached the final at Aix-en-Provence and in Rennes. Also made semis in Lassie and Cancun. And at Saint-Tropez, so he won plenty of matches, even though he wasn't necessarily on the top tour.
And that's what it comes down to. It shows his passion. A lot of players that have been at his level would not want to go down to that. But he's causing stirs wherever he goes, because, of course, the Challenger circuit, fans are turning up. Yeah. Nice cheap tickets, opportunity to see Stan the man. Why wouldn't you?
Some of those challenges in France, especially, are very well attended.
Yes.
So they're good tournaments, though. It's almost like a low, sort of 250 style event. So yeah, he's having someone like him there is great. Let's check in with Kate. There's still 1-all juice here, but Kate's getting close to the end in the Sigerman Inglis match.
It certainly is, and Lara Sigerman has come out to serve for the match. She got that early break and has held, and yes, we're at early stages, she's just won that first point, 15 love. So she's 5-4 Zigerman in this third set. It's been an intriguing match.
And what's happening on Margaret Court Arena with Anisimova?
With Anisimova, oh, well, it's turned into a bit of a dogfight in this third set because Sinjakova, she had quite a few opportunities to break, finally does break, and then she is trying to hold serve. She's got a chance to hold and go to a 4-3 lead here in the second. Of course, Anisimova took that first set 6-1. So I have to say, both players look like they're struggling a bit in, I'm about to say, the heat, and it's not an overly hot day here in Melbourne, but the ice towels or the ice worms, what do you call those ice?
The ice snakes.
Snakes.
Jasmine Paolini had a funny name. I have to
the
recall
ice
what
snakes
she called
are
them.
out, so we'll see how that plays out, but that's getting very interesting. Also, bit of an upset. Elena Ostapenko has gone down in 3 sets against Jinju Wang of China. 4-6, 6-4, 6-4. 2 hours and 19 minutes. So the 24th seed is out of the tournament.
She is playing really well right now. She's got an unbelievable backhand.
And that's a terrific comeback too with that first set down, and she was a breakdown in the second. So that's a great win.
Thank you very much, Kate. Yeah, they're like air conditioning units, those snakes, aren't they? It just sort of grabs a plastic tube and a bit of fresh air comes out, keeps them cool. We're just watching Jannik Sinner practice here from our position here. But meanwhile, 1 game apiece. Still, long service game on Stan Wawrinka. So it's a break point number 2 for Arthur Guerre.
Just quickly, Jasmine Paolini called the ice towel an ice sausage.
Yeah,
I was trying to remember what she called it. It was hilarious.
It's a good phrase. I was trying to find out yesterday. Whether they keep a record of who picks the coin toss, so whether AO or Mark Edmondson. And apparently they don't.
Oh, what
which
a
is
shame.
disappointing because I think it'll be like 99-1 AO.
Yeah,
I've not heard a single person pick Mark Edmondson.
I've had 2, I think.
Okay, good.
So maybe 98%.
I was feeling a bit sorry for him. 50 years since he won, last Australian man to win the title. It's breakpoint goes begging for Guerre, juice number 5. Wawrinka hanging in there.
Can Alex de Minaur win this title?
Well, it's going to be hard, isn't it? I think he's improving. He looked very good in the first round, and he turned his match round well in the second.
Yeah.
He's got a tough third round. Plays TFO third round. So draw's not easy for him.
I think he'll beat TFO. TFO was good yesterday.
Yeah, he should beat him, but it's not. It's going to be one of those matches where TFO has his moments and will be pretty explosive as always, and can be very, very dangerous when he's on his game. Onto a game, meanwhile, hitting a couple of big forehands. Wawrinka, great defence to stay in the rally, but he's having to work so hard. And eventually tries one of his massive backhands, but he was not in position to hit it. And it's another break point. But, I think he'll do. He's not going to lose to anyone that he shouldn't.
Okay. So that means you think he's going to beat Tiafoe?
Yeah, whether or not he can beat... I don't really see him beating Sinner. And then Alcaraz, yeah. It's going to be hard, isn't it? It's so hard for anyone outside these top 2.
Yes.
Novak being the next best.
Things go his way. You just never know, like a Thomas Johansson moment.
Well, and also, like I said, with the heat, the heat could play in his favour. Novak could play in the heat. Someone else could wilt in the heat on a day that he's not playing, or he could play at night. Have we got the schedule yet for tomorrow? Actually, it's good question.
And that's his superpower, isn't it? De Minaur's superpower is just his energy and the fact he never ever goes away.
We have got the order of play for tomorrow. Actually, I was wondering who would be playing the night match, and it is De Minaur against Tiafoe. First match in the night session. Andreeva against Rusa is the other one. It's still 1-1 juicy, not missing anything.
They put a women's match again after a men's match.
Every single time so far.
That men's match is going to be a corker.
Back to Kate for a second.
Hi, Simon. Yes, interesting stage here. Madison Keys has just broken back against Lara Zigerman. So we're at 5-5 in the third. We're going the distance.
Great effort. Thank you, Kate. Great effort from Inglis. Hanging in there. Stan Wawrinka and Arthur Guerre, meanwhile, they're just playing out a whole match in one game. It is 1-1 juice. Wawrinka serves down the tee, misses.
Yeah, by this time, Novak had got over 2 sets, didn't he?
Pretty much.
Stan's just wanting to milk out his extra time out here.
Already played 19 minutes in this match. It's funny as he nets a forehand, another break point. Funny the way sets goes in professional tennis and at amateur level. You have long games like this. Whoever wins it could just run away with the set. And yet, if you're the better player, obviously it's different. But it can play a pivotal role in the makeup of the set. It's a great point again. Good serve from Wawrinka. He's got a chance to unload on a forehand cross court. He does. It's a good pass though from Gaia, and Wawrinka a little stiff in getting down to the forehand volley. Nets it. And the first break of serve goes to the Frenchman after a game that lasted more than 11 minutes.
Well, the approach shot for Wawrinka was into the Gaia backhand, but it didn't really push the Frenchman. He had plenty of time to get a ball low to the Wawrinka low forehand volley. And Stan, as you said, didn't really bend those knees. He had pretty hard first round, Stan. It was lengthy a few days ago. And you just wonder how his body has recovered. We've got an Aperol Spritz 8-some out on the ground, doing a little dance.
I really for a second thought you were just about to give me an Aperol Spritzer.
Well, it's like the drink now, isn't it?
It is.
The tennis world. It's everywhere, and you can see it bright orange.
They are nice.
They are nice. It's University of Tennessee colours, that white and orange.
Doing a little
Are you
dance.
an Aperol Spritz fan?
They're nice. It's not my first point of choice, but it's really tasty.
Yeah, they are doing a dance.
Especially in the heat.
They've got a drink. It's attached to a tray, and I saw that the other day. The drink is obviously fake, and it's glued on so that they can dance, and the glass doesn't go everywhere. It's nice.
It's fake.
Yeah, fake.
With very good skills.
Fake Aperol Spritz. Don't drink those at home.
Well, no, just the movement is interesting. It's like I think it's Katie Ledecky who did that famously. Swum with holding a drink.
That's right.
To show how smooth her stroke is. It's absolutely incredible.
She's a swimmer, isn't she?
Yes.
From the USA.
Yep.
Gold medalist, how many times?
Multiple gold medalist in multiple Olympics.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, first break of this match has gone to Artur Gay, and Stan Wawrinka knowing, if he didn't know already, that he might be in for a long afternoon. I'm just going to take you through the order of play quickly for tomorrow. It'll start with Arina Sabalenka against Anastasia Potapova, who beat Emma Raducanu in the previous round, followed by Alcaraz against Mute. Quite looking forward to that one. Dimonora against Tiafoe to start the night session, and then Andreeva against Rusa in the last match of the day. It'll be Medvedev-Marozsan on Margaret Court Arena to get us underway. All-American battle, Coco Gauff, Hailey Baptiste to follow at 2 o'clock. Svitolina Schneider and Bublik Echeverry. Victoria Mboko will be on John Cain Arena, as will Tommy Paul, Jasmine Paolini and Alexander Zverev against Cam Norrie, the late match on that court, not starting before 6:30 on Kia Arena. Lerna Tien is in action, so is Karolina Mukova, as always, going under the radar. A fantastic
versus
player.
Magdalene.
Exactly, and Cerundolo Rublev, the last match. Loads of doubles happening all over the courts. Siniaka and Townsend, the number 1 seeds in the women's doubles. Cash and Glasspool in the men's. So loads going on as usual tomorrow. Here on Kia Arena, Artur Gay, having won that long service game on the Wawrinka serve to break, leads 2-1, 30-15.
23 minutes played, and Gaia, well, he's got to cope with not only Stan but also the fans, because they are all favouring the Swiss, except for a few. Knew what he was in for coming out.
You're saying about Kate was saying about the heat. It's a funny day. It's not temperature-wise, it's not that hot, but when the sun comes out, it's immediately hot.
And it's windy. It's quite humid. It's a sticky. And just on the outside court, you were saying earlier, it's windy and it's blowy and it's gusty and it's swirly, which makes it tricky because you have to keep making those little footwork adjustments.
Yeah, showing some good movement towards the net. Nice easy backhand volley put away. Chop return on the forehand from Wawrinka. Volley back behind Wawrinka from Gay is good. And good enough to hold serve 3-1. He leads. He's looking pretty comfortable out there.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's coping really well, the Frenchman. And the French, I think, have got, 8 or 9 players in the top 100. Gay is not one of them. But looking like he's on this form, he's going to be there quite soon. They just haven't had a breakout star, have they?
No, I mean, they had a golden generation that didn't win a Grand Slam title.
Tough.
That's the hard part, isn't it?
They come in numbers in France.
Yep. And again, like we were saying with Italy, where they have lots of tournaments in their own that yard. French tournaments are strong.
Yes.
And French club tennis is very strong.
I once won, when I was 16, I won a tournament out there and won a washing machine.
Oh, how exciting. But your parents were happy?
Didn't manage to get it back.
Did you not?
I'll take a washing machine home with you at 16. What am I going to do with that, Simon?
You should have got your parents over to bring it back.
Yeah, everyone played money tournaments when I was that age. So it was a big deal. You can make a lot of money playing those.
Well, the same thing happens in Germany, doesn't it, with ex-pros turning up for these money tournaments.
The Bundesliga.
Yep. So, Wawrinka trying to sort of settle himself here. He doesn't look quite himself yet. He's a little bit of a slow starter. Sometimes it takes him a while to get into full rhythm and top gear. And as you said, Candy, after a long match in the first round, that may have taken his legs out of him.
It's just tough to recover, isn't it? Even if you get a day or two in the meantime, you're going into the massage, you're getting it all sort of blended out of you, but you just feel tight and sore. And if you can't move brilliantly in this sport, especially playing someone much younger than him, you're going to be in trouble.
And Gaia is doing a very smart job in moving Wawrinka around a lot.
That would have been the brief, wouldn't it? Get the guy on the move and just wear Wawrinka down. He's just leaned into a forehand and missed one. Yeah, so now Wawrinka up against it, so facing two more break points, Simon. Struggling here.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit, not flat, but just a little bit slow. Whereas he's so good in the first round, but as you said, recovering for a long match and a tough match can be, well, it is a lot more difficult when you're 40.
It's a great draw, though, isn't it? Laszlo Djere and then Arthur Gay. I mean, he couldn't have asked for a better opportunity.
A long way to go as well, as he serves out wide to the Gaia forehand. In comes Wawrinka, doesn't have to hit the volley because the backhand is in the net.
Did get a win over a Frenchman at the United Cup, Wawrinka, because he was representing Switzerland alongside Belinda Bencic, who just had a wonderful tournament. So Switzerland got to the final. He beat Rinda Knesh. He lost to Gaboli, he lost to Baez, he lost to Bergs, and he lost to Hurkacz.
But they were close. A couple of those were close, weren't they? He's playing good tennis.
All three setters, apart from the loss to Baez, which was 5-4.
I think that was the last one, maybe. Yeah, Wawrinka back to deuce. Yeah, I think there was listening to or reading a lot of reports of those matches. He was playing good tennis. Good win against Rinda Knesh in the first one. Tries to slide the ball out wide. Goes in the net. 1-3 deuce. Another deuce game. That last one he took 11 minutes before he was broken. Yeah, lifting the ball to the backhand of Wawrinka, who rips it from above his shoulder. Incredible strength he's got.
Best one-handed backhand?
Certainly up there, isn't it? It's as good as any. I would say Richard Gasquet had that flashy backhand. And Gasquet could hit more unbelievable winners with it. He could also do more with it. But in terms of what Wawrinka brings to the table and the strength he had, and he could really flatten it out very well. So I think Gasquet's is maybe more aesthetically pleasing.
Yes.
But functional-wise, Wawrinka,
Well, it's just, like you said, powerful, isn't he? He's a big unit, Stan. It's not fat, it's strength. He's barrel-chested.
Yeah, he's as strong as an ox, is Wawrinka. He's going to need a lot of mental strength here as well today.
I wonder what he's going to do after retirement.
Well, given that Belinda Bencic was saying what a great coach he was, maybe he'll be Davis Cup captain.
Love that.
That wouldn't be the biggest surprise.
Can't see him going back on tour though and doing 40 weeks as an ATP.
Changed to white during the rally.
Oh, the signage changed. Tom Sweeney of Australia is the chair umpire. He noticed something in the backboards, which are all digital electronic now, aren't they?
Players weren't bothered, or certainly didn't argue.
No one notices.
So maybe not. We just carried on. So we'll reset, play the point again. Back to deuce. Wawrinka misses the first serve again.
He was just indicating to Magnus Norman he was mishitting the ball a little bit, wasn't he, Wawrinka? Not cleanly out of the middle.
Yeah, and he's talking about the wind. It's obviously a factor. He sets himself for one of those big backhands that he just pulls cross court. Would happily run around his forehand, hit a backhand. Does well to squash shot a forehand back in court, and then plays one of the beautiful backhands that we're talking about. Just rolling the ball across the net, across the advancing gear.
That is incredible. A couple of backhands from Wawrinka went cross court, then he was forced to hit a squash-like forehand, And then with Geyer at the net, he produces a simply sensational backhand cross-court pass.
The waggle of the racket from Wawrinka after that one. Enjoyed it.
Oh, it must be like the adrenaline when he hits something like that.
I think the thing is, he just expects to make all those shots, doesn't he? Because he's hit so many of them in his career. Big serve out wide, it's an ace. And a hold of serve of Wawrinka. He sort of swats the ball away, a little frustration at where he was in the set, perhaps. The breakdown 3-2, but it feels a little bit better about things, perhaps, after hitting that lovely backhand. Over to Kate, because they're in a tie-break, deciding tie-break.
Yeah, 10-point tie-break, and Madison Inglis from Australia, the wild card, has the mini break in the tie-break. So she's 2-1 serving and has served down the tee and has won that point. So she's gone to 3-1 in the, as I said, the 10-point tie-break. And over on Margaret Court Arena, Amanda Anisimova is serving at 30-15 for the match. She's 6-1, 5-4 up against Siniakova.
Very good, thank you, Kate.
All coming to an end at the same time. Very exciting.
Always. Makes your life more difficult, Kate.
Oh, well. Keep me on my toes.
Exactly. Anisimova, where do you place her this fortnight?
I think she's got a great chance. Twice major finalist last year. Everyone remembers the Wimbledon final. Actually got friends of mine from the USA. They wanted to go to Wimbledon for the first time, and I managed to get them women's final tickets.
Nice.
At quite a hefty price. So they came over specially for the Wimbledon final from the USA, only to watch a less than hour match.
Yes.
Actually, I saw Chris Bowers, fellow commentator, right before that match, and he said Amanda Anisimova looks like a deer in headlights as she walked onto centre court.
15 love.
And you could tell that she was not only terrified, but she was also pretty sore, I think, from beating Sabalenka so beautifully. But and then she made the US Open final, and I think she's going to win a major this year. I think she's an incredible player, ball striker. Working with Rick Villeshauers, I think they've done brilliantly together, and just watch out for Amanda Anisimova. I fully expect her to win a major title.
Yeah, well, it could be here, because hard court's clearly her best surface. She has got, so she did reach the semis of the French when she was young, but loves hard courts and reached the final of the US Open, and that was mentally very impressive.
Yes.
Coming back from a love Wimbledon final to reach another final, and played much better in patches in that final against Sabalenka.
She's had two finals now, plenty of experience, so the next one I think she'll be really good. No, not many people are too like Naomi Osaka, are they, where they play 4 major finals and win them all.
Yeah, exactly. Ace from Arthur Geyer takes him to 40 love. He's really settled nicely into this match, not overawed for sure. Come through qualifying.
4 aces, just 1 double.
He serves into the net, the bottom of the net actually.
In fact, he's won all 8 first serve points.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable. Second serve, big second serve, but blocked back by Wawrinka, then pulls the forehand inside in. He has Geyer out of position, plays the drop shot. He should cut off the next volley, and he does. Beautifully done by Wawrinka.
Well, Geyer just covered the whole court in about 5 steps, so that was impressive. He's a very, very fast Frenchman, and so Stan Wawrinka throws in the drop shot. Geyer does get to it, covering a lot of court, almost got the ball past, but Wawrinka cuts it off, hit a nice backhand volley there.
Yeah, I'm not sure Wawrinka thought that he was going to get to the drop shot, because it was a good drop shot. It was short, but you're right, that was a very impressive speed. Nicely blocked back on the backhand return from Wawrinka. He starts going after the forehand to the backhand of Geyer, and Geyer misses the backhand into the tram line. So back from 40 love to 40-30.
A nice interesting game here for Wawrinka. Needs to break, of course, because he's already been broken. 10 winners for Geyer, 7 for Wawrinka, whose unforced errors are double that of Geyer, if you like unforced error count, which we don't.
Just a reminder, do get in touch. You can email us on aoradio@tennis.com.au, or you can go through the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com. We'd love to hear from you. You're listening and enjoying it, and where you're listening from, or what you're up to while you're listening to us. So we look forward to hearing from you throughout the afternoon and into the evening session. Geyer holds with an ace, 5th ace of the set and match, and he extends the lead to 4-2.
We've got an email for our competition.
Excellent.
This is from Rob. He says, I'd like to suggest Andre Agassi to play Phil Collins in No Jacket Required. That was an album my father used to listen to all the
It's
time.
It's good album.
Great album. Studio.
Which one was that?
Studio. And of course, Phil Collins is the father of Lily Collins, who is Emily in Paris.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is hilarious if you haven't seen it. The clothes in it.
Is he picking Agassi to play Phil Collins just because he's bald?
I believe so. I believe that is the
excellent
I don't
choice.
think, other than the baldness, they have much in common. They're both men, as
only
far
one
as
of
I
them has
know.
won 8 Grand Slams.
I think Phil Collins has been married more than Andre Agassi.
Yes.
Gail Morphese, this is from Kate in Cincinnati. Gail Morphese would be a hilarious Axel Foley in Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
That's a brilliant one.
Oh, what a great film.
I'd love to see it. Yeah, that's fantastic. Mikhail Yuzhny, a Soviet sub-captain Marco Ramius in Hunt for the Red October.
Oh, yeah, good film.
And Sasha Bublik as Lloyd, Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber. That's so good. That's so good.
There's Gay up the line with a nice forehand. It's 15-all at 2-4. Wawrinka serving. Wawrinka should pass him here. Oh, it doesn't. But eventually Gay misses the volley. Had plenty of court to play the ball into. Decided to wrong foot him, and Gay got a racket on it.
Have you seen Persuasion? I
Yes.
haven't. Oh, okay. So Kate also recommends Jack Draper as Captain Wentworth in Persuasion.
Yeah, that's it. Jack Draper's, because Jack Draper's got that model. You know, he does modelling, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he has
he does.
that kind of look.
He's Burberry, isn't he?
Yeah.
You go to Heathrow Airport, you see Jack everywhere.
Jack is.
Jack of all trades.
It sounds like Jack is going to be playing Davis Cup. He looks like he's on track to do that, which is good news.
I'm on commentary for that. It's meant to be Jack against Casper Ruud. However, Casper Ruud might not be there because, of course, his wife is due to give birth.
Any minute now. Let's hope it doesn't happen in the middle of the final. For Casper Ruud's sake, if he's in it. But yeah, Casper's already said he'll go home as soon as there's any word. As you might imagine.
They were meant to get, he told me, Casper, in Tokyo towards the end of last year that they were going to get married after the baby, but apparently they're secretly married.
Oh, how nice.
They did it. Didn't invite me. Did they invite you?
No.
I'd like to go to
Sadly.
Norway.
I've been to Norway.
Again?
Nice. Yep, lovely place. Right, it's 40-30 on the Wawrinka serve, 2-4. Just trying to stay in touch in this first set here on the Kia Arena. Serves out to the backhand of Gare, who runs around it to the forehand but puts it in the net. It's back to, well, it's 4-3, and he closes the gap again. Back to Kate. What's happening on ANZ, Kate?
We've got Maddie Inglis is up 7-3 in the tie-break against Laura Zigerman, so things tightening up here. But Madison is doing a great job just trying to stay calm, trying to stay relaxed. And as I said, she had her opportunities to win the match in that second set, but really tightened up the shoulder, Scott. So just weren't moving the way she needed to, but looking good here in the tie-break. But still, you just get that sense that there might be a little bit to play out here. It is Laura Zigerman after all, and she's very crafty.
Laura Zigerman is supposed to be playing doubles on court 8 next.
Right, well, that could be interesting.
With Sophia Kenny.
Oh, right, okay. Because I saw Vera Zvonareva the other day, and they had such a successful partnership.
Yeah.
Sophia Kenin lost in the first round here, didn't she?
Yep, she did.
Former Australian Open champion. That one looks, when you look back at it, quite surprising, I suppose.
Yeah, and she's got herself back into the top 30, hasn't she? So she's done pretty well. She just, it was a strange sort of year. It was COVID year. It was everything was all over the shop, tennis, and maybe she took advantage. She had that quirky, funky service action that was.
Looks down, doesn't she, and then looks up.
Yeah, I can't believe that works, but she made it work.
Roger Federer a little like that, though. If you watch Federer's serve, he keeps his head down, then he looks up.
Well, a lot of the players look up before they throw the ball, don't they? Which is really interesting. I've tried that. It actually works.
Does it?
Yeah. But I haven't tried it long enough to make it work for me. But it does. It is interesting. Petra Kvitova was one who did it.
Yeah, did it quite well.
Yeah, very well.
Lefty.
The Wimbledon titles for Petra, who retired at the end of last year. Sad to see her go, but hope she's enjoying herself.
I think she's enjoying motherhood a lot more than perhaps she did at the end of her career.
Yeah, the nerves were tough for Petra, but what a career she had. As Gare misses the opening points on the in the 8th game with new balls, and a little waggle of the racket from Stan Wawrinka, who I think from the moment he held serve at 2 to go to 2-3, seems to, with that backhand cross court, he seems to have locked into gear again.
I think this is the game. Because often it's the 7th game rather than the 9th game. You've got a break here for Wawrinka, because if Gare gets 5 games on the board, he's probably going to win this first set.
Yeah, exactly. But new balls as well. Sometimes they can just come back that bit faster. Wawrinka standing right on the baseline for the second serve from Cain. Steps inside to try and hit a backhand. He has to chip it in the end. It's a good serve. Backhand, oh, it's clever from Wawrinka. He's going to have a chance at a pass. He doesn't put it away, but actually it's good enough. Gets a little bit lucky.
Takes the first 2 points of this game and another racket shake towards Magnus Norman. He's looking really confident. He's been around the block, hasn't he? Brilliant work on the backhand side, and then up to that short forehand. Could have hit a clean winner. Didn't need to.
Such a smart backhand pass. Didn't try and leather it. He just put it at the feet of Cain, made it awkward for him. And then he got the short ball to attack on the forehand side. And he's got love 30. Trading 4-3 to the Frenchman. Cain serves. Misses by quite a long way.
Has Cain just turned his hat around? Am I just seeing that?
You're just seeing it.
It was always backwards.
Yep.
I apologise.
Second serve is long, and the pressure starting to tell in this game from Cain.
It's funny, isn't it, how you could just tell from the eyes. Stan Wawrinka, there was just something different when he won that first point. He was like, this is it. Been around the block too many times. I know what's going on.
He knows how he feels, and he could sense his chance, perhaps. He's got 3 chances to break back here. Cain serves. Chance goes long. Let's cross to Kate quickly.
Madison Inglis with 4 match points. She's 9-5 in the third set decider, and Zigerman serving out wide. Madison Inglis managing to get that back, but Zigerman comes in with a forehand, puts that straight past the Australian. She's saved a match point, but still Inglis with 3 match points to play. And just earlier on Margaret Court Arena, the match between Amanda Anisimova and Katerina Siniakova, and it was Anisimova that threw the 4th seed, 6-1, 6-4. She had to work really hard in that deciding the second set, but got through, broke in the 10th game.
Thank you very much, Kate. Keep an eye on that as that goes on. You can actually, we'll stay with you,
Stay
Kate.
with me, because Inglis is actually now serving for the match.
Yep. Big moment.
Big moment for the young Australian. And the serve, she's going down the tee, but misses wide. Okay, the second set, just taking your time, bouncing the ball. Keep focused. Stop the voices in your head, Maddie. Second serve to the backhand of Zigerman. Backhand cross court from Inglis. Backhand again from Zigerman. That's lovely. She's dragged her opponent while she's got it to the net. Oh, terrific from Zigerman at the net. The lovely drop shot. And she saved another match point. But still,
can never write her off.
You cannot. And that is, great work under a lot of pressure. It's the backhand that dragged Inglis wide that opened up the court. She was able to put that away. That's great work from Zigerman.
I was in the gym with her the other day, Kate Zigerman, and she is
ferocious?
unbelievable athlete.
Yeah.
She is a specimen, puts so much work into it.
You can tell. Well,
we're talking about her and you maybe having an ultra marathon together. Not sure who would win.
No, I know who I'd be putting my money on.
Kate Kearns.
No. Maddie Inglis with the first serve in. It's gone high. It's landed in from Zigerman. Forehand from Inglis. And forehand exchanges now, and Maddie's put one deep in the court, but Zigerman's got the backhand cross court, backhand Inglis. We're just trading backhands cross court at the moment. Finally Inglis with the forehand. Zigerman puts the loopy ball up and then chops the next forehand cross, and Madison Inglis just getting balls back in. She's gone wide. She's coming to the net to put that ball away. Hasn't done enough with it. Yes, she has. And it's Madison Inglis through to the third round, the Australian wild card, and she cannot believe it. She's fallen to the court, having won 6-4, 6-7, 7-6, 10-7 in that 10-point tiebreak. That is a terrific win for the young Australian. She can hardly believe it. The crowd can hardly believe it. She's bent over just trying to catch her breath and to understand just what she's done. She's through to the third round. She's 168 in the world, so that's going to mean a lot in terms of those ranking points.
Couldn't happen to a nicer girl.
Oh, no, it's a terrific story.
Yeah, she's just a smiling assassin. The girl next door who's doing some great damage in her home major, and the emotion, Kate.
Yeah.
Crazy levels.
She cannot believe it. It's lovely. Yeah, it really is. No, it's good to see. It's a good story.
Isn't it? Absolutely life-changing, not only monetarily, but the memories that she will take with her for the rest of her life.
Really nice scenes, amazing scenes on that court there. Great win for Madison Inglis, and Australian tennis will be very happy with that. So she's through to the third round. Stan Wawrinka had 3 break points at love 40 on the Gaia serve, and he missed them. 2 of them he missed with poor forehands. Then he got 2 aces to finish off that game. It's 30 love on the Wawrinka serve. So frustration for Wawrinka, not getting the break back, but looking to close the gap once more. Serves to the backhand of Gaia, goes inside out with his return, then he goes up the line, chopped backhand by Wawrinka, sits up in the middle of the court and will be attacked by Gaia, and he puts it away. Inside in, very nicely done.
Yeah, good work from Gaia here. Looks like Wawrinka will be all right, though I suspect 30 love up. He was just having to stretch and reach for that backhand, didn't get much purchase on it, and it's a rocket of a forehand. Wawrinka trying to make the Frenchman serve this out, just test his nerve a little bit more.
30-15, 3-5, second serve. Kicker to the backhand of Gaia, short return from the Frenchman. Sliced back cross court by Wawrinka, then does the same thing again as the ball just moves around in the wind a little bit, and then netted by Gaia.
40-15.
Good work from Wawrinka backing up his second serve, 12 out of the 19 times so far. That's a percentage of around 65, which is better than average. Players hoping to win about half of their second serve points. Get more than that, they're very pleased.
2 game points for Wawrinka. Serve volley from the Swiss. Doesn't have to hit the volley, the backhand return goes long, and he does cut the deficit. It'll be Gaia to serve for the set, though. He needs 5 games to 4. We'll keep in touch with your emails. And,
let's have a look.
And messages from around the world. Great to hear you from so many different parts of the world. That's a really nice part about all this.
We've got a message from Marie again from Jamaica. Pliskova serving for the match on court 7. Is that match finished, Simon?
Yeah, let's see. It has, and she's won. Yeah, 6-4, 6-4. Caroline Pliskova, who retired and then is back.
Did she retire?
Well, she basically sort of said she was retiring, but didn't really.
Yeah,
not
she
properly.
never formally
no,
retired.
It looked
but
like she was going. And then
she had that terrible injury in the gym where she fell down, didn't she, and hurt her wrist. And after being world #1, the wrist was in a plaster cast, and she dispensed with the services of long-term coach Sasha Bajin. She's married, Pliskova. I was wondering if she was going to start family. It hasn't happened, and she's back on tour.
Yeah,
She calls herself the Ice Queen on the court, and she never shows much emotion. She's got a massive serve, big ground strokes, doesn't really come to the net, doesn't slice, doesn't drop shot. It's all power all the time.
It's interesting to see her back. It's good to see her back, which is 34 this year. Karolina Pliskova.
She beat Janice Chen, who's an Indonesian, very creative, nice player, very good on the doubles court, played US college. Janice Chen, she's quite an exciting proposition, one to keep your eye on.
So, work to be done for Wawrinka if he's not to go down a set here. Arthur Gaia leads 5-4, serving for this set.
Lachlan from Brisbane, quite interested in the psychology of tennis, and this is going to be a psychological moment, isn't it, for Gaia? Let's see if he can get over the line here.
Yeah, he did a very good job escaping from love 40 in the last game, but this is where nerves come in. Finishing off sets, matches, that's always the hardest part. You can say it's one more game, but it's just scoreboard pressure is really interesting. There's so much, one-on-one sport, there's so much going on in the head of both players as Wawrinka starts the game with a ripped backhand cross court for a winner.
Oh, what a start for Stan, the man. The crowd are going absolutely nuts. It's about 98% the fans here in support of the Swiss.
You can't be pushing the ball around against Stan because he's going to do exactly that. Just step into an incredible backhand that just pummels cross court. Love 15. Forehand return from Wawrinka goes long, just blocking it as he so often does.
And the first serve points one is exceptional from Gaia. 13 of 16, I think that's now 14 of 17. Where he's run into a little bit of trouble, the Frenchman, is when he's had to put in a second serve.
15-all, serving for this first set. Chopped back again by Wawrinka on the forehand, and does the same thing on the backhand. It's shortish, and Gaia comes into the forehand, plays a nice inside-out forehand, just finds the line, and he gets to 30-15.
30-15.
French flags flying. There's some French fans in the house. Neighbours, France and Switzerland.
30-15, 2 points away from this first set. Gaia serves. The backhand of Wawrinka blocked over the baseline, and it's 2 set points to the French qualifier.
He just needs to get first serves in here, Gaia, because he's not getting too many balls to hit back. Nice freebie.
Yeah, he's done very well so far. 2 set points. Gaia serves into the net. Second serve to come. Ball, misses the ball first time, then regathers quickly across to her mark. Second serve into the body of Wawrinka, who gets out of the way to hit a forehand, then hits a forehand with more power down the line. Chopped back, blocked back by Gaia twice to the backhand of Wawrinka, who then steps into a backhand, rolls it cross-court. Backhand down the middle from Gaia. Inside out goes Wawrinka. On the full stretch on the backhand side, plays the slice. Now he goes cross-court with a forehand. Forehand up the line from Gaia, not even making it over the net. Good play from Wawrinka.
Yeah, the point after the second serve went in was neutral, and then Wawrinka was just trying to get a little bit better court position, hitting a bit more depth than his opponent and moving the younger man all around the court. So what a big point coming up now. Gaia has to get a first serve in.
Make his job easier if he can. Set point number 2 for Arthur Gaia. Stares down the court, then back down at the ball. And serves into the net. Second serve to come. Wawrinka stalking along the baseline at the other end. It's into the body of Wawrinka, who plays a backhand blocked back into the middle of the court. In comes Gaia on the forehand side. Pass from Wawrinka. Volley from Gaia is good. He's got a smash. He should put it away. Oh, it catches the tape, but it does go away. Rides a little bit of luck, but that is a good first set from Arthur Gaia. He takes it 6-4, and a lot of work for Stan Wawrinka to do if he's to continue his final appearance here at the Australian Open.
It's good work from Gaia. Push there, defending the second serve. The numbers haven't been great for him, but gets it done. Short ball into the forehand. That was risky, but avoiding the Stan Wawrinka backhand, probably a good idea. The volley was decent, and the smash was tough, but he just about gets away with it. So set one summary, 51 minutes, a long one, and the Frenchman winning 89% of first serve points. 16 winners for him, 13 unforced errors. Wawrinka -6 in winners to unforced error category, and Gaia serving all 3 break points against him. Just 1 break of serve there.
So good timing from Gaia to get that done, and good timing from us because we are going to make a commentary change. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it'll be Steve Pearce and Courtney Walsh.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
We are, of course, at Kia Arena on a beautiful sunny
Thursday afternoon. Note the quite little pause there just to ponder which day it is. It is Thursday afternoon. Steve Pearce here with you on AO Radio, and alongside me, Courtney Walsh.
Good afternoon, Steve. Yes, no, we tweaked on that. I was on a little earlier today, and we're thinking, is it Thursday morning? Yes, it is. It's day 5, of course, but with the Sunday start...
Sunday start sort of fools you a bit, doesn't it? Lulls you into saying the wrong day. But it's not. It's day 5. It's Thursday, the first Thursday of the event. Great thanks to Candy and Simon for the last couple of hours. It's been wonderful broadcasting. I've been listening to it as I wander around and watch a bit of tennis and wander around and watch a bit of tennis. It's packed again.
It is indeed
packed again. Queues are long for everything, but everyone seems very happy and enjoying the sunshine from what I could see.
Yeah, it was a little chilly this morning. It was a little windy. It's been a little tricky for players, but certainly that sun has come out. I'd sort of come off air between 11 and 1 this, a few hours ago, and did some writing and just weaving my way through. Weaving is the accurate word.
Yeah.
Through the crowd on the way over to our magnificent broadcast booth.
Weave, isn't it?
Yeah, it just seemed like a lovely afternoon.
Stan Wawrinka, the former champ, has dropped the first set here against Atmane, as we've been hearing, of course. And he's just in a little bit of a tricky spot here in the opening game of the second set. Puts away a nice forehand volley at the net there for 15-30, but he'd be unwise to get broken here at the start of the second.
Particularly having given away the service break in the fourth game of the match and not able to reel that one back in. It was actually quite an extended game. I'm not sure if you saw it. I assume it was sort of described on there. There was a beautiful little moment as...
that was a dead net cord. It just went the way of Stan.
Beautiful moment where a can of beer is dropped onto the court with Stan having just saved a break point. Picked it up, pretended to have a squeak before handing it back.
He probably wouldn't mind a beer right now as he serves heavily at the forehand, right at the body of Atmane, and a little bit of a roar there from the crowd and Stan almost simultaneously as he gets himself out to a game point here to get on the board at the start of this second set.
It's amazing, Steve. Almost double the age of his rival, the Swiss.
I know, it is. It's ridiculous,
against
isn't
the young Frenchman who, look, I've got to say, had a look at some of his results in the last 6 months and even dating all the way back to his junior results, Steve. And there's clearly some promise there, and we're seeing that in this match, but also through this season so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, he looks to have game, and as you said, did have a decent junior career, but my word, he's just breaking through now, really, isn't it? It's really, unless you are a tennis aficionado like yourself, who delves deep into the juniors and ITF circuit, this is kind of first look time, isn't it?
Well, look, it really is. It's the first look at Grand Slam. He's only played a handful of ATP Tour matches, and predominantly they were at home. Back in his wonderful country of France, which can produce a player. It's been a long time since they've produced a Grand Slam winning male, but they've produced a swag of elite players who are always great to watch. Always so stylish. You can see some differences in the styles between them. I love watching French tennis players play because you don't necessarily know what you're going to get, and you get to grow and like their subtleties and what they bring to the sport.
Wawrinka manages to hold on there, not without some challenges, but he found the answers, got himself pushed to deuce, but with some good, accurate and aggressive tennis, he's able to hold serve there and open up a 1-love lead at the start of the second, having dropped the first.
Now, we know with Stan, Stephen, you would have seen it as well, when he was in his prime, in his pomp, he was a marathon man. He was, still has that barrel-chested build. He would just go and go and go. He played some magnificent matches, winning that Australian Open in 2014. He had that great run at the US Open as well.
Absolutely.
Winning the title there, and also winning that championship against none other than Novak Djokovic at Roland Garros, where the backhand was being peppered, and he just kept on thumping that one-handed backhand back. Absolutely. One of the most magnificent shots in tennis for mine.
Yeah, it was quite a period, wasn't it? 14, 15, 16, that period for Stan. Those 3 major titles in the midst and right up the top, when there really was a
Well, there was certainly a big 3, and really there was a big 4 when you throw. Murray was a hugely consistent performer at that time and right at the top of the sport as well. So it was a very difficult time to be winning major singles titles, and he won 3 of them.
He won 3 of them, which is quite extraordinary. You know, and legitimately, I think he always denied he said it wasn't a big 5 as such. He said, no, you've got to look at what the other guys have done in terms of their sustained consistency at Grand Slams, and he includes Murray in that, who we know is a 5-time finalist here, but also their excellence at Masters level.
Yeah,
Stan,
100%.
superb player, and either between a top 20 and a top 10 player for a long, long time, and a top 5 player clearly when at his peak. But he said, look, the broader portfolio, nonetheless, to be able to walk away with 3 Grand Slam titles to your name, in what is his last lap of the sun in terms of this Australian Open, his farewell. It's wonderful, and he's in a second round of a major at 40.
Exactly, and that is, and to give you an emphasis on how rare that is, if he does make the 3rd round here, and of course it's not the ideal start, losing the opening set, as he finds himself at the net, plays a little dinky drop shot. Can he lob successfully, Gaia? Gaia manages to put this back over his shoulder. Wawrinka comes back to the net, plays another delightful low-down backhand volley.
Everything about that point was just superb. It was like an old master craftsman, puppet master, pulling his younger rival around the court, back and forth, side to side, and the touch. Finished off with that fantastic flourish, that backhand volley, angled, acutely magnificent.
That's beautiful, isn't it? Still 40-15 on the Gaia serve, with the cap on backwards, the young Frenchman. Serves, that's too long. Just flicks that away, back to the ball girl at the net. Gaia serves to the forehand of Wawrinka, who just pushes this back, then forced into a more defensive backhand. Found a nice angle on it though, Wawrinka, and then he has to pick that up off the baseline. He's being moved around a little bit by Gaia, but he's hitting some lines here, is Wawrinka. But on that occasion, he strayed just wide. So Gaia holds 1 game all in the second set. I was saying he'd be the first player to reach a 3rd round, aged 40 or older, since 1978 when Ken Rosewell did that at the Australian Open down the road at Kooyong. So it doesn't happen too often that 40-pluses get into the last 32.
And Ken would have been, what, about 42, 43 at that age, because I think he was the oldest man to win...
44.
44, because I was thinking he was the oldest man to win a Grand Slam at the 1972 Australian Open when he was 37. And so a few years on from that, I believe Ken may either be here today or was in attendance yesterday. Great old campaign. And in our competitions that we're running online, which tennis player do you think would make a fine actor? I love one from earlier this morning. It was Ken Rosewell as M.
Oh yes.
The original M in the Bond films.
That's good. I like that. That's very clever. That's very good. 30 love here on the Wawrinka serve, looking to open up a 2-1 lead on serve. We'll give you some details of the comp in a minute, and we've got some messages to have a look at as well, and we'll give you some scores from some other matches happening around the venue. Shapovalov and Cilic warming up as we speak. And Stan, I was about to say, is warming up there himself, but he's put that fairly simple forehand wide into the tram lines for 30-15.
Jordan has written from Macclesfield in England to AO Radio. Make sure you can get in contact with us at ozopen.com. Fill out the Ask the Booth form, or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. And I like this one. His message would be Jannik Sinner, who we'll see on Rod Laver Arena a little later tonight. I believe his opponent, James Duckworth, an Australian, is warming up on that court at the moment with Cruz Hewitt, the son of the former world #1, Leighton Hewitt. Sinner would make a good Penny Wise because he looks so much like Bill Skarsgård. So that's a suggestion from Macclesfield. Like Jordan from Macclesfield.
Jannik, of course, who is a great lover of the pizza out in Beaumaris, about 20 kilometres outside the city.
You'll have to explain. I've missed this. This is
so there's a little pizza restaurant in Beaumaris.
It's with Wawrinka with a game point here for 2-1. 40-30 on serve in the second set, having dropped the first.
Which Jannik Sinner, of course, we're talking about Jannik Sinner, and a couple of other Italian tennis players, amongst them Lorenzo Musetti.
Yes.
Do rather enjoy it. What is it? It's La Pizzeria Italiana, beautifully named. But the owners of that know, I think, the Sinner family well, and a couple of the other families of the Italian players well. And Jannik has he's been out to Bowie, as it's known. I do know that because I do live in Beaumaris, as previously mentioned. I think.
A beautiful part of the world, of course, Beaumaris.
Beautiful part of the world, great spot.
Not far off on the coastline, effectively.
Exactly. And Jannik has already been out to Beaumaris to sample, I think, his favourite, margarita with, I say prosciutto, which isn't a bad sounding pizza in itself. And I think they even were in there in the summer, and I think they said they often do deliver a pizza up to the city for him as well.
To be fair, if he made the request, I think he'd be able to hand over a little tip or two. I'm sure he would do that.
And that's a suburban pizza restaurant 20 k's outside the city, so it's quite random. But Lorenzo Musetti also is a popular visitor there as well. And they're lovely owners. I forget their first names, but we were in there the other day, and it's a terrific spot.
I love that. That sounds wonderful to me, and it might be worth making the trip down. I believe there's some clay courts now at Beaumaris,
there's
Ontucar, but maybe some clay courts on the way.
At Beaumaris Lawn Tennis Club.
I'll stand corrected by that.
Okay.
That may be getting ahead of myself, but
I'm sure you have the correct information.
It's a lovely club to play at.
Yeah, it is. It's a great spot.
Which is always a good thing. So 2-1 to Wawrinka in the second set, trying to get himself on track. Daphne.
Hello, Daphne.
She has a query. Riding from Blackheath in London.
Oh, yes, great spot. Lovely spot. Southeast London.
Southeast London. Oh, yes, I know Blackheath as well. Yes. Just scrolling through the AO app to see what's happening around the grounds. Lots and lots happening.
For not telling people.
Happening in Daphne. And notice that after some of the players' names, I know WC is wildcard.
Correct.
And Q is qualifier.
Correct.
But my brain and the internet cannot help. I've seen it next to N, the Jali, and their doubles player partner. I'll have to double check. And A, notice A after some of the alternate. That will be, A for alternate. So by that, Daphne, sorry, I was reading that sentence and just thought you'd capped the A by accident. So A is for alternate. If you're looking at players' draws and why that, if a team is unable to play and there's someone waiting to get into it, that will be the alternate entry. So that hopefully answers yours. And sorry, I was a little confused trying to work my way through that one.
You did it beautifully. And of course, there is plenty of doubles action going on around the venue as well. And there's a big ticket item, in fact, in the match after this one on Kia, which features from a local perspective, although they do generate a fair bit of interest internationally as well.
2 great points here for Wawrinka, by the way, as Gaia just misses with a forehand long. An opportunity here for the veteran Swiss to try and get his nose ahead properly for the first time in this second set.
Let's see if he can deliver here, Stan. So Gaia sets himself to serve, goes heavily deep in the box, but it's too long. So Stan will get a look at a second serve. He's looking energised and interested right here. Serves, slice back from Wawrinka into the bottom of the net.
Now that was a real opportunity because that was a short second serve, only 149 kilometres an hour. It wasn't jumping, it wasn't really kicking up into him. There was every reason to think he'd be able to attack it. I think he'd be very disappointed with that. One gone begging. Let's see what he can pull together on this occasion.
Something considerably better, you would hope, for his sake. But anyway, for Gaia's sake, he's got this back to 30-40. Still facing a break point down, and again he misses the first serve, this time into the net. in the shade. Wawrinka waits. In the sun, Gaia serves. Lands this in again short. This time the forehand of Wawrinka lands in. Then onto the backhand. Cross-court running around this. Heavy into the net court from Gaia, and it sprays it wide. And there is quite the celebration from Stan Wawrinka. He's going nowhere in this contest. He breaks serve and leads 3-1 in the second.
Would we have it any other way but for Stan Wawrinka to be out there rousing the crowd who are firmly behind him after that forehand jumped off the net and into the doubles court. Wawrinka turns and gets both fists pumping. Yes, 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 yes. And the crowd off their feet saying the same thing.
So, Stan's got to becalm himself. He's got to take some deep breaths here, and he's got to step up, and he's got to hold serve and start to impose himself on this match. And he misses a goal. No, he made it, did he? Wow, that was an extravagant backhand. It must have just clipped the line.
Beautiful flourish, the one-hander. Full aggression, Steve.
Just inside the baseline. Nicely judged, but possibly a little bit tighter than he needed to. It was open court.
I'm sure he was quite relieved, and that's a nice little segue. Daphne got back to us to say, thanks, chaps. That A answer is a great relief for her brain.
Yes.
Now, you have a great day over there today, Daphne. Looking forward to getting back across
everyone's brain. This time he has
6 months.
This time Wawrinka does miss the forehand inside in down the line, 15 all. Serve here, the Swiss, onto the backhand of Gaia. Rocking back, Wawrinka plays a forehand. Here's another forehand. He's pulled that right onto the tram lines. Well cut off by the Frenchman. Back behind him goes Wawrinka. That's brilliant stuff.
Just seeing all the flourishes that made him such a fine champion. We talked about that acute drop backhand volley early on in this set. On that occasion, took the ball early, but he was well behind the baseline, but just rolled up over it, reversed the angle back on Gaia, and a fine cross-court forehand winner.
That was the last place Artur thought that ball was going, so he just had to admire it. 30-15.
Been a lot happening in this second set, hasn't there, Steve?
Certainly has.
Really lively.
The sun is making its way to nearly halfway across the court as Wawrinka serves. So it'll have to be a second serve. Very deep in the box, but just in, and Gaia can't get that back into the court. His response going just long, 40-15.
So a big opportunity here for Stan to push to 4-1, having dropped the first set 6-4. Fought hard to try and get that first set back on even keel after an early drop of serve. A marathon game in which he did drop as well.
Wawrinka serving here. Now onto the forehand. He goes again to the forehand of Gaia. Back centrally this time with the backhand. Gaia deciding now to come in and slice. Wawrinka, he had the opportunity for the cross-court backhand, but could only make the net. 40-30.
Yeah, good ball to approach on there, and it just dropped before the service line, and the execution, a very nice deep slice. Had Stan moving, he tried to flick up over the ball. A lot of topspin on it, but it was going to be low and tricky for him to handle, and so approved.
Wawrinka here then, 40-30, serving onto the forehand of Gaia. Big, expansive forehand from Wawrinka. Again, well covered off by the Frenchman. Wawrinka goes back behind him. Again, good defense from the Frenchman at the net. Wawrinka has not been able to do anything with that volley. That's great play from Gaia. I think Wawrinka thought for all money that was going cross-court, and Gaia went, no, I'm going down the line.
And just at the last second was able to thrust his racket at Stan, but nowhere near in a position where he'd be able to control that volley. So it's only a service break, as we know in tennis, Steve, if you convert by holding your own service game in the following game.
That's what you gotta do. Let's see if he still can. It's deuce. Backhand from Wawrinka, making Gaia run. Should put this away. No, he does not. The high overhead for Stan, but right on top of the net, really. He went for an extravagant angle, and it was a long way out in the end.
Yeah, just not able to control that. Now, I mean, it was certainly high, but it was in an awkward position. whether he needed to go back across court, either way, badly overplayed it, not able to execute. So now, great point.
To get back on serve. Gaia with the break point. Arthur Gaia doesn't have to play that. We'll get to Kate for some score updates around Melbourne Park after this game. Lands this in. Gaia with the backhand, the double-hander into the opposite corner. Wawrinka moves him around, well covered off by the Frenchman again. Wawrinka thought about coming in, decided to backpedal, and Gaia puts his forehand into the net. Back to Juice.
And you could see the frustration. You know, it was an opportunity to get himself back on. He doesn't want to go to war with Wawrinka. You know that it's set all with the crowd firmly behind the Swiss, the former champion here. It's going to be a testing task for him. It's like playing away. One player has firmly got the crowd, the other one has not.
Davis Cup old style. Stan serves. Gaia with the forehand, but he didn't get enough of that. It was a good serve out wide. Gaia in position, but just didn't do enough with the forehand. Could only find the net. And 5 odd minutes into this game, Stan has another game point for 4-1.
And just raised his fist in triumph after that one as well. A very, very important game in this early stages of the second set. If he can hold this service game, though, it does take a big step forward for him.
Serves down the middle. Big celebration from Stan Wawrinka. The serve down the tee does the job, and he holds on after facing break points there, but he managed to stare those down and leads by 4 games to 1 with the break of serve in the second set, having dropped the first to Arthur Gaia. Kate.
Hey Steve, interesting match here on ANZ Arena. Tsitsipas against Mahach. Of course, Thomas Mahach has just come across from winning the title in Adelaide and finds himself, although I believe he's now, his ranking will be around 24 in the world, but he comes into the Australian Open unseeded because those points don't count for anything until after the Australian Open. So Stefanos Tsitsipas, that we're in early stages here. It is 2-2, and we'll see how this plays out. But I think that's in terms of second round matches, this is an absolute cracker. And then across on 1573 Arena, we've got Shapovalov, the 21st seed against Marin Cilic. And Cilic with the early break of serve, he leads 2-0 in the first set.
Fabulous, thank you, Kate. Could we push the love maybe just for a quick update on John Cain Arena as well?
John Cain Arena, I'm just getting across to that one.
You're very kind. It's without notice. I just thought it'd be lovely to get a quick update on Iga.
On Iga Swiatek. Oh, yes, sorry, I've got to go up. Here we go. Iga Swiatek, yes, 2-0. She's got the first. She's got the early break in the first set against Bushkova. So that is, yes, as I said, they're only 9 minutes into that match. Sorry, on John Cain Arena.
Magnificent work, Kate
Fabulous.
Kearns. Thank you very much. We will talk to you again in a couple of games' time.
No doubt. Now, what we've seen here from Wawrinka is a very impressive turnaround so far after dropping the first. It's interesting. Gaia's got a very nice serve to him. 8 aces already, and started this one off with another outstanding example. He's got beautiful ground strokes. Love the technique. Really like what we saw in the first set of this match. And he's coming in on a hot streak. And what a shot that was.
That was extraordinary. He took the pace off, found a beautiful angle on the backhand, mid-court, lovely. I mean, Wawrinka he put 1 foot forward and thought, yeah, I'm just not going to get there.
To try and explain that, it was not the classical drop shot.
No, it wasn't really. It
was a hit, almost like a double-handed backhand bunt. Yeah. That hit at such a low angle that the ball didn't bounce it in terms of it was hit from a low angle from his side. He's angled it nicely back across court with a flick of the wrist. But Wawrinka nowhere near it, and no hope of getting near it. It was a one to watch for if he continues to win that in this match.
That wasn't one to watch for, though.
The type of shot that really you look and go, wow, that's something special.
Yep, and then the simple forehand into the net. So we're getting everything from Arthur here, but he leads 30-15, looking to hold serve here, 1-4 down in the second.
Now, I talked about his sort of junior progression and how he was clearly a player of note, someone to keep an eye on as he was coming through not too long ago, sort of 3 or 4 years ago. He made third rounds of his home junior boys Grand Slam singles at Roland Garros. It's always been established as if you can play well in that junior event there on clay in Paris, you generally got a fair chance that you'll end up in professional ranks.
Nicely done there from Artur Gaya as well, just bringing Wawrinka in with a beautiful drop shot, opening up the court and then easing the backhand winner down the line.
Some beautiful court craft we're seeing from him. Then he made the third round of the junior boys singles at Wimbledon as well, so suggested, yes, he's got the capabilities of playing on more than just clay, and we can see that here with hardcourt. He made a semi-final run at the US Open boys singles and lost to the very, very, very talented American Lerner Tien, who we've seen lots of. Yes. So, you know, clearly in junior ranks he showed enough. I think he finished that junior year in the top 10. What a shot from Stan. Dances round like he's 15 years younger than what he actually is, the 40-year-old. Whips that one up the line. What a forehand.
40-30 here on the Gaya serve, 1-4. We'll just see if he can get over the line here, Courtney. He being Gaya at 40-30 to make this 2-4. Serves here to the bunted forehand of Wawrinka. Just gets himself into the point, then slices back cross-court. Gaya finds a nice angle cross-court on his own forehand. That does land in for Wawrinka, deep into the baseline. And Wawrinka trying, I think it was a drop shot, but it was so far away from being any good, it's hard to say. Maybe even mishit it. Hit the bottom of the net, and Gaya holds, but Wawrinka to serve next at 4-2.
At 4-2. And so, you know, those promising junior signs that we see, you know, has some successes. We see Stan talking to his coaching box, just going back and forward. It takes a little while to break through. He had some nice results, you know, back and forward on the ITF tour to the Challenger tour. Notice he had a good win over Hiri Lehechka, which is a fairly strong sign last year. Then he heads to Namibia at the start of this season for the Challenger in Namibia, and it was quite a strong challenger. Jordan Thompson, the Australian, was the #1 seed there. Bernie Tomic, an old blast from the past, was playing. He reached a quarter. Gaya went all the way through and took that title. So he arrived in Australia winning form. I think he beat Rodionov in the final, so that's a good start. Arrives in Melbourne for qualifying as Stan just whips a wonderful backhand cross-court, the pace of shot and the angle had his rivals scrambling, and a beautiful start to this game, leading 4-2. He arrives in Melbourne with winning form, then he works his way through qualifying, lands the qualifying, wins his first round match, and here he is playing against a great. He'll be a Hall of Famer for sure, Stan Wawrinka, when his time, you know, in 5 years or so time after this season ends. And distinguishing himself very well as Stan wins the next point to go to 30-love at 4-2 with a beautiful forehand drop shot. We're seeing the whole Wawrinka repertoire here.
Full arsenal, aren't we? It's it is amazing. And also, you know, the age gap is amazing. It's one of the great things about this sport, isn't it? You know, 19 years, the age difference, and yet here we are, and you've got someone like Artur who grew up. That's another beautiful backhand from Wawrinka. Someone like Artur who grew up watching Stan and being in awe and remembers clearly, you know, whatever it was. So what'd you say? Which was the year he won in Paris? Was it?
I think it was 2016. 16 when Rafa was injured.
16.
So yes.
10 years ago, he would have been 11. It's just, I love it. It's just great stuff. And here he is. He gets to stride out and actually play him in his final Australian Open. Wawrinka serves out wide. Gaya, well, he'd given up that point. All Stan had to do was land that in the court, and he didn't. Put it backhand long, 40-15.
Now, he got himself into a little bit of a bind in his last service game, Stan, missing a couple of, well, one easy volley, one far more difficult.
Yep.
How did he get to 5-2 and be able to sit down and take a breather for it? Wouldn't it?
So this is the time to close it out. Stan serves, finds the net, looking for the wide one, did not locate it. It's a sunny day, it's a beautiful day. If you're watching though, it's not nearly as warm as it has been the last few days. Onto the backhand this time of Gaya goes Wawrinka, and then goes back cross-court with a couple of forehands. Gaya's well behind the baseline, dumps a forehand into the bottom of the net, and Stan gives himself a couple of fist bumps as he strides to his chair at 5-2 up in the second set, having dropped the first.
He looked a little bit disappointed by that last one, Gaya, and I can understand it was what happened there. The challenge for him will be having you know, done so brilliantly well so far. What a winning streak he's on at the moment, to try and hold on when he's up against a player of the quality of Stan Wawrinka, who's formed through the United Cup, Steve. Very impressive. He didn't win many matches, but he went to 3 against a bunch of top liners, which really hardened him for this opportunity in a wild card. And look, we have an email from Earl, listening in Houston, getting very little sleep this week and the next. Look, I've got to say that's a familiar sensation. I can certainly understand that.
Yeah, even in Melbourne.
Yes, indeed. His question is, how far do you think a wild card should advance in order to justify getting their wild card? Is it second round?
Just a wild card, could be anyone.
Is it the second round? Is it the third round? Is it just about putting fans on seats? I think there's a bit of everything in that.
I don't think it's necessarily any of those things either. It's also just showing the respect to maybe a former champion.
Yes.
And that's okay. And if they happen to exit in the first round, so they don't tick any of those boxes, and not necessarily even about bums on seats, I think it's the right thing to do. If a former champion is still playing and wants to play, then I think it's the right thing to do to invite them to play.
Look, and I'm absolutely fine with that as well. And I think, look, Venus Williams, 45, she was beaten in the first round, but she played exceptionally well. 2 games away from setting up, I think, what would have been a clash seen around the world. She could have played against Coco Gauff, but even those fans that were there to treat such a champion with the respect, fantastic. Stan Wawrinka, still playing really good tennis. Yes, he dipped into the hundreds last year, but in his last lap around the sun, why wouldn't you give someone who can play this tennis with that sort of drop shot and that backhand volley to start this game where he's 5-2 and the guy said, why wouldn't you have him along? And you see the crowd and the fans.
Well, I think, absolutely. And Stan, no disrespect to Venus because it's not about that, but, Stan is actually a former champion here as well. Venus, got very close, never won the title, not in singles, but to me, that's the thing. If all the other things are a nice touch. Yeah, I think, but even the reciprocal wildcards, if it's, the French-Australian reciprocal wildcard thing that goes on as well, I think that's also about giving opportunities to young players. And, okay, they might lose in the first round, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to justify it in that regard either.
It's an interesting, it does polarise debate as to whether or not that should be in and whether the Slam Nations have that undue influence as a result. For mine,
you've got to get some kickback.
Yeah, and I don't mind tradition, by the way. I think tradition is, yes, it's a reasonably recent tradition, but when you have players, and I think there was a wild card from Australia, and I can comment more at length on the Australians. Coming from Taylor Preston, who was just beaten before by Linda Noskova, the number 13 seed, but she went all the way deep into the third set against the number 13 seed, who has got a lot of talent, a lot of firepower in Noskova, and for mine, that absolutely justifies her as a wild card.
Just long there from Gaia. Interesting question, though. Thanks for the question.
That was a great question, Earl.
I don't know if we absolutely came to an absolute resolution, because all your points are still valid as well. But as far as an actual question, there's so many different types of reasons someone would get a wild card. I don't know if there's one particular answer, but I think, it's without sitting on the fence too much, it's a bit horses for courses for me. Like Venus loses in the first round, so was it the wrong thing? I mean, did she put bums on? I mean, she probably, I don't know. Anyway, it wasn't the reason to bring her in, was it, the bums on seats? No. The reason is she's a great of the game, 7-time major singles champion. She wants to play, and she wants to play on this year as well.
And the flip side is we had Nick Kyrgios, who was shaping to be a wild card contender here. He's a former Wimbledon finalist, and we know that he will put bumps on seats later on today.
Former doubles champion here as well.
Former doubles champion. The discussion was held. They would have given him one if he was fit enough.
Yes.
But in the end, the discussion was, I'm not fit enough. So there is some trust there and some discussions with players. Where are you at with your career? With Venus, I'm sure that, Craig Tyler, for example, was asking, where are you at? I'm not bad. I feel like I'm pretty close. As Gaia Holt served there, Steve.
Absolutely. Gaia Holtzwood does exactly what he needs to do. So, Stan, to be honest, Courtney needs to do what he needs to do here, which is, how many times has he served for the set over the years? He's got to get it done. He's got to get this match back on terms and set us up for, and us and, of course, the crowd on Kia Arena, and more important, the ones who are actually there, we're bringing it to you for up to the next couple of hours anyway. We'll see what happens here. Forehand there from Wawrinka, inside in, well defended by Gay. He's miles behind the baseline. And it's cost him in the end, and I think he was saying to himself,
push forward. We saw both his arms swinging in a motion, thrusting motion. I've got to try and get into the court. And it's a good point because Stan is working him over. He is working the angles really well. just a sign of his experience. I'd be fascinated to see what happens if he can level this, where it goes in the third and the fourth set.
15 love. Well, we're going to be well placed to judge the third set. Anyway, that's a beautiful cross-court backhand from Wawrinka, and it had some pace on it as well. 30 love.
We saw him just brush up over there to practice that backhand. He will have hit how many tens of thousands of that backhand, most of them timed immaculately.
And the crowd are loving it. Even the Australians in the crowd jumping up for Stan. Everyone loves Stan. Well, pretty much everyone anyway. I don't know anyone who doesn't like him. Is there someone? Don't email us if you don't like him.
It's
30 love. That wasn't a call to arms.
Beautiful play to watch.
Beautiful play to watch. Wawrinka serving. That's a double. And there's no curse to be mentioned there, because we weren't talking him up as a brilliant player at the time. We were just saying a beautiful player to watch.
Beautiful
Nothing
play
wrong
to
with
watch.
that. Nothing wrong with that.
Because we always worry about that, don't we? When we're on commentary, you don't want to
do a bit. Don't want to
bring someone undone.
30-15, 5-3. Stan down the far end serves a fault. AO Radio, Courtney Walsh with you alongside Steve Pearce, myself. Bring you all the action here from Kia Arena as Wawrinka and Gaia go head-to-head here for a place in the third round. Complete miss-hit on the forehand from Gaia's racket. It goes miles into the air, and it's retrieved by one of our friends who pretty much lives on Kia Arena, I think, at the moment. And he's pretty happy with himself in his top hat and purple jacket.
A colourful character is how you describe him.
Well lubricated most days with from the bar up the top. Anyway, Stan's got 2 set points here. 40-15. He serves out wide at ace and salutes the crowd and his coaching box as he go around, and everyone's pretty happy about that. Stan Wawrinka, the former champ, he's back on terms with Arthur Gaia, the young Frenchman. 6-3 the second set to Stan Wawrinka in 39 minutes, 1 set all, and the Swiss flags are flying.
What an entertaining match we have here. Really impressive from the young Frenchman in the first set, got the break, but Stan, since that moment, he wasn't able to, get his way back in the first set, but he was very close. He pressed him a few times. I thought the second set, he was by far the better player, and he just looked like he'd found his range. He has the angles, the experience, the power to go with it. The flourishes were fantastic. The challenge for him is to continue this on, because we saw in the United Cup he would get a little tired. It's the younger man who's leaving the court, Arthur Gaia.
Always a good strategy. Just so happens I might need to pop to the bathroom.
Well, they've been out there for 90 minutes, consumed a bit of liquid. I think we've got a 90-minute shift here, Steve. Will you be making a bathroom break afterwards?
No bathroom break for me, Courtney. I'll be going straight through. However, we will permit everyone else a bathroom break or a tea break, whatever it is, and we'll continue the live tennis coverage on AO Radio on this Thursday afternoon in just a minute.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
So Gaia and Wawrinka head-to-head on Kia Arena. We're waiting for Artur Gaia to return to the court. We'll check a couple of your messages in just a sec. But before then, as we have some dancing girls in the crowd, let's check in with Kate.
I'm not sure that I'll be doing much dancing today, Steve. We are on a left foot watch for Tsitsipas here on ANZ Arena because he had a medical timeout. He was 30-15 up on serve, and just in terms of the score, we're at 4-3 on serve. Mahat's serving is at 40-15. Had some work done on that left foot. It was a little difficult to see. Didn't get any strapping. There was none of that happening. We did see a very nasty blister. But that was not the problem. So just seeing how he's moving here on court at the moment, doesn't seem to be any problems, but he did pull up quite short after a shot. But yes, as I said, we'll just keep a check on Tsitsipas as he goes through against this, as I said, a very tough match with Mahat here in the second round. On 1573 Arena, Shapovalov, he cannot hold serve, although he's at 40-15. Marin Cilic is 4-1 up in the first set. So Dennis, although he broke back against Cilic, as I said, he's struggling to hold serve, but hopefully he'll be able to hold here at 40-15. Just having a look at court 7, Linda Fruhvirtova, the qualifier, against Teresa Valentova, and she is 5-2 up in the first set and looking good to win that first set. And as you mentioned, there's quite a number of doubles matches on court 6. We've got Bolt and Sweeney, the Australian wildcards, against Mute and Sanchez, and Mute and Sanchez have taken the first set 6-4, and we're 2-all in the second.
Fabulous, Kate. And I'm also eager for an Iga update.
Yes, I'm not, for some reason. Why am I missing Iga? It's terrible. I know.
It's terrible, especially I think you're doing it because I tipped her to win the women's title, and you're purposefully keeping her away from me.
I'm taunting you. That's what I'm doing. Well, 29 minutes into this first set, and she's got the break. She's holding to, and it's just 4-2 in the first. So she's looking good, your pick.
Good.
And I promise that I will keep covering that match for you.
I should hope so.
Oh, Kate, the smile that he just put on his face, I wouldn't.
And all our Polish fans and all our
For the
Iga
Polish fans,
not just
yes,
me.
but not just for Steve's satisfaction.
I might start making up some scores for that match. Just to
don't do that. It's nasty.
No, I would never do that. I mean, just quickly too on court 13,
Yes.
Elliot Spazzeri against Wu, the qualifier, and Wu has got a break in the fourth set. So Spazzeri was 2-0 up, and that third set went to a tie breaks, and Wu won that 7-4. And now with the break in the fourth at 4-2, things are starting to get interesting. That looks like it might go 5.
Really good to see Yibing Wu back on the tour, a former outstanding junior player from China. I think he may have even won a boys title at the US Open. I'll stand corrected, but he was certainly broken to the top 100, had some success in Texas, I think in Dallas. I think he won an ATP title as maybe perhaps the first ATP titleist from China. Then some shocking luck with injury. So to see him fight his way back, he's up against a former collegiate star. Spazzeri came through with the class of Ben Shelton and a couple of others, and it was an exceptionally sort of strong crop from America. So a little bit of, and they would be about the same age, sort of about 23, 24. They would have come through in 2021, 2022. So very interesting clash. Not surprised to see that one go in the distance, potentially.
Stuff. All right, thanks, Kate. Kate Kearns there, keeping us in touch with all the scores around Melbourne Park. Courtney Walsh and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio. We're bringing you the live action from Kia Arena this afternoon, where it's 1-all between Artur Gaia and Stan Wawrinka, the 2014 champ from days past at the Australian Open, and it's the opening game of the third set. Artur Gaia took a little breather from the court, and Gaia up to 40-30 in this opening game. So let's just see if he can get this first game on the board. Frenchman serves, but misses the box with that first serve. Will be a seconder. Drops that in, little bunted backhand from Wawrinka, as we see so often from him, and then into the rally. Okay, back sliced backhand from Wawrinka, cross-court forehand from Gaia, well defended by the Swiss. On the run, then he makes another slice, lands that very deep, too deep, Stan, too deep. And Gaia holds on, gives himself a little bit of a G-up and a come-on there as he holds in the opening game of the third for 1-love. Do keep those messages coming through. Love hearing from you wherever you are around the world. Thanks for your company. aoradio@tennis.com.au is the email, or please use the Ask the Booth form, which is on ozopen.com or on the delightful AO app.
I love this one from Elaine, who is writing from South Africa. Lovely to hear from you,
Such a
Elaine.
big country, though. Do we get a town or a city?
No, just South Africa.
Such a broad spectrum.
It is indeed. Enjoying the coverage.
Thanks, Elaine.
Currently listening to the coverage of this Wawrinka match early in the third.
Yes.
Love the extra info and anecdotes. Hopefully we can keep you entertained.
Pressure's on.
She's always thought that there is such an uncanny resemblance between Novak Djokovic and Jake Gyllenhaal. To me, they are like doppelgangers.
Okay.
Maybe Novak could do well as the main character in The Covenant, being the die-hard tennis soldier he is. Laughing out loud. I like it. Thanks so much for the note, Elaine. Great to hear from you.
We take that as an entry. I think it is an
that's
entry, isn't it?
absolutely an entry. That's an entry, absolutely.
An entry into what some people may be saying. ...
It
well,
is
I can tell you, or you can.
My eyesight in the dark has just gone. No, it is basically the AO Radio competition. Sorry, I was distracted by an email from Ella that I was trying to decipher as I was moving on. ... And now, we've talked, Steve.
We have.
About which actors would play tennis stars.
Yes, in films.
In films. In the rivalries, the stories of their life. What are we doing this time around? Flipping the switch.
We've done it beautifully. Beautifully flipped. I love it. You've got to be agile in this world these days.
Absolutely. So we want you... We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. It could be any genre or any era. Who would be a great Marvel character, for example, but it doesn't just have to be Marvel characters. As Elaine has just said, it could be a Novak Djokovic in any Jake Gyllenhaal film.
Or who would play Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz?
Absolutely. I had someone say that Andy Murray should have been the Scarecrow in the original Wizard of Oz. Not bad.
And 15-shot rally there going the way of Stan Wawrinka, 30-15, love one in the third.
Trying to hold on. If you have any great ideas, and we would love to hear great, mediocre, or interesting, or even left field ideas.
Left field, yeah. And if it is a really left field film, you do have to give a bit of background as to the film itself, don't you?
Absolutely. Just give us...
huge forehand from Wawrinka, inside out. That was a terrific shot. Deep, right in the corner.
Just loved the way he pivoted onto that feet and then went bang. He was a fair way behind. He was moving backwards and just unloaded with a cannon of a forehand. Great photography, great film work out there. It's just a beautiful light at the moment.
40-15, trying to serve this out is Stan. Rocks back, plays a short forehand there, but gets the mistake he wanted from Gaia, who on the baseline put a backhand rather tamely into the net. One game all.
Okay, so if you want to be involved, we want to be creative with your response. The movie could be from any era and anywhere around the world. But again, just keep us in the loop if it's somewhat obscure. And you'll be in the running for a $50 Australian voucher that can be used online from anywhere around the globe.
And the prestige of winning the Week 1 competition on AO Radio 2026, which is, to me, is almost worth more.
Well, I mean, that's what Pete Mercado was saying about his Wimbledon doubles media tournament. Was that worth more, for example, than the acclaimed Wimbledon singles triumph? I don't think so, but nonetheless, it could mean a lot if you get the Week 1 competition compared to the winner of the Week 2 competition.
Yes. Yeah. Which is more prestigious, the Week 1 or the Week 2?
Well, you can't win Week 2 if you don't make it through Week 1. Oh, no, that's tennis. You can't win the Australian Open if you don't survive the first week.
That's true. But quiz-wise, which is the more prestigious? Is Week 2 more prestigious because that's finals week?
I think the bird in the hand. You want to win the first one.
Good ace down the middle there from
win the first one and then get creative in the second week.
Has anyone in the history of AO Radio ever won both weeks?
It's a very, very, very good question, Steve.
We almost need one of those statistics guy from the ATP to come and work for AO Radio.
I thought we had the honour board in here somewhere, but no.
Why don't we? Running around onto the forehand is Wawrinka there. Plays that beautifully. Well defended by Gaia. There's another big cross-court forehand from Wawrinka. Here comes another one. No, he changes it up, goes down the line. Gaia there to cover it. Miss hit from Wawrinka. Lands in, miles in. hammered away by Gaia. Forehand cross court, great stuff from the Frenchman.
And pinpoint precision as well. It clipped the line, and he has a French fan in the stands,
just
up
the one?
off his feet.
Just the one.
Just the one, because there's a lot of Swiss. Now, we know that Stan has a pretty good relationship, I think, with the Swiss players. He spends a lot of time, with the French players. More to the point. I hope he has a good relationship with the Swiss as a Davis Cup winning legend for his country, Stan, against France as well.
Yes.
As Gaia makes a beautiful chip backhand
and
pass.
Olympic champion.
And an Olympic champion as well. Doubles gold medalist with Roger.
When was that? Which one was that? 12?
I think that was that London or was that Beijing?
Beijing. Was it that long ago? Beijing.
2008, I think it was.
Wow. Beijing. Crumbs. That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Heard from
stretching the memory.
Heard from Red Sox Devil, who in Perth, I think, an avid listener, or actually maybe a little further down from Perth, perhaps down towards Mandurah. Falcon, he says, 1 hour south of Perth. What about the legendary shorts that Stan wore at Roland Garros in 2015? Remember the colours? It was a very colourful creation. Those shorts should reappear, and Stan would sell 50 million of them.
Could do some limited edition shorts.
Good to hear from you, Red Sox. Hope all is well.
So Wawrinka will be serving next at 1-2 in the third set. It's 1 set apiece. Any more?
Ryan's written from Colorado.
Hello, Ryan.
Negative 2.78 degrees Celsius.
It'd be chilly, wouldn't it?
Very chilly. I mean, I do like Colorado, but this time of the year, a little brisk. Hopefully you can get up into the mountains and do some skiing. I chose Arena Sabalenka to play Catwoman from the movie Batman Returns.
Yes.
Originally played by Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Her on-court personality. She's intense. She can be aggressive.
But she can smile and I quite like that.
Each has a caring side that is not noticed from only observing the mood on the court. The most intense points of the movie.
Good heavy serving from Wawrinka, 15 love.
Great to hear Sabalenka quote her by saying, "I am Catwoman. Hear me roar."
Oh, that's good. Love it. That's another. There's a pile of entries to chew through before we make a final decision on the winner, to be announced on Sunday by Nat Edwards, our very own Nat in the evening serve. Little slice there from Wawrinka from the back of the court, and back into the flattened out forehands, and that's really good from Gaia up the line.
He sees the opportunity and let rip. Stan was favouring the forehand wing, the juice court, and he just opened up and went wallop.
Got a short ball as well, didn't he?
Yeah, beautiful forehand up the line. The opportunity was there. He had time. He read it well and left the Swiss scrambling.
15 all. Wawrinka serves to the forehand of Gaia. That lands just out. Only just, mind you. But Hawkeye and me right on that line, calling it out.
We have a hello from Frank in Breckenridge tuning in. Thanks. From Breckenridge in California.
Oh, I don't know about Breckenridge.
Oh, sorry, Colorado.
Oh,
Breckenridge, Colorado.
Nice. Frank, there you go.
Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, very nice to hear from you. It'll be chilly there as well. Did Frank give us a weather report? No.
No, but I suspect in Breckenridge.
Just cold. Sounds cold, doesn't it? It actually sounds cold in the middle of summer. Breckenridge. You reckon?
It does. I mean, it sounds quite... It does conjure... I'm not sure if I've been to Breckenridge. I'm just trying to think if I have been through there. I spent a bit of time in Colorado. Not extended, but certainly 2 or 3 visits. My best mate married a lovely woman from there, as Stan Wawrinka goes bang and flattens out with a serve and another ace. Only his third for the match. Gaia's got the slightly bigger delivery, but that one was timely.
Breckenridge, a bit of a swish spot?
I think it might be from memory. I'll stand corrected. If you're still listening in, Frank, let us know.
What, Frank, listening? You won't go to bed. I mean,
swish, swish, swish. By that we mean we mean not just snoosh,
swoosh, swish, swoosh.
Of snowshoeing, we mean skiing.
It's 2 games all.
Wow, getting myself tongue-tied here in the commentary box.
2 games all in the third set. It's a bit of a tongue-tied sort of afternoon. Swish, swoosh, swish. Anyway, you get the picture. Snow going everywhere and skis going. But it maybe not Breckenridge, but we're just sort of hypothesising and just hoping that Frank lets us know. What else? Have we got more?
Yeah,
Chew through?
Rob has written in to
Hello,
say
Rob.
he'd love to see Novak, who played so superbly this afternoon,
Yes,
straight sets Victor, play the Joker in the next Batman movie.
Oh, yeah.
That's clearly due to his nickname and his ability to overcome the odds to get through. He's already a bit of a villain now. Only maybe some people might see him that way in terms. I think most are absolutely behind him, and I think we'll see a statue outside at Melbourne Park.
He's quite,
and he'd be great against the Aussie Batman, Nick Kyrgios. I think he'd love defeating Novak. Can't see that happening on the court, but maybe on the big screen. Well, maybe. Look, he has. As Stan goes down here,
I think
he gives the thumbs up. It was a bit dramatic. We all had our.
It was a bit dramatic, wasn't it? He'd lost the point because the forehand little slice at the net, skidding away from Gay, was always going to win him the point. But Stan ending up on the court just as he was trying to push off to make it to that ball. I don't think he would have got there, to be honest.
No, and just lost his footing coming off the Melbourne side. All
Serving.
okay.
Yep, 15 love on the Gaia serve. At 2 games all, Wawrinka seems to have settled back okay after that fall. Looks like it was looking worse than it actually was. Backhand, couple of backhands from him, and he tries the drop shot. Gaia saw that coming, should put this away. He'll get another opportunity. Wawrinka did really well, especially when you consider his age, to get the wheels going and get up to that, but he couldn't control it as he went low down, trying to flick it over the head of Gaia, and it went long.
It was like a big tank rolling to that, gradually gaining momentum, got to it, and then kept running beyond the net onto the other side of the court, well down because he'd been going so fast. Great scramble. Outstanding scramble. He's still got some sprint in those legs yet.
Quite happy to open up and go full bottle as well. 30 love, Gaia serves. Just again the bunt from Wawrinka on the backhand, then goes forehand up the line. So this game looks to have gone 40 love. Gaia serving, looking to open up a 3-2 lead.
So both men looking more comfortable on serve in the infancy of this third set. Very, very evenly poised match.
An update from Kate in just a tick. As Gaia serves, that'll do it. Stan, oh no, just too long in the box. So Gaia will have a second serve. Stan still geeing himself up, considering this game is not lost. It'll be hard to come back from 40 love, but clearly not impossible. Catching the net cord from Arturo. Tick before 6 o'clock on what's a beautiful Thursday evening. Temperatures in the sort of low 20s centigrade, probably 70 Fahrenheit, give or take. Very, very pleasant conditions for everyone today. Big backhand down the line, standard deliver shot from Stan, and it was beautifully struck.
The trademark, the shot that when we think about Stan Wawrinka and those trophies that he held, a lot of them will be due to this magnificent shot. Bang. Just blistering backhand, belted down the line.
This generates so much power. Serve here. Backhand this time from Wawrinka, unable to get himself into the point. Gaia holds, and we're on serve with the Swiss to serve next at 2-3. Kate.
Steve, should we go to John Cain Arena? Because your girl,
excellent
Iga Swiatek, number 2 in the world, and seeded obviously number 2 here at the Australian Open, took the first set 6-2 against Bushkova, and we're on serve early on the second. So early on in the second set, she's 1 love up. Bushkova serving at 30-15. Now, interesting over on ANZ Arena, Tsitsipas and Mahac. Mahac won the first set 6-4 and then had the early break in the second. And Tsitsipas has just broken back and is about to hold serve at 40 love. So he'll take a 2-1 lead, as he does, into the second set. Shapovalov is fighting back here in that first set against Cilic. And we're back on serve. So Cilic leading 5-4. And did you want a men's doubles update as well? Because
we're in your hands, Kate.
Well, Bolton Sweeney have a 5-3 lead in the second set, having dropped the first set against Moutet and Sages at 6-4. So that's starting to get interesting. And I know that we do need to get to Wu, because Courtney is very keen to understand how his young man is going in that, and he has won that fourth set 6-4. So we are going to a fifth set, and indeed we are in that fifth set because early stages 15 all, and Sposiri is serving. So 2 sets apiece, and that match has been going just on 3 hours out at court 13.
What a comprehensive update, Kate. I love that wrap. You've been running madly around this gigantic site to provide that.
It is a big site, isn't it?
But I do know that you've got,
and there are a lot of
great
people out there,
credentials.
so you've got to be very agile.
Indeed.
Agile is the word of the day. And the agility is spread to the 40-year-old Stan Wawrinka as well, because he is out to 15 love here, serving at 2-3 in the third set, trying to find a way through to the third round. It's somewhere he hasn't been for a while at the Australian Open.
But playing and starting very, very impressively in this third set.
Do keep those messages rolling in, and whether they're messages of any note or they're entries into the AO Radio competition, do keep them coming through. As Wawrinka goes down low to play a backhand, looking to provoke the error from Gaia, but he was equal to it. And his ground stroke found the baseline, forcing the mistake, in fact, from Stan, 15 all.
Yeah, the beautiful depth on that, as well as making Stan move. He was quite a way behind the baseline as he tried to make that forehand. Not able to come up with the goods. A strong start there. So 15 all, 3-2. Gaia leading. Wawrinka serving a set apiece.
Well poised this contest for the packed Kia Arena onto the backhand of Gaia. Oh, good response from Stan. Another one of those stand and deliver backhands. Hammered it onto the baseline.
Yeah, beautiful shot. There wasn't a lot of room there. Gaia was actually on that side, slightly double-footed, but it had to be a brilliant shot, and it was magnificent. The type of backhand we could only dream of, Steve, I believe.
Yes, I suppose I could dream about it. Yes, you're right. That's absolutely all I could do. Play a one-handed backhand. It doesn't seem to quite have the power of Stan's or in fact anything. Yeah, 40-15 here. Great ace out wide from Wawrinka, his fourth of the contest.
Elena's got back in touch to say she's from Durban, a coastal city, very similar to Melbourne with very similar weather too. Best wishes. You have a great day over there, Elaine.
Thank you. I've got a much better mental picture of Elaine now sitting in her beautiful house in Durban. That's a lovely ace out wide from Wawrinka. And he goes bang, bang, and serves it out and holds, and it's 3 games all in the third set. We are very evenly poised. If you had to scales, you would have to say they would be sitting horizontally.
Perfectly balanced. It's been a wonderful match. Great entertainment between the qualifier and the wild card. Very even battle. Will the younger man on the rise, his future ahead of him, come up with the goods, or can Wawrinka, who just put his hand to his ear, cupped, gave a smile to the crowd, loving this atmosphere, reveling and thriving on the adrenaline pulsing in the crowd. Can he turn back the clock and deliver once again like he has been with those magnificent backhands?
Gaia to serve in the 7th game. Pushes this onto the forehand of Wawrinka. On the run, Wawrinka makes a beautiful backhand which just dipped over the net. Gaia had made his way into the net, tried to play the low-down forehand volley, couldn't do it.
Yeah, well played by Wawrinka. Just took the pace off that a little bit. Gaia didn't go forward. He stopped. If he kept moving forward, he'd be able to take that one to the more comfortable height. Nice, acute, deft touch there from Wawrinka.
Love 15 going down the middle. Gaia's missed this by a long way left. At love 15. The door is ajar for Stan Wawrinka. Serves here. Gaia kicks up quite high. Wawrinka does quite well with the backhand. That's pretty deep from Gaia. Back cross court, the pair go. Change of direction. Really good from Gaia on the inside in forehand. Too good for Wawrinka.
Yeah, it had him scrambling. It was a really nice execution. It wasn't the easiest one. The ball was dipping low. The ability to get up and whip that one, superb. Pivotal stages here, Steve. Pressure's rising. Wawrinka reliable on return in the first 2. He'll be trying to make him play as much as he can. Not able to on that occasion. Nice big flat serve down the tee from Gaia. 210 kilometres an hour.
Good heavy serving there from from the Frenchman. We've ticked on to nearly 2 hours on court, and we're no nearer deciding who's going to get through to the third round. Gaia serves, goes down the middle, forehand from Wawrinka, nice volley at the net, the serve volley working out beautifully for Arthur Gaia.
The classic combination in tennis, the swinging serve, stretching your rival, the ball floating up and able to find the acute angle on the high volley. Lovely tennis there from the young Frenchman. We talk about evenly balanced, even the fastest serves between the two, exactly the same, 210 kilometres an hour, 130 miles per hour.
Sun now completely off Kia Arena's court as Wawrinka gets an opportunity to really slap this forehand defensively. Gaia's in the defensive mode here, and Wawrinka driving home his advantage, which he got off that return of serve, and takes the point, 40-30.
Just pumps his racket a little bit, Stan. He'll be doing all he can to try and get this game to juice. Keep the pressure on Gaia, the qualifier.
Still with a game point, Arthur Gaia serves. Nearly made that down the middle, just called out.
Swinging away from Stan.
A little bit of pressure just here ramping up on the young Frenchman. He serves onto the backhand. Wawrinka can't keep that one in the court. Tried to just slice a backhand across the court. Found the tram lines. And we stay on serve with Wawrinka to serve next at 3-4, 1 set all. Now, just to let you know, in just under an hour's time, we will be observing the minute's silence on what was prescribed as a national day of mourning by the Prime Minister, the Australian Prime Minister, marking in respect all those who lost their lives and were impacted by the tragic events in the terrorist attack against the Jewish community at Bondi Beach a month ago. So just to let you know that will be coming your way. We'll bring that, we'll be part of that, obviously. It's an important moment, and then tennis and the live tennis will resume after that. But a national day of mourning in Australia to mark and respect and remember all those impacted and people who lost their lives in that attack. So, Courtney Walsh and Steve Pearce here with you on AO Radio. It's 3-4 as Stan Wawrinka readies himself. Arthur Gaia, cap back on backwards, and a little noticeable little fist pump, you know, as he walks back out. Some noticeable French support in the crowd, quite vocal as well. This is on.
It is on, and it's a really, really, really engaging match. We've talked about how evenly balanced the pair are. A little bit of a difference in terms of the contrast of style. Gaia slightly more willing to go forward. Wawrinka using the touch a little bit more. He's happy to change the pace. He can accelerate through those big ground strokes when he wants to. I'll be intrigued to see which way this goes. 2 hours on the clock in this match. It's been high-class entertainment as Wawrinka, a bit of a flat start to this game, serving at 3-4. Balloons the forehand about 2 metres beyond the baseline.
About the worst shot he's hit today.
I wouldn't argue with that, Steve. I think that's spot on.
Okay, so Stan, reset, love 15. So the door ajar here for Arthur Gaia here as Wawrinka serves. A forehand from Gaia, lands pretty short, so Wawrinka doesn't do too much with that, and then he's forced back to the baseline defensively. Then plays the forehand straight down the middle of the court. Good angle from Gaia. Really good, just changed it up, inside out, off forehand, beautifully struck.
Yeah, pivoted around, and now he has a window here. He had a window in that rally, the forehand for Wawrinka, basically straight up the middle, not a lot of depth to it, opened the door for Gaia, and just a subdued start to this service game from Wawrinka.
Could cost him.
Love 30, tricky position for him.
See if Stan can turn it around or whether Arthur will take his opportunity. Forehand inside in from Stan. This time he goes back to the forehand of Gaia. Gaia running around, staying on his own forehand, hammering it back down the middle of the court. Slice from Gaia. Low slice from Wawrinka, comes into the net. He's going to have to make a nice volley here. Can Gaia pass him again? Wawrinka makes the volley for the third time. Wawrinka makes it! That's outstanding from the Swiss. Great net coverage. He just couldn't get past him.
and that one does have the crowd off their feet. And now, as Stan rocks back to the baseline and gets close to the crowd, he roars with delight. That rally lasted 17 shots. Wawrinka scrambles for the forehand volley, makes it. Lunges for the backhand volley. Magnificent work. And you look at Kazoo, who goes, oh boy, how did that one get by me? 15-30.
Wawrinka misses with the first ball. Still finds himself in a little bit of trouble here in this 8th game. (3-4), 15-30, 1 set all. Wawrinka serves a double. Wow. So he's unable to use that bounce that he got off that previous point, an outstanding point, but it's been the only point he's won in this game, and it's 15-40. And there's 2 break points here for Artur Geijer for a 5-3 lead in the 3rd set. Wawrinka missing again with the first serve. Second serve lands this in. Backhand from Geijer is pretty good. Central. Will Geijer risk much here? Will he go for it? Onto the backhand. He does go for it. Wawrinka forced to try and get there on his own backhand, but he couldn't. And that's great stuff from the Frenchman. He took it on and he earned that break of serve, and will serve for the 3rd set now at 5-3.
And on that backhand from Wawrinka, floating wide due to the pressure, the angle that Geijer had found, the Frenchman gave a big roundhouse swing of the arm and big fist pump. That's come from nowhere, because he had been a fair while since he'd actually threatened Wawrinka on serve. Just a subdued start. He overcooked the forehand, started a double fault. He played the magnificent point to win that rally, but whether it took a lot out of him, Wawrinka, all of a sudden, under big pressure, 3-5.
Yeah. So Wawrinka just pushing this one back, doesn't do too much with it, and goes onto the forehand, straight down the middle of the court from Geijer. Not much different from Wawrinka. Rocking back, Wawrinka doesn't have to play another shot as the backhand strays long from the Frenchman. And the first point goes the way of Stan.
Just a little call, a little cry of encouragement after that ball floated long. Stan desperately trying to get himself up and in this returning game.
Oui. Love 15. Geijer down the far end. Serves, hits the tape, and flies almost beyond the baseline. So the pressure just ratcheting up now on Artur as he tries to serve this out. Lands this in. Wawrinka just goes with the backhand deep near the baseline. There's another slice from Stan. Flattening out on the cross-court forehand is Geijer. Has to play this off the baseline. It's skidded off the baseline a bit, and Geijer pulled it wide into the tram lines. Love 30.
Love 30. Stan asks for that ball from the ball boy. He just gives a little pump of his racket. There's a great poster in the crowd of Stan, a trademark celebration of his. He used to point towards his forehead, his forehead, and say that's mental toughness. And he needs a little bit of this right now, that little famed mental toughness, the grit. Love 30.
Mind you, so does Artur. Geijer now, 5-3, but love 30. Can he dig his way out of this? Serve to the forehand of Wawrinka. That's a long way out from Wawrinka. Got the forehand play on it easily, but couldn't control it.
Just pushed the chip long.
15-30. It's actually mirrored exactly so far the previous Wawrinka service game. I don't know if that means it's going to keep mirroring it, but to this point it has. 15-30. Let's see. Geijer serves heavily down the middle. Wawrinka gets this forehand back. Here's another one from him. Geijer doesn't go for an extravagant winner, plays the percentages, goes down the line. Wawrinka was there, could have easily made the play on that forehand, but just trying to use the pace of Geijer's ball, didn't use enough of it, and plumped it into the net, 30-all.
So 2 passive points in a row there from Wawrinka, similarly to the last service game where he played passive from the get-go and was broken. With the pressure rising, he's been the one that's retreated deep in this 3rd set. Geijer at 30-all, 2 points away from potentially moving to a 2-1 lead.
Frenchman is ready, and he serves a false. So it'll be a second serve. Wawrinka on the baseline to receive this, bouncing around, makes the forehand back right at Gaia. Gaia goes with his own forehand, then Stan throws in a couple of backhands. This one goes cross court, so does Gaia on the same shot, and the backhanders let Stan down, trying to stay on that same angle, cross court. He's put a backhand into the nets, and Artur Gaia has a set point here for a 2-1 lead at 40-30 and 5-3.
He moves over, he grabs his towel, walks back, gives his left hand a bit of a shake, trying to relieve the tension. It's a nervous moment for him as well, but it's also a very, very, very big opportunity.
Certainly is. He'll love to have a first serve right here, right now. Hasn't had many in this game. Let's see if he can deliver one. Serves a fault. So Wawrinka moves forward. He's got to make something happen here. Forehand just goes straight back at Gaia. And then the forehand skidding into the net from Stan Wawrinka. He's let that slip away, has the veteran. A poor service game, and to be fair, there are a lot of opportunities in that Artur Gaia service game right there, but Gaia getting the better of it and takes control of this contest at 2-1. In 39 minutes, he closes out the third set by 6 games to 3.
Stan will be disappointed with that, because really he'd been the better player for mine for pretty much the last 90 minutes of this match, and then from nowhere, and it can happen, and that's probably been happening with him more recently as he's gotten older, whether it's age is the factor. But we saw in that United Cup, he played superbly for periods, just couldn't quite sustain it right at the end against some top-line players. He's playing a player of immense potential here, and again at the pressure moment in the third set, just faltered, blinked, and it is Gaia very firmly in the ascendancy now at 2-1.
And the first serve percentage for Gaia was low at 56. He was missing a lot of balls, but he's still, still on the percentage of the points with the one team. He get 87, 10 winners to 7, 8 and 8 on the unforced errors.
What he was able to do was work his rival around. Stan covered almost 600 metres in that set. Gaia about 55 metres less. Now, it may not sound like much, but in a point, if you're pushing the rival a metre or so further each time, you're more likely to draw the error or more likely to have the open court. And we saw him on a couple of occasions, particularly at 3-3 when that half window, 3-4, sorry, when that window of opportunity opened up. He found the gap. He was able to find the window with that powerful off forehand winner that put Stan under pressure at love 30. He played an amazing point. What a rally. Yeah. One of the rallies of the tournament, and that'll be on the highlight reel no matter what happens with Wawrinka in this match. It was a superb backhand volley at the end of a 17-shot rally, but that left him fatigued. He came out and double faulted on the next point, and bang, the service game goes. And all of a sudden, he got to love 30 in the following game, but just a bit passive on a couple of points, and it is Gaia, the qualifier, who is roaring with delight.
And he didn't back off Artur Gaia, did he? I mean, he took it on when the points were there for the winning to hit the winner, not just just not waiting for Stan to make a mistake or give him a short ball. He just took it on, and I like that. I think it's good aggressive play, and it's it's, you can see how he could sustain some success in matches at this level if he can take those sort of opportunities at big moments.
Absolutely, I think, and his record indicates that he's someone who is coming. Now where he gets to, be fascinating. But he's certainly got all the attributes of being a very good player here. Yeah. So whether he can finish this off, it's another question. It's another big moment in his career because he is up against a champion, an aging champion, but a champion nonetheless. Wawrinka. That success here 12 years ago, some of those amazing matches he played against Novak Djokovic, absolute thrillers deep into the night.
I know, they were amazing.
Can he turn back the clock one more time here, outside under lights with a big crowd behind him? Not under lights, sorry, in later in the afternoon, more to the point, the big crowd behind him.
Well, he's got the record for the most 5-set matches at the majors, so you'd think surely he'd want one more 5-setter.
Oh,
Why not add to it?
Shadow of,
you know?
well, I mean, the only thing is, at 40, does he want that 5-setter? I'm sure he would have preferred to be out in 4, but here he is.
He's ahead of Djokovic and Federer, Hewitt, Verdasco, who's heard of them anyway. Like, Stan Wawrinka is the man when it comes to 5-set matches at the majors.
Marathon man.
He
Stan
has the
25 wins, 23 losses, change of attire, stands back on the court. Gaia off the court. I think there's a couple of minutes to go.
Let's check in with Kate. Let's get some score updates. Kate. Or maybe we won't check in with Kate. Let's not check in with Kate. Let's check the latest on
you can check in with me, Steve. I'm so sorry. No, I was just being very social to the people outside, so I do apologise.
Nice well, it's nice when people come by the shop. If you are actually
really
at the venue, and I say the shop front, we're not actually selling anything. Unless you're selling. Are you selling orange juice or lemonade out the front?
No, I am not. But maybe tomorrow,
just
because,
checking.
things are desperate in terms of my finances, so...
If anyone sees Kate coming in with some lemons and something to squeeze them with tomorrow, you know what she's doing. It is a shop front, but we're not selling anything. But you can pop by and say hi to the team at AO Radio at Kia Arena. You'll see a little spot that says AO Radio. And I'm sure everyone will be delighted, like Kate was, to say hello to everyone.
Is it between doors 12 and 13?
Well, I don't know, you're there.
I am, but I can't see because I'm inside. Yes, I'm getting the thumbs up from Isaac, so woohoo. Just quick update, John Cain Arena. Świątek is, she's back in control in the second set, having taken the first 6-2. She was down a break against Bushkova, but she's 4-3, so we're on serve in the second. Keeping a very close watch on that match. And Shapovalov against Marin Cilic. Cilic taking the first set 6-4, and 2-1 we're on serve in the second set. Now, interesting stage here on ANZ Arena. Tsitsipas has had another medical timeout. However, he has 3 set points, 5-3. He's playing like a wounded bull, so he's teeing off on everything. His dad came out with a spare shoe just before, and he was having none of that, so not entirely sure what's going on with the foot, but Tsitsipas has just served out the second set. So they're a set apiece against, of course, Thomas Mahac, 6-4, and Tsitsipas winning that second set 6-3.
Great stuff. Thank you, Kate. Kate Kearns, who's keeping us in touch with events around Melbourne Park, all the scores that are happening, while we sit here at Kia Arena to bring you this intriguing match, which is hard to predict, although at the moment you'd be leaning towards the Frenchman rather than the Swiss. I think Courtney Walsh alongside me, Steve Pearce, here on AO Radio.
Well, I believe if you're 2 sets to 1 up, that's probably the preferable position to be in. Admittedly, inexperienced versus a Grand Slam champion. But no, I'd be leaning towards Gaia, given the way he's played and given the way he started. This set, a rocket-like forehand, ripped up the line to move to love 30 on the Wawrinka serve.
Now this could be significant as far as the outcome of the match goes right here. Courtney's right to say you'd always be rather 2 sets to 1 up. I mean, that's a fair point. However, in the 4th set, to open up by being broken serve, that would be significant as well. It's love 30 on the Wawrinka serve as he serves out wide. He hits his mark there, though, very deep in the box. And Gaia unable to put his forehand back into play, 15-30.
Lovely slider, 173 kilometres an hour. Really had his man stretching. Just a lovely, lovely execution on that slice serve.
15-30. The crowd somewhat muted at the moment, or compared to what they were when Stan was in full flow, apart from the ones supporting Artur Gaia, of course. Stan forcing to use those feet to backpedal, play another forehand cross-court, and it's earned him the points. Got that in the right spot as Gaia could only net the backhand.
He really had to work to get round that forehand as well. It was backpedaling and backpedaling.
It's almost like a cartoon.
It was indeed, and he's able to do it, and he got there and drew the error, so 30 all. Very, very important for Stan to hold here. He needs to keep his nose ahead. He needs to somehow find another wind.
You're suggesting he's had his second already?
Well, wouldn't surprise me necessarily, given he fought back and won that second set.
Looking for the third wind. And he finds it. Gaia with the forehand. Straight back down the middle of the court. That's good angle from Stan. Well cut off by Gaia. Now Gaia plays a backhand, the double-hander from behind the baseline. There's another one. Clips the tape. Wawrinka moves in and hammers away the winner on the forehand cross.
Lovely, lovely, lovely play there from Stan. Move forward, bang, crunched it.
40-30.
Had to make that and did deep in the court, but that's how he plays. He plays for the lines. That's why he is a 3-time major winner. 40-30 here. Out wide goes Wawrinka. Gaia is there on the run. He makes a forehand back cross-court slice from Wawrinka, trying to slow this down a little bit. Forced to put up a defensive ball, bringing Gaia in, who takes it out of the air and skidding, almost doing the splits, which is inadvisable. Wawrinka puts the ball wide. Is he okay? He seemed to be climbing up okay.
He's up off the ground. That's the second time we've seen him flatten his back in this match so far. He tripped and slid early in the third, and then he's done the splits. Now, I think that might have hurt my hamstrings, but he's a far superior athlete to me.
Seems to be moving absolutely fine. Inadvisable when you're 40 doing the splits on a tennis court. However, Stan doesn't seem to be too put off by that. He's probably a bit put off by the scoreline, though, at deuce now in this opening game of the fourth. Serves heavily to the backhand of Gaia. This is going to stay on the Frenchman's backhand. Wawrinka takes him round into the forehand side. Good, found the baseline from Gaia. Oh, Wawrinka nearly did the same. Great depth from both players. Great angle from Wawrinka on the backhand. Moves in for the forehand put away. Gaia's there again, but he hits the high part of the net, the Frenchman. And Wawrinka has game point. My word, this is hard work.
Whew, needs to be sucking in the big ones there, the big breaths. He walks back towards the baseline. It was the backhand on that occasion that set up the point. Not surprising, but he ripped it cross court. Beautiful topspin, got the angle, forced his rival wide. Gaia looks up in disappointment at that net. Forehand netted with Wawrinka at the net.
Wawrinka with game point here. Serves onto the forehand of Gaia. Here's another forehand from the Frenchman. That's too long, and Wawrinka manages to find a way to hold there. It was tough old times in that opening game, but he managed to dig himself out of it. Showed a bit of guts, determination, a fair bit of class too, and leads 1-love in the fourth, but Gaia by 2 sets to 1.
Got a couple of emails to rip through here as we edge towards 6:30 at night in Melbourne.
Which is when Nat will take over with the evening serve, and we'll keep you in touch, of course, with this match score-wise and all the other matches happening around Melbourne Park as we review the day's play.
Looking forward to hearing what she's got to bring us tonight on the evening program. Well listened to, well liked.
Absolutely, yes. We love Nat. She's a very fine Hawthorn fan.
Well, that's
local football for those who are outside
one of her
Australia.
lesser attributes from my perspective.
It's one of her finest attributes, personally.
Simon has written from Lund in Sweden to say Roger Federer's 007 James Bond. You can count on the fact that he always has a weapon up his sleeve. He's elegant.
Yes,
has an aggressive side if needed.
I think that definitely goes into potential winner category. It's a nice call. Yeah, let's enter that.
Liz from Winchester says Djokovic should play Roy, the lead replicant played by Rutger Hauer in the original Blade Runner.
Ah,
film
okay.
that was. Now, that goes back a while, but that was a ripper.
I quite like that entry, Liz.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good.
Well, we've got a lot here, so we'll leave these, I'm sure, for a few.
No, I think let's go a little bit. 6:28.
6:28. Let's go for it. As
cherry pick.
Gaia gets a 15 love. Eric from Bangkok says I chose Dane Sweeney to play the part of Pedro Sanchez in Napoleon Dynamite. Sweeney's moustache in the 2026 Australian Open is a perfect match.
That's brilliant. I love the thinking. That is fantastic. Good entry, Eric. Thank you. All the way from Bangkok.
Very good, and I love that film. Again, a message from Rosanna in Luxembourg. Roger is the obvious James Bond. Berrettini to play anything by Jason Momoa, Aquaman, for example.
Oh, yes, okay. Yes. Is that a double entry?
That's a double entry.
Yeah,
How about that? That's good, efficient use of an email.
Yes. That's good thinking.
Claudia from Hong Kong. How about hello? And she was a little disappointed her submission yesterday disqualified because it was referenced in a TV show.
Oh, yes, Claudia, I'm sorry about that, but it just felt that, it was the one Succession. It was a really good entry. It was excellent.
Well, we'll get through it. Well, we'll get to her in a second, yeah? Or do we get
Let's
through
go.
Okay, how about Kyrgios and Kokkinakis, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Wilson? Dr. Watson, two great friends working together.
That's good,
Thank you, Claudia.
Yes, and there has been a Sherlock Holmes film, so that's a tick.
We love it.
That's great stuff. Courtney, great pleasure sharing the commentary box with you. I know you've got to dash off to the BBC now. It never ends. It never stops.
This is an Australian Open. Thank you.
Absolutely. Great stuff. Courtney Walsh exiting, and I'm exiting as well because the live tennis will continue in about half an hour or so. But before that, we've got a wrap of the day's play coming up for you with Nat Edwards.
On AO Radio, this is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Evening Serve. On tonight's show, the Americans dominate Day 5 while Novak Djokovic notches up his 399th Grand Slam win. An Aussie qualifier shows plenty of heart in a marathon win. Plus, we look ahead to all the action tonight. This is the Evening Serve.
Match point for Keys. Krueger's serve onto the backhand of Keys. Krueger up the middle of the court into the nets. Well, a little bit of a bumpy ride in the second set, but Madison Keys looking particularly good out here on Cain Arena. Cross-court forehand. Pegula is there. Oh, the overhead from Kessler has gone long. She was looking directly into the sun. And it's been a tough day for McCartney Kessler, but the 6th seed, very comfortable. 6-love, 6-2.
Big serve, and that is it. Djokovic has done it. Takes his cap off and prepares to shake hands with a valiant Italian in Francesco Maestrelli.
Madison Inglis just getting balls back in. She's gone wide. She's coming to the net to put that ball away. Hasn't done enough with it. Yes, she has. And it's Madison Inglis through to the third round, the Australian wild card, and she cannot believe it. She's fallen to the court.
What a match from Madison Inglis. We will get to that in just a moment. But if you're just joining us, welcome to the Evening Serve. It's great to have your company. My name is Nat Edwards, and our special guest this evening, I'm very excited. We have tennis journalist Matt Schlope with us. Matt, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. Nice intro.
So nice to have you here alongside 66,000 fans because we've broken another attendance record on a Thursday.
Of course we have. Well, good weather and great matches, an incredibly backloaded day of stars, and just even getting here into the AO Radio studio, just the vibe on the grounds. We're at Kia, and obviously Stan's playing here right now, and just seeing the buzz, it's really, really cool.
So if you are listening, if you're listening on the app and you are at Melbourne Park, come say hi. We're around door 12 at Kia Arena, and you can watch us broadcast live and chat all things tennis. Have you had a highlight from the first sort of 5 days or so?
Ooh, well, one thing I've noticed is just that how, I guess, easy or comfortably the big names have progressed. And so while that might not give us a lot of drama now, it kind of sets the stage for the second week. And I always think ahead, I'm like, oh, this could be great. But I guess if we're talking a highlight, you can't go past what Madison Inglis did today, continuing her journey after qualifying. She's a lot of court time, a lot of dramatic matches, but to beat Siegerman the way she did today, that was incredible in the course of her career, and just the way she celebrated was really, really heartwarming. And we have an Aussie woman in the third round.
I know, it was so emotional, and we'll unpack that a little bit more in just a moment. But before we do dive a little bit deeper, here's what's making news at Melbourne Park. 10-time Australian Open champion Novak Djokovic has notched up his 399th Grand Slam match win with a straight sets victory over Italian qualifier Francesco Maestrelli, the 24-time Grand Slam champion, getting the job done in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Meantime, defending Australian Open champion Madison Keys has survived yet another scare to advance through to the third round. Keys took the first set 6-1 against fellow American Ashlyn Krueger, but found herself 5-3 down in the second. The 9th seed, though, bounced back, taking the second set 7-5.
I think in those tough kind of moments, like today, getting down in that second set, just kind of reminding yourself that you've been here before, you figured it out. And I think when you're able to do that in a place where you've had success, it just feels like it comes a little bit easier.
Sticking with the American 6th seed, Jessica Pegula took 58 minutes to move through to the third round, while 8th seed Ben Shelton